Good afternoon and welcome to America's Day at the Races. We are live here at Aqueduct bringing you Belmont from the Big A as Christophe Clement. He looks for his 6th win in the co-featured Noble Damsel as Messidor. She's going to be hoping they heat it up front and she can come running late, but sitting a bit closer will be Plum Ali. And boy, does she have an affinity for Aqueduct as she looks to go 3 for 3 on this turf course. And then the Hall of Famer Shug McGaughey, hard to believe that with all his time on the NYRA circuit, there's a greatest stake he hasn't won. But the Grade 2 Hill Prince is that. He's going to take a double punch at it today, sending out Celestial City from the inside. And then on the far outside, the Gray Son of Kitten's Joy, Limited Liability, try to finally break through in this greatest stakes division. You are watching America's Day at the Races, proudly brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, check out americasbestracing.net today. Hello and welcome to our studio here in Equestris at Aqueduct. I'm Maggie Wolfendale alongside NYRA handicapper Anthony Stabile. Magany, day 2.
Day 2 of Magany. Yes, the biggest restaurant in all of New York City is the Equestris.
Yes.
A lot of people
do not know that.
Yes, it sure does. I mean, we could fit thousands of people in here.
I mean, it's like 3 tiered, isn't it?
I used to do my radio show from up on the top.
That's cool.
Which
That's
was the
a
old
great
Turf and
vantage.
Field Club. Yeah. Watched
point.
Tonalist win the Cigar Mile from up there with Acacia Clement. So, yeah, a lot of great memories here in the Equestris.
Foreshadowing of the future.
Foreshadowing of the future.
Yeah, of course,
the A-Train. We got Magany, we got the A-Train. I mean, who's luckier than me? I'm a part of the A-Train with Acacia and Magany with Maggie. I mean, I'm the luckiest guy on the planet.
Well, we are lucky because we have racing coming up right away for you. It's the 2-year-olds maiden special weight here going this mile and a 16th on the turf course, Anthony. And we see favoritism going to a horse who has some experience here in number 4, Liguria, but out-of-town experience for Chad Brown as we do owe you a post parade. We'll start things off with the Irish bred for Tony Dutrow, Just a Splash.
Showed a little speed from an inside draw on her debut. Didn't take much money. Taking a little bit more money today.
Keep It Sexy did not show much in her debut.
No, she did not, and she's being ignored on the board at over 50 to 1 currently.
Number 3 is Invest Wisely as she showed a bit more speed in her second start.
Nice improvement. Pink Hue won the race first time out. A little bit of a key race. She ran okay last time out. Would need to probably take another step up.
Your favorite just went by. It was an interesting trip for her down at Monmouth, but Erna, $600,000 OBS purchase.
Yeah, Cherie DeVille usually brings them up here ready to run, too, on their NYRA debuts.
Stretching out and trying the turf for the first time is Passionate Dream.
A couple of dirt sprints, like Maggie said. Dylan Davis going to climb aboard. We'll see what kind of different tactics they use today.
The girl from Ireland goes out for Grand Motion.
The daughter of Golden Sense comes in without a turf work, but a plenty on the all-weather down at Fair Hill.
The other Chad Brown horse just went by. First-time starter sources and uses. Here's number 9, Treasure Gem, back to the turf.
A dirt race last time out after 2 turf tries. We'll see if this horse likes it better on the green again.
And finally, one trying the turf in her second start is one that has a lot of pedigree for it in Next.
Yeah, sister to Stakes Winner Moon over Miami. Showed some speed in an off-the-turf debut in a slop. I thought she ran okay first time out, especially for the first 5/8 of a mile. I think that'll be a useful prep for this. This is my pick in here.
I like it. Trying something new for the first time, but maybe we can get some more insight on these horses trying the turf or ones making their first starts from the 3rd member of our team, former champion jockey Richard Migliore. Mig, what do we see here in this day first race?
Yeah, Maggie, I'm gravitating towards horses that have some experience. And one thing we've got to take into account is a very short run of the first turn. This is a mile and a 16th on the outer. And there's not a lot of room for error here. And with young horses, 2-year-old fillies, I think getting caught wide could be problematic. I like the one Just a Splash a great deal. I thought her first race was very good. She showed a lot of professionalism. Anthony Dutrow's a trainer whose horses get better. I don't think he cranks them up to see the best of them first time. And I think she ran extremely well first time. And with that advantageous inside post, and she's handy, too. She showed that in her first start. A daughter of See the Stars, a stallion that I'm very, very partial to. I'm going to give her the nod because of the post and second start. I'm expecting her to take a step forward. I thought the 9 Treasure Gem made a lot of sense. Her last turf race, Pleasant Passage came back to win the Miss Grillo out of that. I thought it was a very solid race. I thought she was a bit one pace, but she's drawn more towards the outside. So that made me lean back to the inside with Just a Splash. And the 10 Nixed with the pedigree that you both were talking about, Half to Moon Over Miami. The mare has had 2 runners to win on the turf. She did show speed first time on the dirt, but what kind of a trip is she going to get from post 10? I'm going to go to the inside, guys.
Richie, and 2, Nixed was one who showed speed on the dirt going a mile. So will they try to be aggressive with her from that outside post, as she's your top pick, Anthony, at 92?
I would like to think so, and part of the reason I picked her is I didn't see a ton of speed in here. I would imagine that Invest Wisely will be forwardly placed and Just a Splash, but I would like to see Jose Lezcano and Nixed aggressive from the outside draw. She was forward first time out. I would imagine she'll be forward again today, especially trying to overcome, Maggie, that post.
We see several horses coming out of the September 23rd race, won by Implicated that day. As we'll take a look at Invest Wisely. She kind of tracked the pace. I thought she idled a bit late here, Anthony, with the race for the most part kind of dominated towards the front end.
Agreed. I couldn't agree with you more, actually. She was forward in a race that was dominated on the front end, like you said, and she just didn't kick for home. Her debut, well, I don't know if it's necessarily dressed up, her debut, but I think you see a lot of the italics on the PPs and all those horses that have come out of there to win races, and maybe it perhaps is dressed up. She's a little short at 7-2. And I know what Richie's saying about gravitating towards the horses that have some experience in here, but her and Liguria at the same price almost. It's kind of baffling to me. I thought Liguria had an interesting trip, like you said, first time down at Monmouth. Don't let that fool you. Chad Brown runs a lot of horses at Monmouth Park, at places like Tampa Bay Downs that turn out to be Grade 1 winners. So don't let that bother you necessarily.
She just seemed green in a field full of other green horses, which hampered her trip a bit. There is a first-time starter here, not taking much money, but Erna for Cherie DeVoe worked 20-4 at the OBS April sale. I loved it, Anthony. I thought, this looked exactly what she wanted to do. She has a very effortless stride that covers a lot of ground, but she is icy. They did pay quite a lot for this daughter of Curlin. She is out of Stakes Place Turf Sprinter, trained by Todd Pletcher, Jumbie Bay, as we see horses making their way almost fully loaded here for the first race. Chris Griffin up in the announcer's booth, filling in for John Imbrial, who's taking the next 2 days off, and Chris will obviously be the regular announcer here at Aqueduct next year. Chris, take it away.
All set. And they're off. Liguria's got early speed, so does Invest Wisely. They line up on the front end as they approach that first turn. Erna's in the early mix. It's going to be Erna, and now Invest Wisely to the inside. They're going to be 1-2. Just in behind them is the Girl from Ireland, who claims the 3rd spot on the far outside. Now passing rivals comes Nix to secure 2nd. That's the leading 4. Liguria broke on top, is back to 5th. Going to be mid-pack, is a length and a half clear from Keep It Sexy. Towards the back end of the field is Just a Splash. Then Sources and Uses, Treasure Gem, and the trailer, Passionate Dream. In the opener, it's Erna and Javier Castellano. They're up by a length and a half, call it 2. Next is right there in 2nd with Invest Wisely, Jose Ortiz at the rail in 3rd. Green Cap, the Girl from Ireland. They're followed by Liguria, who's still in 5th. Don't move yet. Keep It Sexy is back there with Just a Splash. Towards the tail end of the field, still Passionate Dream, Sources and Uses, and the trailer, Treasure Gem. 48 flat. 4. That half-mile time as they're set to move into the far turn. It's Erna in front, who's now only a neck in front as Nixed has gotten closer. Invest Wisely is to the inside. Here comes the move from the Girl from Ireland, is ranging up on the outside from 4th. Liguria in 5th. Then Just a Splash as they're getting strung out. Keep It Sexy is all in towards the back of the field with Passionate Dream. No move yet here from Sources and Uses as the trailer behind Treasure Gem. They've got a quarter mile left to go, and Erna is still finding it's Erna who kicks for home. Nix continues to chase, but Erna's got plenty right now. Up on the far outside, here's Liguria, and Liguria's unleashed down the center of the course, chasing this runaway leader. It's Erna and Liguria here for a final furlong. Erna, Liguria getting closer, is within a length of that leader now. Here comes Liguria to the outside of Erna for a final 16th. Erna is digging in. Liguria's running by. It's going to be a tight finish. Liguria wins the opener. Liguria over Erna, the girl from Ireland, and just a splash in 1 minute, 43.58 seconds.
Liguria making use of that first effort experience edge over the first-time starter in Erna, who showed a lot of early speed, Anthony, and she got a little green a little late in the last few strides on that inside lead, and Liguria was able to pick her up.
Yeah, big effort from both of these fillies today. Can't say enough good things about Erna, who went fast early, was able to put away a pesky Nix, who was on her flank most of the way. She opened a 4 or 5 length lead, Maggie, off the turn and looked like she was going to get to the money. But Liguria, the things she did wrong first time out were absent today.
Exactly.
And that got her the money over the first time starter, who, you were right, she was kind of figuring things out the last eighth of a mile, looking for a line. Again, I think both of these fillies ran really well. They beat the rest of them by a handful of lengths. I think they're both okay.
I will say that the one, Just a Splash, she did not have a very nice run into the first turn, kind of hampered down on the rail. Sometimes, it's great to have that inside position, but if you're not bold enough to stay there, you end up getting in trouble.
Yes, you have to, when you commit, and we've seen Trevor McCarthy do this most of the week here at the Big A, you have to commit yourself and be willing to take a chance coming up that inside.
Yep.
If you're not going to, you don't belong in there.
Yep.
So find your way out of it. Plenty of riders have found their way out of there throughout their careers and have had pretty good careers. Just but if you're going to go in there, you have to make that decision. You have to marry yourself to it.
Well, Chad Brown kicks off the day with a winner. He will be well represented a bit later in our co-featured Grade 2 Hill Prince Stakes. We'll bring you some official prices and reactions from the opener here. But let's take a look at that Hill Prince. It goes as race number 7 today. And Anthony, let's first start by talking about Shug McGaughey's doing. It was funny looking through the history of this race and realizing that Shug has never won the Hill Prince, considering he's always been around.
When you talked about it in the open, I was thinking strolling along, Mr. Speaker, point of entry. He's had plenty of good turf horses. I thought strolling along won it.
Maybe I'm wrong.
I guess I'm wrong. No, I guess I'm wrong. I don't have to be right. I've been wrong like 5 or 6 times. We talked about this yesterday. It's funny. Half this field are stakes winners. The horses on the morning line that are the first and second choices, they haven't won stakes races yet. Celestial City and Limited Liability, the 2-4 Hall of Famer Shug McGaughey. Celestial City probably will benefit the most from the draw. He's drawn inside in a race that really doesn't feature too much pace. Here he is taking an entry-level allowance contest last time out. He is one of 2 in here for the Hall of Famer. This was a good job by Jose Lascano. He was able to get up, didn't have the cleanest break. He was able to get up. He beat older horses this day, too. Worth noting, he's dropping back in to the 3-year-old ranks this afternoon, but he wins that 4-horse scrum to the wire by a length, by a neck over, a head over the winner, about a length and a half over the other horses in there. He ran well. We'll see what he can do. He's never been on the lead in his life, but this race does not have a lot of speed in it, Maggie, and he's drawn an advantageous post for a guy in Jose Lascano who will be aggressive and who's been known to steal one on the front end.
I just question the overall quality of horses that he beat.
Sure.
Although we see a lot of them come back in today's 9th race, and wish that race was before the Hill Prince. Give us a little gauge on how strong it actually was. But Shug also has the backup plan with Limited Liability, but he's also going to have to take on 2 Chad Brown horses, one of which is going out for Chad for the first time, coming in from California, and that is McKinnon, who could be forward. I mean, this is a horse that had speed earlier on in his career.
Breaks from post 7. Flavien Prat going to climb aboard for the first time. He comes in from New York for trainer Doug O'Neill. Now in the barn of Chad Brown. This is a horse who started his career very nicely, especially on the grass. He won 3 in a row. He took a couple of minor stakes races out in Southern California before a hard-charging third-place finish in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf at Del Mar last year. The problem is he's run 4 times as a 3-year-old, Maggie.
Yeah.
And they've come on dirt, on all weather, and a couple on grass. Truth be told, the 2 grass races recently, they're probably his worst efforts of the year, considering he was trying the other surfaces for the first time. I don't know what to make of him. And on top of that, I'm pretty sure he's going to be the favorite today.
Here are the rest of today's races brought to you by Claiborne Farm. There are 2 graded stakes here on the card. The Noble Damsel goes as race number 3, and the Hill Prince, which does kick off a late pick 4 sequence, goes as race number 7. If you want to play today's races, make sure you do so with your NYRA Bets account. As of now, we are still offering that promotion. On top of the $200 deposit match bonus, you get the $25 free play when you use promo code CUP25 and play the Breeders' Cup on November 4th and 5th. Lagoria, she is a maiden no longer. In only her second start, she breaks through, running down, well, Chad Brown's former assistant's horse, Cherie DeVos Erna, but guided to victory today by Flavien Prat, who is now standing by with Richard Migliori.
Yeah, thanks, Maggie. And Flavien got a really good trip here with Liguria. One of your gifts, I think, is how strong you finish on horses. Did you think at mid-stretch you were going to reel that filly in?
Well, to be quite honest with you, turning form, I thought I was going to win by 2 or 3. But when I get to the leader, she kind of went on with me. And for a second, I didn't know if I was going to go by, but she finally did and ran a really good race.
Flavien, you made the move here to New York earlier this year. We're getting later in the season. So now I think it's probably a better time to assess. I mean, it seems to me like it has gone so well. How satisfied are you with everything?
Yeah, I think it's been going pretty well. Obviously, I had great support from trainer, and I can't thank them enough for that. Trainers and owner, they've really give me opportunities, and it helps me having a good season. I didn't look at the stat, but I think it's pretty much even compared to last year, or maybe a bit better. So I think it's good. It's just you know, it's my first year here. Hopefully, I'll get better every year, and yeah, that's what we're looking for. It was a great season, I thought.
Well, in the Hill Prince today, you ride a horse that you probably competed with out in California, McKinnon, making his first start for Chad Brown. How much do you know about the horse, and what kind of trip are you looking for?
Well, I rode against him a few times. I don't really know much about him, but he was one of the best 2 years old, if not the best 2 years old on the grass in California. This year, you know, it took him a little time to get back to his form, but it seems like he's coming around. I think last time he ran a good race, so hopefully we get a good trip, and he ran a good race.
I have no doubt you'll deliver a good trip. It's just been such a welcome addition to a deep jockey colony that got significantly deeper with the addition of Flavien Prat.
He's such a pleasure to have around as well. Very articulate, very smart rider, and I always find it fascinating as I know a lot of French people involved in our industry there started with standardbreds. And that's where he began. His dad and brother, standardbred trainers, as Liguria returns 8:20 as your favorite over the 5 and 7. The girl from Ireland rounds out the trifecta. Decent debut for the Maryland bred from Grand Motions as Outlaw Kid. He looked really good in winning his 3rd start of his career at an open allowance race by open lengths for George Weaver. He's looking to go 3 for 3 here on the lawn as he takes on a field in tomorrow's Carle Place.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Tabaline has really shouldered all the responsibility. What a deserved victory. Most impressive. Tabaline by 3 1/4.
Somebody's Problem is on her way to winning the Prairie Meadows Debutante. Somebody's Problem by 2.5, 3.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Silver State is a son of Heartspun out of an Empire Maker mare named Supreme. He was bred by Stone Street. It was a $450,000 yearling. He's a really good-looking horse. He was a winner of the Grade 1 Met Mile last year at Belmont, defeating Horse of the Year Knicks Go. He reeled off 6 wins in a row, which is almost unheard of in today's horse racing world, but won the Oaklawn Park Handicap. Best win was in the Grade 1 Met Mile at Belmont Park, and he is breeding his first book of mares currently this spring.
It is Silver State at the rail. Mischievous Alex on the outside. It is Silver State who has the lead. Mischievous Alex, by my standards, out in the middle of the track. They're coming down for the finish in the Hillendale Met Mile, and it is Silver State to make it 6 in a row.
When I saw him in the paddock Met Mile day was when he really kind of sold me on his looks, and I'd kind of been, yeah, he's a nice horse. And when I saw him in the paddock, it was like, okay, he'll work. And then when he won, it was like, it really worked. And being by Heartspun, the family he has, made it that much more exciting. And the fact he'd been 6 for 6 up to, through there, it was a good idea. And once he got to the farm, he's been very popular.
I had a pretty large wager on him to win the Met Mile because I thought 5 to 1. I mean, I knew Knicks Go was in the race. He's obviously a very good horse, but I just thought Silver State it looked like he was on a roller. And it looked like he was going to continue, which he did.
He beat Knicks Go, which everybody knows who Knicks Go is, and that was even that much more exciting and, another feather in his cap.
The Met Mile has a rich history of making stallions, and we hope that Silver State will continue that trend.
The day we started showing him, he came in here and looked like $1 million, and everybody that came to see him fell in love with him. Well, I don't know what they expected, but once he got in here, I mean, he probably came in and got off the truck and looked as well as any horse we've had come in a long time.
He's such a good-looking horse. He's about 16'3". Everyone that has come to look at him has just loved his physique and physical. He's a gorgeous horse. He's dappled out right now, looks tremendous. He's got a great book of mares that we're excited about, and he's going to have a really big chance of making it as a stallion.
Each and every day, Claiborne Farm brings you the best racing here on our show. They also have quite a roster of stallions, and I personally am so excited to see what Silver State produces in the breeding shed, because he, of the last 10 years, was one of the best looking horses I have ever seen. Maggie Wolfendale, along with Anthony Stabile, Magany, as I said before.
Magany, yes.
Richard
Migliori. The biggest difference between Magany is, as much as I love the horses, I also love the fact that Silver State got me home at $12 and $14 in my career. In his career,
I mean, the fact that he went off at that big of a price, 6 for 6, looked as though he was going to get the perfect setup in that race. And, people were still on the fence of whether Knicks Go was truly a 2-turn horse.
Correct.
Well, that solidified it, that he was truly a 2-turn horse. So anyway, let's take a look at the turf sprinters. Big difference. But we see Outlaw Kid, who Anthony has just kind of burst on the scene. He debuted going the flat 5 at Gulfstream, had some time away, and his last 2 races here on the NYRA circuit have been really good.
He really has, he's a turf horse, right? He has this acceleration. You see him right here. He's going to come and get this horse on the lead, and you kind of feel like he's going to get him no matter how far they go or how long it's going to take him, and then he gets away. And you got to like this. I like when horses, especially in sprints, put them away, because they're coming out the back, right? One of the biggest pet peeves is when a jock looks back. I promise you, they're back there. He leaves his horse, he leaves his foes in an impressive wake, and he just runs away and hides from this bunch. The water gets deeper tomorrow in the
Totally.
complex.
I mean, he is a horse with a lot of upside. He has really come together physically. I mean, he just looks sensational for George and his team. But as you mentioned, yes, the waters are deeper, namely the New York bred in here, Run Curtis Run, who has primarily faced open company in his career. He has 3 consecutive second-place efforts in a Tough Allowance and then 2 Greatest Stakes efforts in his last 2. So he's the more experienced based on numbers and more experienced when it comes to this class.
And here's the thing about the horses coming from Kentucky Downs. People will question the efforts and what they're facing, and I'm a big believer in some of those races are on an island. I can tell you what, they come out of those races fit as a fiddle, because they're running up and down hills. They're going around, you know, it looks like a carabiner, that car, that it does. So the turns, he's been really, really good and consistent. Like you said, a state bred running open. Outlaw Kid, that's right, is as fast a horse for the first 3/8 of a mile as you're going to find on the grounds anywhere, especially in these turf sprints. It's a very interesting race tomorrow. As impressive as Outlaw Kid has been, the water gets significantly deeper tomorrow afternoon.
Arnaud Delacour will also bring a horse here. Too Many Twizzlers, I hear you. It's a great name for a son of Twirling Candy. He is
that a truthful statement?
4.
I don't think that's a truthful statement.
What?
Right? There's no such thing as too many.
No.
Right?
They got to be the pull apart ones, though.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I mean, kind of. There's something. Is there any other kind?
Unfortunately, yes. As we have the second race in the paddock. It is a starter allowance going the 7 furlongs, and we see favoritism to the inside runner who blew away a field first time off the claim for Jeffrey Englehart. We'll see if he can keep things going as Rob Actress also sends out number 2, Swift Tap, first time gelding. As we see jocks about to get ready, that means we got to take a quick break here, and we'll have more on this race, including Richie's observations as well as a post parade here on America's Day at the Races.
Here comes Malathaat. Here comes Clairiere on the outside. They're coming to the finish, and it's going to be Clairiere. Nest, much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths. Cody's Wish on the outside. Cody's Wish with the upset in the Fargo. Malathaat grabs the lead in deep stretch, and Malathaat has won the Personal Ensign Stakes.
Curling, the classic sire.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Prolumo is the all-natural, non-medicated, targeted therapy top horsemen choose to reduce bleeding caused by strenuous exercise.
We use it for preventative, and also we start horses on it if after a race or after a workout they bleed. The success has been tremendous.
Prolumo's active ingredient, Noto Ginseng, has proven hemostatic properties. Consult your veterinarian prior to administering. Go natural. Visit Prolumo.com to order today.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
The world's premier breeding stock event, the November sale at Fasig-Tipton. A Grade 1 winner with a page full of graded black type, Grace Adler won on debut as a 2-year-old at Del Mar for trainer Bob Baffert and owners Willow Grace Farm and Michael Lund Peterson. She then took center stage in the Grade 1 Del Mar Debutante Stakes, where she rallied from 5 wide to win by 11 1/4 lengths over Grade 1 winner Ida and Grade 2 winner Elm Drive.
Grace Adler, a scintillating performance in the TVG Del Mar Debutante.
Grace Adler was the first Grade 1 winning 2-year-old filly by the elite sire Curlin. Grace Adler is out of the Grade 3 winner Our Christie. She's a half-sister to graded stakes placed Virginia Key from the family of Grade 1 winner Bulls Bay. Grade 1 winner Grace Adler, selling this November at Fasig-Tipton with Hill and Dale at Alapa Agent.
Welcome back to our program. America's Day at the Races rolls on, and we are brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, any time. We also have a great trifecta bonus. Get
Yes,
a 10%.
we do.
Oh, see, you know all about this stuff. I think you should be doing these reads. Anyway, you can get a 10% bonus on all your winning trifectas at Belmont at the Big A today. Make sure you opt in. Gotta opt in. And this is open to new and existing members of NYRA Bets. Well, taking a look here at the field of starter allowance horses, 7 furlongs. We'll kick things off with your 5-2 favorite, Skylander.
Yeah, 5-2. This board's been bouncing around. This horse galloped in his second dirt start last time, first time for tag, now in for the starter allowance, protected.
Chasing in his last start was number 2, Swift Tap.
Fresh gelding off of that effort back in August at Saratoga. He's going to stretch back. He's going to stay at the 7/8, I should say. Finish second, beating the neck 2 starts back.
Basis Risk is taking a lot of money.
Yeah, first off the claim from Mary Alice Coffey from Chad Brown. You don't see that claiming combination too much, and you're a little surprised by the price.
Taking no money was Major Spin. He went by. There's the Gray Hatch coming in off of 2 turf efforts.
Yep, first time on the dirt for Carlos Martin since he claimed him for $50,000 out of a sloppy track off the turf race back in July.
Had a saddle change on number 7, Blake B.
He's an interesting horse in here. He's a big price at 7-1. He's going to try cutting back to the 7/8 off a series of races going a mile and 1.125.
Has some back efforts, that's for sure. Number 8, Buckingham Prince, first off the claim for Chris Englehart.
Not sure what to do with him in here, as he was running against straight 3-year-olds, and now he tries older horses for the first time.
Bit of a merry-go race last time, I thought. Number 9, Bezos is coming in off the claim with 1 aluminum pad on.
Yeah, the pad goes on. He comes in off easily the best last race fig with an 84 buyer speed figure. Little known connections is giving you a probably too big of a price off this horse's last effort, Maggie. I know the aluminum pad goes on. He still ran that race, and that is probably too big of a price.
And to me, though, he is a horse, and I've said it in my notes before when he first started running around here, he needs the lead. And he might get it here, considering that he made it to the lead going 6.5 last time, which I always question. I thought he was a horse that needed the mile, per se, so he could get out there and secure that lead. But now he's going to have to do it from the outside. But he does have apprentice Omar Hernandez Moreno in his tack.
We talk about this all the time. Intent. You see a race where there's 2 or 3 speed horses in here, and unless there's a duel, which we don't see often around here, one of them gets to the top. I think it would be Bezos in here, but I think it's more intent. I think there might be horses as fast as him, but
yeah.
I think last time proved this horse just got to be on the bill daily.
As we check in with Mig, standing by trackside, your thoughts on the current favorite, Mig?
Well, I'm going to kind of bookend the field here. We'll start with Skylander. He comes out of a big effort on the dirt. And I like when horses have a big effort and they carry good weight out of efforts like that. It just leads me to believe that they bounced out of those efforts in good order, and Skylander's carrying good weight. He looks good. He's got to work out a trip from the inside. I definitely thought that yesterday's track had a little bit of an outside flow to it, so it'd be interesting to see what we get today. But, you know, Skylander looks good. I can't knock him. There's nothing negative I can say. The 3, Swift Tap, returning as a gelding, a little small kind of guy, but really very well balanced, almost like the 2, Swift Tap, but really very compact little guy, very balanced. I'm leaning towards the outside runners, guys. The 8, Buckingham Prince, I loved him in the paddock. Would have liked to have seen a bit more of energy level in the warm-up from him. He's taken money. I don't know if that's out of character for him, but it looked like it took a little while for him to get going. And I'm all about the 9, Bezos. And just what you guys are saying about a horse that probably wants to lead. I think the outside post is good for those kind of horses. So even if they don't make the lead right off the break, they're out there in the clear, and sometimes you can even almost fool them like they're on the lead if you let them just run down the middle of the track for a little ways. You got plenty of run to the turn. Watching him warm up, he's moving well. I didn't see any evidence of that aluminum pad. He just seemed like he was very free, and I like Bezos. I think he's going to run well from the outside.
All right, let's check in with Bezos. Last race, Mig liking what he has seen. And that last race came in dominant fashion. Back on September 16th here, Jose Gomez in the iron, another apprentice, and now he gets Omar Hernandez Moreno. as we do have a late scratch, as we could see with number 8, Buckingham Prince here. So number 8, Buckingham Prince, will not participate today on advice of the attending veterinarian. He's scratched. Bezos, though, easy peasy.
We're going to be covering the Breeders' Crown harness next weekend. This was a jig jog. That's what they use to use a little harness parlance.
Jiggy jog?
There was, yeah.
Yeah.
That was an absolute jiggy jog for Bezos.
Yeah.
Do you remember when Bezos was the fastest horse in the world?
Oh my God, I remember that. And then, wait, who?
Dream Shake.
Dream Shake.
Yeah. Dream Shake wound up running Jackie's Warrior to a head decision in the Pate Mile.
That's right.
Right that year?
Yeah.
Last year. My God,
it feels like 3 years ago.
It feels like one big beating the last 2 years. Yeah. I don't know what to do with him. I don't know. You know, this late scratch here doesn't really affect the pace scenario too much, I don't think.
No, I mean, he looked to, be right behind them. Yes, I think Bezos is possibly the fastest horse. Major Spin has some speed. Basis Risk showed speed, at least in his last effort. He could be forward. And, I wonder what they decide to do with Swift Tap in here. 2 back, it was a merry-go-round race in which he just, he was impeded, but still never got past the eventual winner, as we'll check out that race right now. And then last time, I think he was just too wide and just wired that day.
And he's a horse that's always been tactical enough, right? And now he gets the gelding. And one of the reasons you geld the horses, and you could talk more about this having got on thousands of horses in your life, it helps them push off a little bit better on the back end.
Yeah.
Maybe he gets away clean, like you said. He's not
I've
without
always
speed.
Thought that.
Right?
They
You and
break
I have always
better.
agreed about that. They break better. That's simple. It's sometimes it's that simple. They break better.
Tui seems like a horse that might just want to hang on horses a little bit, and sometimes gelding can alleviate that
Gets
as
that
well.
out of their system as
Yeah.
well. No pun intended. The other thing is he's taking a lot of money for a barn that when they take money like this, right? This was a wide open tote board, and I understand the co-second choice was just a late scratch 2.5 minutes ago, but this horse has taken some steady money from about 8 or 9 minutes to post. Now you could say, well, he figured 2. It was 4-1 on the morning line, and you would not be wrong. But he's taking what appears to be some serious money now. For this barn in particular, that's usually a good sign.
All right.
He's my top pick, by the way.
Is
Swift
the
Tap.
2.
Yeah, the number 2.
I agree with you. I think he is very, very dangerous here in this spot, returning for the Atras barn as they are enjoying quite a nice meet. Things really heating up for them as we see Hatch going into line there. We'll throw it up to Chris Griffin for the call of race number 2. It's Belmont at the Big A.
Outside. All in line. All set. And they're off. Bezos has early speed from the outside draw, and Bezos is clear. Is up by 3/4 of a length. Then comes Major Spin in between horses. Tightly at the rail is going to be Basis Risk, and also Swift Tap is trying to push on through his back to 4th. There's the gray Hatch. Towards the back end of the field will be Skylander, and Blake B is the trailer. From the outside draw, Bezos has gotten over to the rail, is up by a half length. Major Sprint and Trevor McCarthy right up on the outside in 2nd. Basis Risk in 3rd. Swift Tapped is off the rail, is in the 2 path with Hatch. They're 4th and 5th as they approach a half mile left to go. Skylander and Blake B, they're the 2 trailers. They get set to work into the far turn. 23 and 1 for that opening quarter mile. They work into the far turn now, and Bezos is still finding it's Bezos who's up by a length and a half. Major Spin is fully extended from 2nd. Basis Risk to the inside in 3rd. Here's a 3-wide run from the gray Hatch. Jose Gomez, they're moving forward. From the back, Blake B just passes Swift Tap, the trailer. Skylander. A quarter mile left to go. They haven't caught Bezos, and Bezos kicks for home, is up by 2. Hatch is to the outside as Major Spin continues to chase as well. A final furlong, and they're getting closer to Bezos now. It's Bezos. Hatch continues to pursue with Major Spin. Blake B up on the far outside is in 4th. Bezos is approaching the 16th pole, is still a length and a half clear. Major Spin and Hatch, they're battling it out for 2nd right now. Bezos looking for the line. Bezos in front. Bezos gets the win. Bezos over Hatch, Major Spin, and Blake B. in 1 minute, 25.29 seconds.
Bezos takes some gate to wire. Chandrat Guberdon gets the win with Omar Hernandez Moreno. And we've seen Omar have success, Anthony, with just letting horses roll on the front end. Got a bit tight here for a second, hatchling all over Major Spin.
Yeah, I wonder if they're going to, if the stewards take a look at this or if there's an inquiry here. It looks like Hatch keeps coming in, and you know, Major Spin kept getting pushed behind Bezos, and there's no clear run there. Omar Hernandez Moreno did a fantastic job here.
He did.
It was a race where you did not know who the clear-cut speed was going to be. It worked so well last time. Let me just put this horse on the engine today. He didn't even have to go particularly fast. 23 and 1, 46 and 2. They're not flying out there, and he was able to establish some separation and get the job done. He got bet down as well at 4-1. You see here.
He actually drifts out, but that's fair. Totally fair. No, he's actually the one just drifting out.
Yeah.
It's not really Hatch.
No, it was just a little race riding.
Yep.
Good job by both Trevor and Jose Gomez. Jose not losing, not giving up his ground, and Trevor trying to do what he can to get out from around the drift. That Bezos cleared the entire way. They will not take a look at the winner. He's got a 2-length lead. Yeah,
exactly. So yeah,
he did a good job there too, Omar. He took a little peek back, and he said, "Let me just see what I can get away with here." And he just drifted just enough.
Yeah, he looked back right there.
Right there.
And he's
do it
clear.
again. Right there. Take another little peek back. I love that. I don't like when they look back like they're waiting for the Q41 to come take them to school like I used to. But to do what he just did is perfect. Drift, drift, drift. It's a Tyler Gaffalione kind of move is what it is. Take a peek. What can I get away with? Okay, I can get away with that. I got to the money.
Well, Blake B rounds out the superfecta. Bezos gets the win of this starter allowance.
Not for nothing. We've been seeing some prices across the board here the last few days.
Yeah.
It's been long shot after. I mean, even this. Look at this
So
try.
this horse took a lot of money.
He did, but I'm even talking about the rest of the gimmicks, the tricks. 16 to 1, 25 to 1, 9 to 1. Favorites no showed. Skylander last time was the time. Swift Tap. He was not good today.
The Cantor Mossies, they have been doing great work in New York since 2016, and it truly is a family affair. The one thing that has eluded them, though, so far, a greatest stakes victory, and Evie Jets could bring that to them next in today's Noble Damsel.
Catholic Boy, one of only 3 American 3-year-old colts in history to win Grade 1s on both dirt and turf, including the immortal Secretariat. A 6-time graded stakes winner from ages 2 to 4, and the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs.
He's so impressive today, the others didn't even have a prayer!
Look for his first crop yearlings at the upcoming sales. Dual Surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Races on FS2, brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Mild upset. Very excited groom for Bezos today. He's finally realizing that potential he was touted to have. Anthony?
You think they figured it would be a starter allowance at
Nope.
Belmont at the Big A?
Nope.
Wow. I don't think those were the aspirations, but hey, you know what they say? The best laid plans sometimes.
Nice try for 50 cents, returns over $487 and standing by with winning pilot Richard Migliori. He's got Omar right next to him.
It's Maggie and Omar, we were talking before we came back on camera, and it's just nice to see you starting to get some consistent live horses to ride. How much does that help your confidence and just to get in that rhythm?
It actually it's been helping out a lot. You know, even coming second, you know, it boosts up your confidence a lot because, you know, you're not winning, but you're getting used to the board and you know you're trying and you're doing your best at least to get them second.
Now, you grew up in the shadow of Belmont Park, and so this is basically home, Aqueduct, Belmont. How important is it for you to do good here? And I'm sure, like your friends growing up, they knew you wanted to be a jockey, that you're actually doing it.
Yes, I actually, since I was in elementary. Yeah, for Halloween's coming up. Halloween, I was dressed out as a jockey every Halloween. But yes, I'm very happy, and I'm happy I'm here, and I'm happy to, you know, be with the horses and doing what I love.
Now, Bezos got very, very comfortable down the back stretch. Looked like he wanted to get a little bit keen, but I thought you did something really good and kind of relax and put your hands down.
Yes, during that, when we broke, I know he breaks really sharp. I knew that's just coming out. I broke, and I kind of held him, but he got a little strong, so I was like, I rethought what I was doing, so I just put my hands down, and he really relaxed for me, and just I think was the main thing that made this race the way it went.
Well, it's really been fun watching you evolve and continue to improve. And guys, he doesn't have to go trick-or-treating as a jockey anymore. He's doing it.
Well, I want to know what he is going to be for Halloween. Don't you?
I do.
I mean, if that's taken.
You know, I used to go as a jockey.
So did I.
Yeah, there's a big difference, though. One of us should have been going as a jockey. My mom was an owner when I was a kid. She was blue and white, like our sub-silks here at Aqueduct. So I used to throw her blue and white on. I think they fit until I was 6. So it kind of... It kind of worked out. After that, there was a lot of Hulk Hogan's involved. Yeah. As I got older, I went as a super. I do the cheap thing. Take my Superman shirt, put it on underneath a suit, and act like you're ripping the shirt open and the Superman's out. It's very cheap. It's very
it works,
lazy.
though.
It's a fat guy. It's a great fat guy trick for Halloween. Not a treat, it's a trick.
Well, we're going to be treated to some graded stakes action coming up next in today's third. It is the Grade 3 Noble Damsel as we see Christophe Clement well represented, though the Cantormasi brothers, Ilkay and Matken, they will be represented by Evie Jets. And as we have learned, it is truly a family affair as their father, Tungay, was very successful in their native Turkey, and he pushed his sons to live the American dream.
Matken and Ilkay Cantormasi grew up in Istanbul, Turkey, watching their father, Tuncay, one of the country's top trainers, win big race after big race.
He was always telling us, I want you guys in the better spot. So he made United States his goal for our future. Oh, you know what? Gallop. Same, back up to wire, same. It worked out pretty good, and then we start with one horse.
This bird can sing. Length and a half at the end. This bird can sing, owned by Cantormasi Racing.
5 horse, 10, 15. Now we have 23 horses. More than financial, we are doing this with our heart.
I think this is what makes us different than the others. One hand is anything, but 2 hands make the work. So this is what we're trying to do.
2022 marks the 5th summer the Cantormasi brothers have had a stable at Saratoga.
Hey, good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning, guys.
Their good fortunes and long journey is not forgotten.
Beautiful morning in Saratoga. But we worked really hard for these days, you know. This one, she's more calm and going nicer for the rider in the mornings. But whatever happens, teaches you something, so you find your way. I believe we are improving every year better and better. So we see from our mistakes and from the faults to do the better things. Good, Tyson?
Very good.
Okay. Be careful.
He's happy.
Yeah.
Very happy.
Every horse different and they all want different things. And you have to do what they gonna be good with. Only him and Sierra? Not yet. Most fun part is the afternoons, of course. When you see the horse you are with every day, you feed them, you train them.
Waiting now for Evie Jets. And they're off. The duo of High Opinion and Evie Jets from the outside. Evie Jets is now coming on quickly. Evie Jets and Messidor to take over in deep stretch and win it.
She ran great. I think she just caught at the end. And this is 17 days between her last race. In the future, I'm expecting to, of course, win the stakes races, and which I think it's very soon about to come.
Well, as we saw in that feature, you can kind of tell that Evie Jets, she is a stable star, but yesterday it was a duo of hard-knocking veteran claiming horses that put on a show for the Cantamasi brothers as Pioneer Spirit just took them gate to wire, fended off nearly every single challenger and horse in the race, and his entry mate, Dark Storm, would complete the exacta.
Back off just 6 days.
Not Montero, exacta.
Yes, the 1-2 finish for the Cantamachis. Big effort from Pioneer Spirit here. See Dark Storm going to battle on to, well, re-rally really to get the place money. And the streak of features being played on America's Day at the Races and trainers winning within like 2 races is just, I mean, it might be the greatest angle. Sterling should be using that stat more than any other stat he uses.
Do you think Formulator will put it in for us?
No, I don't want to. You listen, before Formulator, you had to do your own work. This is great stuff we're giving the public now. If you played a feature, just go tap out. Just tap out.
Well, we just played it again as Evie Jets. She is looking to take on Greatest Stakes Company yet again. Narrowly defeated a heads-up ride by Eric Cancel last time in the Grade 3 Athenia, just to be run down late by Love and Thunder. We'll see what Evie Jets brings to the table. She was claimed last year for $80,000 for the brothers, and she has just been sensational. More to come on America's Day at the Races after this.
How do you become the gold standard in racing partnerships? One partner, one horse, one victory at a time.
Flight line, 20 lengths clear.
Congratulations to all our partners who have made West Point the gold standard for the last 3 decades.
Spun to Run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day.
With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
When you enter Gainesway, you can feel the hallowed ground beneath your feet. 1,500 acres of the finest bluegrass land in Kentucky that once housed the famous Green Tree Stud in Whitney Farm.
It's a gorgeous place. When I look around, all I see is work, but it is an absolutely stunning property. Just immaculate looking barns. They're more like churches inside. The woodwork, the stained glass, the stone, the tile. I've said it a million times. If I could come back in my second life, I'd like to be a stallion at Gainesway.
The Gainesway roster of stallions includes the generational sire Tappet and stallions ready to make their mark on the sport. Expectations are high for McKenzie. As Street Sense's best son, McKenzie is a Grade 1 winner at 2, 3, and 4 from distances of 7 furlongs to 1 mile and 1/8. He consistently ran the lowest Ragozin figures of any stallion set to retire in 2021.
McKenzie is a stallion prospect. It's the first stallion prospect I was part of at Gainesway. You couldn't be more excited about him. The book of mares he got was unbelievable. So we're really excited about him at Gainesway right now. You know, I felt the mares we got in his first book was a great group. We bred a lot of fast early mares to him. We bred a very nice, well-rounded group of mares that can do anything. So we're going to give him every opportunity.
His first runner's debut in 2024. August has been a banner month for Gainesway. On the track, Kirakante's 3-year-old daughter Spenderella throttled the field in the Grade 1 Del Mar Oaks.
Field sent on their way
to become Kirakante's first Grade 1 winner.
Spenderella striding away. 4, 5, 6 could not have been more impressive.
In the sales ring, a Gainesway offered yearling topped the leaderboard when a gunrunner colt out of Heavenly Love sold for $2.3 million at the Fasig-Tipton Saratoga sale.
$2,300,000.
We've been very fortunate to have the support of a lot of successful breeders who deliver us quality product. We try to present that product the best we can, as professionally as we can. It's our goal to maximize results for our clients. We're all very fortunate to be a part of this place, and I think we all just want to do what we can to ensure that it will carry on for a long time.
Welcome back to the program. America's Day at the Races continues as we are right on top of the first of 2 graded stakes on this gorgeous Saturday afternoon. It is the Grade 3 Noble Damsel horses in the paddock. Christophe Clement, he'll send out Plum Ali, Anthony, as she is looking to go 3 for 3 here over the Aqueduct lawn.
Yes, the lone graded stakes winner in the race by way of her Miss Grillo win as a 2-year-old in her 3rd start. I don't know whose idea this was last time to take her off a 52-3 half mile, but she was rated last time. And it's funny, she's been on a lead twice in her career, Maggie. One resulted in a win right here in the Winter Memories over this course last fall, little less than a year ago, a little over 11 months ago. And the other time she ran against Rougier in High Opinion in the Bogey. I'm not going to hold that race against her. I'm curious to see what they do with her today. They keep that pony in front of her all the time. Is she one that gets a little wound up?
Yeah, she hasn't since she's been 2, but they, don't change anything. As she always has cotton in her ears as well. She's 8-5, but we check in with Richie downstairs for this Noble Damsel paddock report.
Well, Maggie, I'm going to talk a little bit more about what I think tactics, strategy, potential pace setup, because this is a stakes race, and honestly, every single horse in this race looks good. They're all making a nice physical impression, as good horses should. Starting with the one Kept Waiting, coming out of a sharp-paced turf sprint where she wasn't far off the pace. I believe from the rail especially, she's going to be the speed here. I think you coming out of those sprints, you'd have to think she's just going to take Ira Ortiz Jr. there. Plum Ali looks fabulous. I agree she shouldn't have been that, dragged up the pace last time, a slow pace. She's a bit of a grinder, a little bit one pace, stays on, but I do think she'll get naturally outfooted by a couple. Evie Jets last time got to set a very slow pace in the Athenia. I think she gets relegated to a stalking role or a pressing role because I just don't think anybody's naturally faster than kept waiting. And then the other Comont trainee, Messidor, she has true turn of foot. And she's a filly that I think is dangerous because if they go a little quick, she can swoop in and finish the deal. She's got an 8th and 11 in her late that just a different kind than Plum Ali. One, I think, a little bit more one pace, one with a huge turn of foot or acceleration.
Interesting race. Now, on paper, I agree with what Mig said here, Anthony, that it looks like Kept Waiting should go. But apparently connections have told you
Yeah,
the
apparently
opposite.
that's not the plan. Plan is not to go. She gets a little lost.
Don't you think that'd be silly? So why?
Gets
So
a little
why
lost
did they,
on the lead. I don't think it's. Or if without any knowledge, yes, I would think it was absolutely positively ridiculous. But when apparently Rodgers said she gets lost on the lead, and then you look at the PPs and her races where she has a target, they're all really good.
So wouldn't have the Floral Park yesterday been a better spot if she got, or last Sunday, been a better spot if she gets quote unquote lost on the lead?
She was in.
And
She
scratched to
scratched
run here.
to run here.
So why did she scratch there?
I don't know. They came when they're coming off the turf, right?
No. It was a good turf. Maybe they didn't.
Maybe they didn't want to run her on a course with some give in the ground.
Anyway, she kicks off the post right here.
She does, and from her inside draw, she's my pick. I think she's going to sit a good trip behind whoever is the speed. I think it's the long shot Porcano, but what do I know?
We never know. As number 2 is Plum Ali. She is the most accomplished in the field and your favorite.
Yeah, loves the course, as you mentioned, 2 for 2. So's Kept Waiting for that matter. Would imagine she's going to be forward. I don't know where she'll be exactly, though.
Evie Jets can be forward, too.
Same thing. Don't know how this race is going to unfold. I guess it'll become a rider's race. The short fields usually do, but she definitely has a license. And she's the biggest price of the 4 you would imagine of the prime contenders.
Javier Castellano and Messidor are hoping they all go.
He'd love to see 3 of them across the track going into that first turn, and probably till about the 3/8 pole, and he could just come and swoop the group. She's closed into fast paces, moderate paces, and slow paces, so maybe it won't matter.
Here's the long shot on the outside, Porcano.
I'm of a big belief. If you're the 5th horse in and you're hustled into a race or whatever term you want to use, and you have speed, use it. And try and steal this thing on the front end. Abner Adorno comes in. He's an aggressive rider from Parks. I would put her on the front end.
As we check in with Richie, who is standing by with Christophe Clement.
Yeah, thanks, Maggie. And Christophe, you've got 2 in here, Plum Ali. They're a little bit different. Plum Ali seems to me a bit more of a grinder, like one pace, kind of keeps coming at you, where Messidor seems to have a really strong turn of foot. What kind of trips are you looking for the both of them?
No, correct. I told Manny to break well and be comfortable, be 1-2 somewhere there. The big question will be, if Ahmad going to break on top, you can be behind him, otherwise you go to the lead. And Javier just to save ground and make one run, and to be sure we got a clear trip, quarter pole wire. But as you know, racing never seems to work according to the plan, so we'll see what happens.
Well, last time with Plum Ali, a very slow pace. She might have been better served that day just to go on to the lead.
Yeah, but we're always usually a little bit wiser afterwards. That happens. She's been well. She's been very consistent. She's very honest, and she looks great. So I'm excited to see her run.
Well, they both do look really good. And this time of year, that's a concern with fillies and mares, especially that they reach a point maybe they're a bit over the top. Both of yours look fantastic.
Correct. And also, when you don't run them too much in the summer, then usually you expect them to be in better shape in the fall.
Christophe, best of luck here.
Thank you so much.
Guys.
Great insights there from Mig and Christophe Clement as we see Messidor here on the screen, who is looking to add to the tally. We briefly saw it there, of Christophe Clement's former Noble Damsel winners. That's right, he's looking for his 6th here in 2022. Rutherine. How can I never say that? Why can I never say that? Rutharian. Thank you. And Naples Bay.
Welcome.
Possibly some of the more accomplished runners.
I remember betting on Kumbamela. I was back at the New York Post in those days. I believe I know I picked her. I believe I made a good bet on her that day. Wow.
Bright Abundance is going back so far that Richie rode her.
Kumbamela was before that.
Yeah, 99.
What do you have to say about me, Maggie? I was 22 when I started at the Post, 1999, 22.
Yeah, I was 12. All right.
There's quite a few of you that make me feel old. You're
You
the
don't
one.
look a day over
You're the one that
35.
you hurt the most. The knife hurts the most from you.
Messidor, she, like I said, is hoping for some pace to close into. But like you also correctly pointed out, that it doesn't necessarily matter with her, as this is her last start to back for Evie Jets, in which we saw in the Cantor Massey feature. This is the one that they were like, oh, you know, the point of disappointment right at the wire, as Messidor just came gobbling up the ground in the middle of the racetrack.
24:49. It didn't matter. She flew home. I mean, she had to come home in 22 seconds this day. The raw time was 22-3, 22-4, and she made up a ton of ground. I mean, you saw there, she was 5-6 lengths behind when we picked that replay up.
Yep.
And she had nothing to close into. It didn't matter. Over a course that, in her turf course in Saratoga, historically plays to inside speed, did not matter. Now, at that time, it was actually more favorable to her running style. But she's proven, you go 3 starts back, going 7/8. They went 45-1, so she had some pace. She came flying home into that pace. Again, last time a slow pace. That was a fast pace. A moderate pace last fall right here at Aqueduct, going 3/4 of a mile. And that's the thing, too, which has been impressive. She's won going 6, she's won going 7, and she's won going a mile with the same exact move. More often than not, these horses have to, the riders especially, they have to kind of time the moves differently or make the moves at different. No, it doesn't matter with her. She does the same thing despite the distance, whatever the distance is. She sits there, she makes one run, and the last 1/8 of a mile, she is coming like a freight train. You don't know much, but it's almost a certainty that when they turn for home and they hit the 8th pole, she's gonna come running. Whoever does turn out to be the speed, or whoever leads this field into the stretch, you better have a big enough lead, because she will be running at you late.
Let's take a look at Kept Waiting, who has tried this distance on the turf before. In 2 efforts, she's finished 2nd and 3rd. But this is her start last time on September 29th. She was coming off a bit of a freshening, and she was, I thought, very impressive this day.
Best race of her career, I think, by a long way. She is such a different filly from the time she tried the mile earlier in her career. We're talking about over a year and a half ago was her most recent race at a mile.
And that was at Santa Anita.
And that was at Santa Anita. And that was, you brought up the good ground. She has 4 races on her card where there's moisture, and 3 races on her card where there's moisture in the turf. She won one of them, an entry-level New York Bred allowance race. Her other 2 races on good ground are not very good.
No,
So
she won
maybe
an open allowance
Yeah.
race.
On good ground? That was on
Oh,
a
no,
wet track.
that was on the
That was
track.
on dirt. Yeah.
Jesus, sorry.
So it's okay. So it all melds together on the PP,
Yeah.
on the PPs. The shadows around. I feel like I'm Bane in Dark
I
Knight
didn't help
Rises around
myself
here
out with
sometimes.
wearing a very reflective dress
Yeah,
either.
it helps because
Yeah.
I get some of the reflection onto my PP, so I appreciate it.
Spotlight for
I
you.
love it. You dazzle. You dazzle every day, but you're dazzling today. Let's put it like that. I think she is such a different racehorse. She's a mare now. She was a filly then. It's like, it's kind of hard to even take those races into account.
Yeah,
She's just a different
agree
horse
with you.
now.
I totally agree with you. And she looked even better when she came back off that freshening last time out.
Much better than she did when she went to the bench. And look, she had a good
Correct.
campaign. So
All right, Meg, what are your thoughts here as they are completing their warm-ups on the track?
Well, I liked Messidor in the paddock. I like her on paper, and I continue to like her in the warm-up. She's checking all the boxes for me. And you know yourself, Maggie, sometimes you could love the way a horse looks, but they're just not fast enough. And sometimes a horse looks great on paper and they warm up and not so crazy about their energy level. That being said, I love her energy level. I love how settled she is, even though she's, on it. She's all horse, but I think there's just too much to like. And Anthony makes such a great point. You do not want to try to outkick Messidor. If you're going to beat her, you've got to put some separation at some point and hope she runs at a racetrack, because she has a devastating turn of foot. She can really turn it on. And I'm always mystified by riders that want to hold a speed horse up waiting on a horse with a kick like her. So essentially your strategy becomes, I want to outkick the kickers. I'm sorry, it just doesn't work. Messidor looks good. And just getting back quickly, guys, Kumbamela, I was actually named on Kumbamela in 99. It was either that day in the New York Handicap or maybe that weekend, and the first race on Saturday I went down and broke my arm, so I never did get to ride Kumbamela.
There's so many Mig stories that involve. I was named on a horse, but I went down and broke something.
There should
Poor
be
Mig.
There should be like GIFs or a meme. There should be memes. Like
Did a
you
Mig?
know how they do these. You know how like when a playoff team, I wouldn't know, I'm a Mets fan, but you know when a baseball team's in the playoffs and it says, "Please excuse my son or daughter from school tomorrow. We have for game one of the World Series." Richie would be like, "Sorry, I couldn't ride your horse in the 5th. I broke my arm in the 1st today. Sincerely, the Mig." I mean, it's
He just
unbelievable.
had
This
those
poor
printed.
guy.
I know.
He's unbelievable.
Ay, ay,
And you know what
ay,
the
man.
sick part of it is?
Uh-huh.
If he could get on a horse in 30 seconds,
He'd be on it.
he'd throw Castellano off of Messidor right now,
Yep.
throw the silks on and ride.
Yep, Christoph wouldn't be too happy. He'd be about 20 pounds over. No, I'm kidding. Mig is very much still in shape. It does take a certain fitness, though, to be riding weight as they are heading in line for this Grade 3 Noble Damsel. Mile on the inner turf course. Favoritism has switched to the lesser accomplished of the Christophe Clement runners, Messidor. She takes on Plum Ali, and the rest as we take on Chris Griffin. He's upstairs in the announcer's booth.
All in line. All set. And they're off. Broken and even line. Evie Jets has early speed. There's Kept Waiting at the rail, and Porque No is going to be in the early mix as well as they get set to pass the wire the first time. Porque No and Abner Adorno, they'll press on. They're up by a full length now and will cross over. It's Porque No into that first turn. Evie Jets is now tracking from second. They stack up in behind. At the rail is Kept Waiting. In between horses Plum Ali, and 3 wide in that tail end group is Messidor. As they work towards the backstretch, it's Porque No, who will try and take them all the way, is up by a clear length. Tight hold here, Evie Jets at the rail is Kept Waiting, is now waiting for room here at the rail in third. Gets passed by Messidor up on the far outside. The trailer, Plum Ali. They work up the backstretch, and Porque No has the lead. It's Porque No, and the Noble Damsel is up by a length and a half. Lone in second here is Evie Jets with Messidor out wider in third. Kept Waiting is to the inside is in fourth, and Plum Ali still at the back of the field with less than a half mile to go. 48.60 for that half-mile time. They work into the far turn, and Porque No is now sprinting for home, is 2.5 lengths in front. Evie Jets. Eric Cancel is coming after this leader now. Kept Waiting is to the inside of Messidor. Plum Ali with 4 lengths to make up. A quarter mile left to go. Porque No now turns it on. It's Porque No, and there's Evie Jets who's ready to pounce up on the outside. Evie Jets puts a nose in front. Porque No is trying to come back to the inside. Messidor with a late rally, and Plum Ali is running out of time as they approach the 16th pole. Evie Jets, Plum Ali is lifting to the outside of Messidor. It's Evie Jets who's 2 lengths in front. Evie Jets sprints to the line. It's going to be Evie Jets and the Noble Damsel. Tight there for second. Plum Ali to the outside of Messidor, and Porque No in 1 minute, 35.65 seconds.
The feature angle is the best, but also the best. The Cantermassies and this ride from Eric Cancel in this Noble Damsel aboard Evie Jets. Anthony, it was hilarious watching people strangle their horses back in a 5-horse field.
I mean, this was something. This was something. We just had a quick shot of Ilke. You know, I'm sure this
So
is going,
happy for them.
So happy for them. I'm sure it's going to be a tinge of bittersweetness with Merton overseas.
Yeah.
But this was fantastic. And to do it with a claim, you know, they made their bones and continue to make their bones in the claiming game. Claiming one for $80,000. That's a gutsy move. It's a gutsy move. Claiming off a guy like Tony Dutrow, who was tough to improve off of. And the fact of the matter is, they took it for the 80, and they turned it into their first graded stakes winner. Hats off to them, and they should thank their lucky stars for America's Day at the Races in the feature angle. Gets home again at 7-2.
And people should thank you for giving that information about Kept Waiting. How'd that work out?
Well, between the Kept Waiting information and your opinion, I kept a lot of money in my pocket today, so thank you. You don't want to nitpick here, but in theory, Porque No did the right thing, right? Common sense dictated you're going to come here for a stakes race, you go to the lead. In theory, the horses that should have been first and second in the early running were 4th and 5th going down the backside.
Correct. And Eric
And that's what's gonna happen.
was aggressive with Evie Jets, got that early position, but obviously let the horse who, on paper, you know, at least with connections involved,
No
could
other
have
reason to
been
be
the
here.
front end, right? And he just rode a great race. And
He really did.
congratulations to Maghan and Ilkay Cantermassey for getting this win with Evie Jets. She's been knocking on the door, narrowly beaten in the Grade 3 Athenia last time, and she turns back a furlong and gets the win in this Grade 3 Noble Damsel. As we will have some jubilant reactions, I'm sure, from the winner's circle coming up after this break. Evie Jets and Eric Cancel take today's Grade 3 Noble Damsel.
Audible let loose on the outside to take the lead. Audible by 3. Audible, no doubt about it.
Internet, 575,000. Thank you. PC, 675,000. Oh my, 725.
What we're seeing from Audible across the board are very athletic shapes, strong hips, and powerful bodies that look like they have speed, which is really what you want to see from the freshman stallion.
Thanks for tuning in here on FS2. It's America's Day at the Races. We are brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, check out americasbestracing.net today. Race 3. It was the Grade 3 Noble Damsel, and this winner circle walk-in brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton November sale. It is the world's premier breeding stock event, the Night of the Stars. It takes place this year, the Sunday after the Breeders' Cup, because everybody will still be there on November 6th, the site of the Breeders' Cup at Keeneland. Evie Jets returns $9.90 for the win over Plum Ali and Messidor, as Ilkay Cantermassey standing by with Richard Migliori. Can't wait to hear this one, their first Graded Stakes victory.
Yeah, I'm so thrilled to be doing this interview. Ilkay, you guys have done such a good job, and with a lot of lower level horses, but here's a mare that you claimed a couple of tough beats. She ran so big last time. What's the emotion about getting this first Graded Stakes in North America?
It's really emotional, and we knew that it was gonna come, and we work every day the same thing. We win, we lose. We work hard, and we know, like, we work harder than normal, regular. We are working harder than anybody else, I believe. We sleep at the barn. We almost wake up at the barn. So this is very emotional, and I love her so much. You know, you can't imagine how much I love her, because she always try hard for us. Like, this is our first win in the state. United States, so it's very emotional, believe me.
Now, I know your brother Matt is in England still, I believe. Have you communicated with him already?
Yes, he just texted me that thank you for everything, you know, and finally we won in America great stake race, so we are so happy.
I mean, everything's been going so well. You had an entry run 1-2 yesterday, now the stake. Maybe we got to leave Matt on vacation.
Yeah, I told him that like yesterday, stay over there. But, you know, Matt is a lot of work too. We work together. He done a lot of good things about this horse, you know. And so, you know, I give him a lot of credit. Of course, we always work together, but Matt is, you know, he done a lot of good things about this horse.
Congratulations. We are also happy for you. And guys, Robert Amendola, the owner, he had a nice mare several years back called Bank Audit. That was his last graded stakes winner. Oh, and by the way, I won the distaff honor.
So happy for Ilkay, celebrating the win for his brother Maggan, who is over in Europe right now. But let's take a look at this winning move from Eric Cancel. Just tipped her out and, you know, was able just to kind of almost hand ride her to victory here. So holding off Plum Ali and Massador charging late.
Yeah, the Clement fillies and mares were coming running, but she had built up a big enough lead, and Eric really, you know, Eric takes a lot of heat around here. I give Eric plenty of heat here. That was a fantastic ride, and that was it was a successful ride because there was some aggression shown. You said it perfect. Hand ride. He made the lead when he needed to make the lead, right? It kind of worked out perfectly. You imagine the long shot's going to go. Everybody else doesn't, and you find yourself in this perfect spot. Well, your job's like 3/4 of the way done. You still have to figure out when to go and get aforementioned speed. And he got her at the perfect time, because if he waits a little longer, maybe waits for her to come back, maybe the two Clement fillies kick with her, have a stronger kick, it probably wouldn't have mattered today. Evie Jets was well prepared and perfectly ridden, and it was great to see them get the job done. But when you go back and look at this race, there were 2 good rides, 2 bad rides, and 1 ride where
he did what he had to do.
He did what he had to do.
As race number 4, it is coming up next. As we do see 9-2 currently on Fancy Feline. She will go out for another kind of family operation, and that is the Jimmy Bond Barn. Obviously, sons Ryan and Kevin, a huge part of the operation. Also, their wife and mother, Tina, involved too. But what a beautiful property they have in upstate, right outside of Saratoga Springs, in their lovely Song Hill Farm.
As a little boy, this was a dream. We've got a farm that most people would die for. It's gorgeous. We're so proud of it. I think it was predestined for us to have New York breds. I was lucky enough to have a horse called Le Carrier. Le Carrier was second to Cigar in the Breeders' Cup in '95. He was a New York bred. You know, New York's really getting it right. I mean, you look at Tiz the Law, Funny Side, so many great horses, 4-Star Dave. So you're seeing them every day at Saratoga, Belmont, Aqueduct, throughout the country. They're winning races. It's the greatest program, in my opinion, and you know, we're lucky we're breeders too, so we get a few more awards.
We breed a lot of our own horses, but we have bought some of them as well and put into the partnership. We maintain the majority of each horse, and we sell 5–10% shares. We're heavily invested in each horse as well. It helps us with the risk, but it also gives them a lot of comfort in that we're taking the majority of the risk. These horses are professional athletes, and they're your sports team when they're going in the gate. And for us to share this with so many people across the country that have joined our partnership, and that's really rewarding.
We found this place and we redid it. We've had it for 23 years. It's 44 Gridley Street. We're a 1/4 mile basically down from the 7-furlong pole on the main track. And it's a little piece of heaven. The walk is the greatest thing for me personally, because I get to follow my horses, watch them come back. I can make sure that they're okay all the time. It's actually an education process because the horses actually get to be around vehicles, cars, but the horses get used to it. We use clear cord a little bit to do some figure eights inside, just to kind of give horses back that farm life that they started with. I think it's great. The horses are out of the stall for about an hour, which is really nice for the horses. We've been fortunate enough to have some really nice horses, and some of them were a little slow early in their life, mentally, physically, and they became good horses.
They're giving their all, striding with every stride. Will's Way has won it.
Will's Way was a horse that threw his heart out and he chased it. He was amazing. One of my greatest horses, if not the greatest.
My heart always went to Barons. He ran 6 grade ones, I think, in a row, and he went to Dubai twice. He was just an iron horse.
Tisway takes the Met Mile with style.
Tisway won the Met Mile, and of course the Whitney, and then was syndicated to Spendthrift. And he was a good horse. Buddha was an exceptional horse. He was a star. He beat Medal d'Oro in the Wood Memorial. They just wanted more. That's all you can say, and that we're just lucky to be around them.
We bring different things to the table. I come from a corporate background, and he's the horse person, so I think I see things from different ways.
Well, I was her dream job, okay? We got to straighten it out right now, okay? It's fantastic. We are best friends. We've been best friends for 40-some-odd years. When you work with your best friend, great things happen, and I'm the luckiest guy in the world.
Truly looks like horse heaven there at Songhill Farm. And Jimmy Bond, he has had success the whole way. I mean, one of the horses that was running when I first started here was Tisway, and I just adored him. He, again, was another New York bred. No. Just kidding. He was a Kentucky horse.
He was a Kentucky bred.
Just a remarkable job throughout the years with the New York breds, with the non-New York breds, and has just really gotten them to perform.
I don't want to argue with the boss, Tina Bond, but to me, the best horse on that list, and they were all really good racehorses, Will's Way was an absolute beast. The problem with Will's Way is he gets lost in the Holy Bull Cigar skip-away shuffle.
True.
In the night, Formal Gold. I mean, there were so many really good, a couple of great horses, some really good horses in the 90s. Man, I'll tell you what, on his best day, though, I think he could have gave all of those horses I just mentioned a real tussle. He was a good racehorse.
And he had that gritty personality, too. I got to meet him at Old Friends at Cabin Creek, and he was still that way, Don't mess with me, looking for a fight. As Richie, you got to ride often for the Bonds. Talk a little bit about riding horses for their stable.
Well, I always enjoyed riding for good horse people, and they are such good horse people, salt of the earth. We've seen it so many times, such good horse people coming out of Finger Lakes over the years, and I attribute it to the fact that they're not racing, for headlines and glory. They're racing to put food on the table, so they learn to get the most out of their horses, whether they're lower level horses, and then obviously when they're blessed to have better horses like Barons and Will's Way. And my history goes back so far with the Bond family. I rode Murdy, Tina Bond's first winner in New York. Jimmy trained it right here at Aqueduct. And won with him while she was pregnant with Kevin. So this is going back to 1987. And it's just been so much fun to see their continual progress, evolution into a bigger, better stable and what they've grown into. And well-deserved, hard work rewarded. And I always appreciate and admire that.
And it truly is like the whole operation, Anthony, when you think about they have, all their own shipping, they have their own farm to raise their babies and layups, and they have their own kind of spot over at Saratoga, which is a private barn. So they kind of encapsulate the entire business within one stable.
Ordinarily, when I don't have a real office in Saratoga, so I just sit in the box area with my laptop and I work. It's great to watch when they win a race. It's almost like the Darth Vader leading the stormtroopers past, because you see Jimmy, Tina, Kevin, Ryan, the wives, and everybody's just marching to the winner's circle. It's absolutely great. And they've had some really big Saratoga meets the last few years. So you see it a lot. But yeah, to know that from soup to nuts, it's a family operation is great. And now I'm pumped. I picked Fancy Feline, and we just ran the feature.
Boom.
I mean 9-2. It's like an ATM machine now.
Yeah, there she is in the paddock. We do see Kevin Bond attending to her. She's tacked. She's ready to go. More on this race coming up after the break, including a post parade here for race number 4 on America's Day at the Races.
Yes, there's family. If we say La Troyenne, you'll get the picture. And of course, form. G1 this.
A breathtaking run.
G1 that.
Dig down deep to win it.
But take a long, steady look, and the word that most likely springs to mind is fantastic. Maxfield. Family. Form. Physique. Fantastic.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Launch your thoroughbred ownership experience with Flying Partners Racing, a New York and Florida-based racing partnership with winning percentages over 20% at Belmont,
Lone Rock to win,
and 25% at Saratoga in 2021.
Ice Princess.
Limited opportunities available now, with yearling partnerships coming this fall.
It is Tell Your Daddy.
Meet the Flying Partners team at our open house. Visit flyingpartnersracing.com to learn more.
They come together from every corner of the globe in pursuit of the one reward that sets the special few apart: the title of World Champion. Don't miss racing's ultimate coronation. The Breeders' Cup World Championships at Keeneland. Tickets on sale now.
You don't need to be a math whiz to interpret the numbers associated with Freud. His runners have earned more than $66 million. Turf runners earned more than $27 million of that total, and he sired 71 stakes horses. No wonder Sequel likes to call him the King of New York. The King earned more than $3,700,000 in stallion awards for the syndicate that owns him, and breeders have been rewarded with more than $8.5 million in award money between 2005 and 2021, paid by the New York State Thoroughbred Breeding and Development Fund. Thanks to Sequel stallion manager taking a new approach with Freud, he is even more professional now in the breeding shed than he was in the past.
We also did change the method of breeding with him. Instead of the chain, we actually breed him with a bit. I do think he is sensitive in his mouth a bit more than the youngsters, and that actually made a big difference as well in the shed.
Welcome back to the program, where we always love to highlight the New York breds. For more information about the New York Bred Breeding Program, make sure you check out nybreds.com. As our next race, we do see a daughter of Freud in number 6, Jet Set Juliet, who looks a lot like her sire. Besides being chestnut, she does have a lot of chrome, though, on her, as she's that dark kind of liver chestnut here. Maggie Wolfendale alongside Anthony Stabile and Richard Migliori downstairs for this first half of the program. And horses making their way to the track here, Anthony. I thought a fairly wide open race. They are betting the filly coming in off of the maiden score against Open Company last time here in number 1, Funny How.
Yeah, I think that's a little bit of a dressed up form too, because that was not a very good Open Company maiden race. I know it appears to be their best race, but we'll see. And here she is leading them onto the track. Like you said, 5-2 right now, coming off the Open win, back in against State Breds here. I don't know. I thought it was a little dressed up.
Arrogant Lady did return to win, although at Delaware, as number 2, Can't Hurry Love for Christophe Clement. She's pretty quick. There's number 3, Juliana's Rose.
Yeah, she comes back to a fast track for just the second time in her career. The only other time she won her maiden by 6 1/4 lengths, 2 back.
Yeah. That's a good point. As Bustin' Bullet, she returns to the dirt after 5 dirt tries.
Yeah, first, and then she ran into a horse that's going to be one of the favorites in the Raven Run at Keeneland today, Fingal's Cave, in her debut.
We saw number 6, Jet Set Juliet, as number 7 is Fancy Feline. I mean, sorry, Liberty Flame.
Liberty Flame comes off the June layoff. She tried the turf last time. She broke her maiden on dirt back in April right here at the Big A.
There's Fancy Feline. She gets back on a fast track, too.
Yeah, I think she's her form's a little dirtied up.
I just thought she hated the slop last time, too. She just looked like paddling over it.
And she's looked that way in all of her wet track races, Maggie. And I think if you take away her wet track form and her turf form, she's 2 for 5 on the dirt. And I think she ran against much tougher and let her inspire you first off the April break. She won 2 in a row. Our other races was as a 2-year-old. I think as a 3-year-old rather. I think there was a lot to like about this filly today.
Well, after 3 consecutive sloppy track efforts, Can't Hurry Love, she's back on a fast track. She's also 3rd off of the layoff. She's actually been better since coming back as a 3-year-old.
She has. The question now is she better as a 3-year-old, or is she liking that wet track? She's also made her last 2 starts with Lasix. Obviously, you cannot run on Lasix as a 2-year-old. I wonder how much that has helped. We'll see. She's going to try a fast track for the first time in 11 months today. It's 11 months and 1 day. So we'll see how she handles the fast going today. She got beat just the nose to a filly in Sterling Silver, who's done an awful lot of good, winning races and hitting the board. She just missed in the Prioress behind Wicked Halo, who's going to be one of the favorites down at Keeneland today as well. So, yeah, we'll see what Can't Hurry Love brings. I'll tell you what, there was a scratch in here for the number 5, Rebo's Valentine, early. It's a key scratch for the fact that Can't Hurry Love figured to take some pressure from Rebo's Valentine. At least I thought so. And now maybe Jet Set Juliet does the dirty work, but Can't Hurry Love could be, if Manny Franco is as aggressive as he probably should be in here, she could be loose on the lead in here, and that could make her awfully tough.
She is the fastest filly, I think, early in here. Do note that she did break through the gate in her last start. You always wonder how much effect that has on a horse as we check in trackside with the MIG.
I'm going to, guys, I like.
Is that his mic?
She's gotten post 1. This is the 3rd for she has post 1. And last time when she got
Sorry for the technical difficulties with Mig's mic. Hopefully we get it straightened out because I sure could use his help here. As I said, I thought this was a fairly wide open race. You know, the 3 inside runners in here, Anthony, all around the same price.
You know, you guys are you're invaluable in the paddock. It's funny, though. More often than not, as pig-headed as I can be, and believe me, I'm one of the most stubborn people you will ever see.
Yes.
I'm as stubborn as I am handsome.
Yes.
You will. Thanks. You will. I will let you guys break the tie. In a race like this, it's important because you could make a case. Look, I don't happen to like the Funny How race. I love the name from Goodfellas. I don't happen to like her last race. But if you were to tell me she looks sensational in the paddock, more importantly, if you were to tell me maybe she doesn't look great in the paddock,
right?
I'd rather have the bad. And I'm one of those people with give me the bad information.
Then you eliminate.
Yeah, everybody's going over here trying to win.
Right.
I want you to tell me when one of them doesn't look like they did last time when they had a good effort, or looks better than they did the last time when they had a poor effort.
Yeah.
But I more often than not will let you and Richie and Acacia be the tiebreaker if I have a coin flip. This is a coin flip situation because to tell you I'm in love with Fancy Feline, no. But I think when I handicap in this race and making my picks, I figured she'd be the best price of the horses I thought could win. Again, made this pick, and I had picked Rebo's Valentine, so when I picked her second, I figured, well, there could be some pace in here, and maybe Rebo's Valentine and Can't Hurry Love will hook up. And so when reevaluating the race, she just figured to be the best price of the horses I thought could win here. I'd be open to any suggestion. However, like I just said, you saved me money last race. Your opinion of kept waiting saved me money last race. So, yes, I will listen to what you guys have to say, and thankfully Richie is back.
Upon request, here he is. Meg.
Well, let's take two here. Listen, I like Funny How a lot. I think she's a very gutsy little filly. She's taken kickback, but she was, I think, more comfortable outside last time. I do think that Can't Hurry Love could get some, pace pressure here from Jet Set Juliet, as well as maybe even the 7 Liberty Flame with Omar Hernandez Moreno. He's been having success letting horses roll, and when a young rider starts winning on the lead, they tend to be a little bit speedy. I like the 8 Fancy Feline just a bit more, guys. She's a filly that does not like kickback, and she's so well posted being outside. She should get very comfortable. I think she's probably maybe the truest closer in the race. I do think the race goes between her and Funny How, and because of the post, I wound up on the 8 Fancy Feline. And never underestimate the factor of the feature about the bonds before a horse runs. We've just seen it be too strong in the past.
2 for 2 on the show today, Mig. Could it be 3 for 3 as you both land on Fancy Feline in here? I'd be willing to give her a chance, for sure. Wow, she just went to 3-1 as well. Because she's a bit of a heavier body filly, carries her weight well, and I just don't think those wet tracks are conducive to her physical makeup and the way that she moves. So she does look sharp out there, looks to sit this outside stalking trip, which, yeah, we've seen speed be pretty good, but we've also seen being more outside be effective.
Yeah, you want to kind of be in the flow, whether it's on the front end or whether it's coming from off the pace. You want to kind of be towards the outside. I don't disagree. This is a wide open, but this is a tricky race, Maggie.
Very tricky.
It's a tricky race.
Because you just wonder how much or who or is going to pressure Can't Hurry Love in here. I mean, looking at the one Funny How, not that she has ever shown as much speed, she does look very sharp out there on the racetrack, and Trevor McCarthy does have that inside post position, so he'll be looking to at least work his way out, you would think.
And if Richie's right and she doesn't love kickback either, like he mentioned about Fancy Feline, the best way to stay out of kickback is to be in front of him.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
that makes too much sense sometimes, but it's the truth. That is factual. There's no kickback on the lead.
How about Jet Set Juliet, who last time out was skipping a condition in against Tougher?
Yeah. She showed speed, tired. I don't love her the maiden field. I know Tough Street came back and looked great, but I don't love that maiden field she beat.
It's tough to trust maiden 25s.
Yeah, tough to trust that field, and I know that was a huge fig for the. Big is not the right word. It was a huge fig for that condition.
And Tough Street complimented it by coming back to win.
I think she ran a faster fig.
Yeah, she did.
I don't know what to do with her. I mean, you would imagine she's on the chase of Can't Hurry Love. Right now, we throw the fact that maybe Funny How is a little aggressive from the rail. More and more, I like Fancy Feline more. How about the money Juliana's Rose is taking? She's right in the scrum there with 3-1, 7-2.
Yeah.
Really a tale of two tote boards here. The 1, 2, 3, and 8, and then the 4, 6, and 7.
Are they looking at the fact that her fast track race is by far the best? She's second off of a layoff now.
Barnes won a couple of races at the meet.
I honestly, and who knows? I mean, maybe Bustin' Bullet can run on the dirt because her only try was in her debut. But outside of her, I could literally make a case for almost everybody in here.
Right.
Such an open field.
And she finished
Great
behind the
betting
filly
race.
that's 4 for 4 in her debut in Fingal's Cave.
Exactly. Here we are. And look, she's by Bustin' Stones. It's definitely a swing type of pedigree. Go either way. Fascinating race here coming up in race number 4. Do note that the next race kicks off the pick 6. It's race number 5 as they are about in line. And Chris Griffin has your call here at Belmont at the Big A.
Liberty Flame. Fancy Feline. All in line. All set. Fancy Feline busts up in the front of the gate. Riders off. Set again. Now backing out the 2. Can't Hurry Love. Readjusts. Goes in. And they're off. Jet Set Juliet with early speed. There is Can't Hurry Love towards the inside. They're going to be 1-2 in between them. Red Cap is Bustin' Bullet. At the rail is Funny How in 4th. On the far outside comes Liberty Flame. The 2 trailers, Juliana's Rose and Fancy Feline at the back of the field. Tightly bunched, 3.5 lengths would cover them all, and Can't Hurry Love and Manny Franco, they're a neck in front. Jet Set Juliet and Liberty Flame, their 2nd and 3rd, is now 3 across the racetrack as they're approaching 4 furlongs left to travel. Funny How is tightly at the rail. Bustin' Bullet starts to lose some placings up on the outside. Juliana's Rose and Fancy Feline, 4 wide, still tightly bunched. 3 lengths cover them all. They went 22.67 for a pressured opening quarter mile. Here comes Liberty Flame. Is coming up on the outside of Can't Hurry Love. It's Liberty Flame now with a nose in front. Can't Hurry Love is trying to stick in there down towards the inside. Fancy Feline, and the purple cap is ranging up on the far outside. Funny How in between horses. They reach the top of the stretch. Can't Hurry Love battles on in between horses now. Splitting rivals is Funny How. Liberty Flame is a nose in front, and Fancy Feline 4 across the racetrack for a final furlong. Liberty Flame to the inside. Here comes Funny How, who just grinds away to the inside, and Funny How has taken the lead. Funny How is up by a full length. Fancy Feline is now 2nd. Funny How, Trevor McCarthy, they're going to stride away and get the score. It's Funny How over Fancy Feline, Liberty Flame, and Juliana's Rose in 1 minute 19.12 seconds.
Trevor McCarthy and Ray Handel get the win with Funny How. And the Delphi Racing Club and Kater Racing, congratulations. She's gone 2 for her last 4 starts, 2 wins.
Like a clown, Maggie? Like I'm here to amuse you? I'm here to make you laugh?
What?
That's the line from Goodfellas, Maggie.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
I have seen that one. Okay, you can't. My memory just doesn't go and remember lines from movies. It's a skill that I don't have that I wish I did.
I don't think it's a skill, my dear. 2-1. If that was a skill, I'd be the richest person on the planet.
You would be.
Listen, Trevor, this is 3 days in a row. He is just he's saving ground.
He's in the zone, man.
That's it. He's saving ground, and it's more often than not, unless it is a bad rail, saving ground is going to produce good results. And he's just doing he's making the right moves, and in the zone is right, because it seems like right now every move is right. Blasting off with Snicket the other day, saving the ground with Shiza Mia, this ride here. All of these rides, you start, and when you can remember all of these rides, you know somebody's doing something right.
Yeah, they made a difference.
Made a difference. It made a difference.
What's that saying? That you can have 10 races on the card where it was all about the horse, and 1, it was maybe about the jock and the ride.
True. But I mean, he's doing that. He did it twice on Thursday in back-to-back races, a turf route and a dirt sprint, with 2 completely different rides.
He did.
One from dead last, one on the lead.
Well, Trevor McCarthy riding well. Ultimately, Funny How went off 7-2. As I said, a completely wide open board. And your favorite, Can't Hurry Love, she was off the board, fading after setting that pressured pace. Well, speaking of the pressure, I'm getting pressured to get off the set. No, I'm kidding. Not at all. So I'll be back a little later to cover.
Who's doing that?
What?
I would never let that happen.
No,
you know that.
Never you. I'm just Mitch, our director.
I love it. Throw Mitch right under the bus. Sensational.
Always.
I walked you right into that. You're the best. Give me some knuckles. Good job, kid.
Thank you. Thank you for tuning into this first half of America's Day at the Races. Greg Wolf, he's got you covered for the rest of the way. Todd Pletcher lining up, getting all those Breeders' Cup contenders on the work tab. We'll check in with his BC contingent and how they've been preparing for this Breeders' Cup at Keeneland.
Quality Road. Proving Lane's End's tried and true stallion making tradition, a tradition that leads to success for our partners and our stallions. Quality Road has sired multiple Eclipse Award and Grade 1 winners, including Champion 2-year-old Colt Corniche, Champion 2-year-old filly Caledonia Road, Champion 3-year-old filly Abel Tasman, And multiple Grade 1 winner, City of Light. He's a leader of his generation. Quality Road, a stallion that stands above the rest.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. I'm Richard Migliore, pleased to be joined by Trevor McCarthy, who just delivered another highlight reel ride as far as I'm concerned with the winner, #1, Funny How. She's a filly that's run the rail 3 times, and it seems like she's gotten better at taking the kickback, and she's pretty game behind horses.
Yeah, look, I mean, first time out, she didn't mind it at all, and you know, she's had the one hole, like you said, 3 times now, so she's had plenty of experience with that, and you know, it just seems like the inside's kind of the worst place to be today, so I just try to not get her buried so much with dirt and keep her clean for as long as I can down on the inside. And look, going into the turn, I'm like, my idea is I have to get out somewhere, and look, she was able to get through and get out in the middle of the track where it's a bit better, and she finished really strong today. And the 6.5 I thought was a benefit for her because, you know, last time inside that 16th pole, she just got up and just got her in her best strides. And today she was really on her toes and she knew what time it was.
Trevor, just watching you ride, it seems like your confidence level is really soaring right now. And you've delivered some rides, particularly on the turf the last couple of days, a couple of Christophe Clément's horses, Snicket the other day, I thought that was a superb ride, and this one today. Do you feel like you're finding that zone?
Yeah, it's nice, and when you get good horses and, you know, you get guys that believe in you and have confidence to put you on the better horses, you definitely go out there with a whole lot of confidence. And, you know, to Adelphi and Ray, they've been so good to me, and especially with this filly, and, you know, to keep that confidence rolling, it was huge today.
Now, I know you rode at the Meadowlands last night. When I was riding, I did not like riding at night because you never get to eat. It's just tough on your body. How are you feeling today?
Yeah, it's a long day yesterday. Busy, you know, a few workers in the morning. We rode 8 yesterday and had a winner. And we rode last night, the 5th race. So didn't get home to eat till about 10 o'clock and didn't get off to bed till almost 11. So, you know, baby's up too, so we have to deal with that situation. So, look, just got out a couple workers this morning, got freshened up before riding the races today. And, you know, it starts off nice. When you win a race, kind of makes it a little bit easier to go out through on the day.
Easy to keep the energy level up when you win. Congratulations, terrific riding. Guys, I got to talk about it. My son Joseph is Trevor's agent. He also picked out Funny How at the Timonium sale. I was actually with him when he purchased her, so it's kind of a good day.
Well done, Migliore family, doing well right now. And
yeah.
Trevor's such a rider who is so in tune to how the track is playing, cognizant of saving ground. He brought up Mig that ride on Snicket the other day. Horse that was probably the 3rd or 4th fastest horse in the race, sent that horse to the front, went gate to wire for the win.
Yeah, protected the rail speed of Baba was right to the outside. It took Baba out of her game and the rest of the speed horses out of her game. That's what you want to do. You want to utilize your horse's best weapons, especially when it can neutralize your rival's best weapon. That's what you want to do. That's what, they're going to battle out there. I don't want to be too dramatic about it, but that's what you want to do. You want to try and neutralize what your rivals can do. And Trevor will save ground unless that rail is not the place to be. And more often than not, saving ground is going to produce good results. He realized that. Listen, he's got an excellent agent. Richie obviously coaches him. People forget, his dad was a really good rider, Mike McCarthy. Really, really good rider. So I'm sure Dad imparts some wisdom on him as well. And Trevor's one of the smartest riders I've ever spoken to. I'm friendly with Trevor. He can take you through a race. He'd probably be very good at what I do. So I hope he has a very long and distinguished riding career so I can keep my job.
$9.80 for the win. Ray Handel, we mentioned Ray, winning trainer there in a Delphi Racing Club. Cut Air Racing, your winning connections. Up next, race 5. And this will kick off the pick 6. It's on the outer turf. Rails out 36 feet on the outer turf, by the way. Mile and a 16th in this maiden special weight. Todd Pletcher among several top trainers who is going to send out a runner in this race. 15-1 right now on Agua Dulce for the Hall of Famer. Well, his most loyal owner, Mike Rapoli, was like family to trainer Todd Pletcher, may have said it best. Pletcher's worst year for many trainers would be the best year of their career. 7-time Eclipse Award winner, 14-time leading trainer at Saratoga. Those who know him best say Todd Pletcher is doing exactly what he was meant to do.
We was at La Mesa Park in New Mexico, and he was 8 years old, and they had a horse sale there, yearling sale. Todd said, "Dad, this lady wants to give me a horse. Her husband bought this horse out of the sale for $800, and she's going to give it away." He said, "Dad, this is a nice little horse. He's correct. Can I have him?" We took him and we broke him, and the first time we ran him for 25,000 claiming. They claimed the horse. He won, and he had 36,000 in the bank. And I said, "That's a good start on your college education right there."
I have never in my life been known except, "Oh, that's Todd Pletcher's mother." I have no identity. I'm just Todd Pletcher's mother.
Todd Pletcher had the work ethic, he had the energy, he was articulate, and I guess I could say he's pretty handsome too. But the big thing was he was a damn good horseman.
And Lucas must be proud of you people. I don't care how the relationship.
He is. We all saw him here at Belmont, and you can see that he's sort of taking pride in the fact that most of the guys that have worked for him are doing pretty well.
I used to say, "I'm going to have a name for you." Like all these big people have names, and Marvelous this, and the assassin, and this. I said, "You're El Duro." He said, "What does that mean?" I said, "El Duro is the person that is the tough one, the hardest one. The one that, like, if it's a group of people there and you point to them and say, that guy, he's El Duro."
Obviously, he's a very unique guy. He's hands-on on everything. You try to go into the computer, believe me, it's not going to work.
Johnny and I were sort of coming along at the same time, so it just sort of evolved where Johnny was on the rise and our stable was growing.
The Shadow, Lightstown, Uncle Mo, English Channel, forward, Alex, Stay Thirsty, Alice Mallett, Quality Road, Left Bank, Cross Traffic, Lawyer Ron, Wait a While, and it's going to be a filly in the Belmont.
To me, Rags to Riches was always the most exciting and funnest win that we've had. The Derby with Super Saver was almost like a relief. With Always Dreaming, we really felt like we had a huge chance, and it was extra special to win it with Johnny.
After all these races that we had won together, he had won the Derby with somebody else, I had won the Derby with somebody else. It felt right. It felt really, really right.
We've had a lot of starters in the Derby. I think we've had 59. But one thing I'm proud of is I think 29 of those have gone on to win stake races after the Kentucky Derbies.
And it's a vintage performance by Vino.
All the grade ones, the champion horses, the number of wins, the money earned, 14 training titles at Saratoga, and he's won 14 in 25 years.
The Lucas organization instilled early on is it's a team effort. I've been fortunate to have staff that has been with me for a long time and a good portion of the 25 years that's taken to get to this point. Without them, you can't make it work. And I also appreciate that some of them who have worked for me have gone on to do very well on their own. So Wayne Lukas has a pretty impressive family tree. Our branch has done pretty well on its own also.
The one thing I contribute to Todd's success is he's always known what he wanted to be, and Todd was a type that anything he set his mind to, he could do.
The first text I sent to him was to Todd and Tracy, congratulating both of them, because it's an amazing team effort. Tracy's involved in the business. If Todd works 20 hours a day, she probably works 21 hours a day. She deserves as much credit as he does.
It's hard because it's a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of sacrifices. He always separates one with the other, one, his family's family, and this is a business.
There's some games that I missed, and there's some parties that I missed, and there's some school events that I missed that, I wish I could have back. But on the flip side of that, I think the one thing that we get in this industry is the family can also share in a lot of the stuff that's going on. So, the kids were able to spend summers working at the barn, and they were able to come in for the Derby and go to the big races. It's not too often that your kids can come to your job, come to your office, and then share some of the big moments as well.
One of the all-time greats, still adding to his records in this sport. I love that, the Todd father. Such a classy individual, so good, and he'll have two in this race here coming up, but he has done it all in this sport, and he's done it with class. Great ambassador for the game.
The most impressive stat on that page has to be the 14 training titles at Saratoga. When you think about the manpower put in by every barn that ships up there to win that title, and he's taken on, it's almost like a sports franchise, right, Greg? He's taken on countless foes over the years, and it's changed, right? It went from being at the start of his time, Chad Brown wasn't a trainer, and that's been his main rival in that race for the last 10 years. He used to have to deal with Bill Mott, Christophe Clement, Linda Rice. The list goes on and on. People that are in and will probably all be in the Hall of Fame one day. So it's that impressive to win more than half of the training titles since you've been training at the toughest meet in the world. It's absolutely remarkable.
Incredible what he's accomplished in this game, and he is still going strong. He's not even close to letting up. Look at the lineup he has for this year's Breeders' Cup. Looks like a stranglehold potentially in the distaff with Malathaat and Nest, both coming off dominant performances. And now they're on a head-to-head collision for that distaff showdown. Let's take a look at Nest, and this in the Beldame against Older Company.
Yeah, this was her first try against Older Company. Irad Ortiz Jr. just keeping her out in the clear. Since the Belmont Stakes, she has turned into just a different filly. She was always a nice filly. She was a filly that the barn, namely Todd, always thought that she had some substance, talked about it before the Belmont Stakes at the draw, that when they nominated her to the Triple Crown, the Derby and the Preakness really weren't what they were thinking. They were thinking Belmont Stakes. And she's won. I don't think she's never raced at a distance shorter than a mile. She's raced up to the 1.25 miles, to the 1.5 miles of the Belmont. I mean, just look at the record. She's never been off the board. 7 wins. I know they've been tempted to try the boys throughout. I'm kind of glad after the Belmont they stuck to their guns and kept her against the fillies, because she's able to exude her dominance. Now, it's going to be a different beast, the Breeders' Cup Distaff, obviously. Just look down the Shedrow alone, and Malathaat's waiting for you. But the way she is coming into this race and the season she's had from her whole season, but from the Belmont Stakes on, I think she's Todd Pletcher's most likely winner at the Breeders' Cup in 2 weeks.
And her toughest company might be her stablemate Malathaat, former Kentucky Oaks winner, who was just dominant on the racetrack where the Breeders' Cup will be. She won that Grade 1 Spinster by 5 1/4 with ease for Pletcher. There's one of the two he'll send out in this race. Agua Dulce, big price, and he also is also eligible that draws in. Don't forget about On the Payroll debuting from the outside post. We'll have the post parade when we come back for the start of the Pick Six.
undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery was a multiple graded stakes winner at 2, including this victory in the Grade 1 Los Alamitos Cash Call Futurity. On the track, his recent top runners include these star performers.
It's Midnight Memories who takes the lead. Midnight Memories, much the best in the Zenyatta. Scores by 3.5.
Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
If you're looking into racing partnerships, you should know they're not all the same. When you partner with Bond Racing Stables, you become a member of a growing family of racing enthusiasts, all guided by 3 generations of experience in thoroughbred breeding, training, and racing. Share in the excitement at Saratoga and Belmont Park, where we've graced the winner's circle with winners like Giacosa, who was bred, born, and raised here at our Song Hill Farm. Get more than just a partnership. Become a member of the Bond Racing family. 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
We're back on America's Day at the Races on FS2. Halloween right around the corner. I still got to get a costume for William. I'm working on it.
Okay. I don't think I'm going as anything again this year. I'm gonna figure it out.
You usually get dressed up?
No. It's been a while. It's been a while. It's been a while.
Pick 6 starts here in this 5th coming up. Mile and 16th on the outer turf. And Chad Brown, like Todd Pletcher, sending out a couple runners in this race. More Than a Diva, the 2 from the Brown Barn. Akela as well.
I think both brown horses are alive in here. I really like More Than a Diva today. Really, More Than a Diva reminds me of a horse I made one of the biggest scores with. Got a Chad Brown horse home at $14 one day on my mom's birthday, June 17th in 2016. Hit the pick 5 and paid $50,000. Singling Wyeth. Horse's name was Wyeth.
What do you like about this filly?
I just feel like the debut, this horse did not have a good start sprinting, and kind of just feel like she got a nice education that day, and now she stretches out. She's inside. There's not a lot of speed in this race, and imagine this horse is going to be forward today. Great daughter of the late, great More Than Ready. She's taking some money to it, 5-1.
And Pratt, as you saw on board, will be famous. Blinkers going on.
Yeah, blinkers on for her second turf try getting her on the grass back in September. She's raced an awful lot recently.
Bill Mott sends out Milieu back on turf.
First turf race wasn't great, but you think she's better than that. He ran her in an intended dirt race last time. That bothers me a little bit.
Another Chad Brown fill in here, Akela with a Rad Ortiz Jr.
She went long first time as opposed to her stablemate who went short. See if she can improve second time out.
Madame Mademoiselle Jackie for Christophe Clement, blinkers off.
Good effort on the front end with the blinkers last time. She gets beat just ahead. Now the blinkers come off. I don't know what to make of that.
Pletcher 14-1, Agua Dulce.
Don't know what to make of this either. I thought this horse might be okay second time out. Got a race over the course too.
Showed speed on synthetic last start. Never been on turf, the 9.
Yeah, comes in, makes a trainer change to Safi Joseph. We'll see how she does from South Florida.
Letter at Gold, George Weaver, first time out, ran very good Saratoga.
Yeah, she was not good at Kentucky Downs, and Andy Sterling and I were talking about this earlier. That margin of defeat is a little bigger than they have in the PPs.
And on the payroll, also eligible for Pletcher that draws in Dylan Davis rides.
Another More Than Ready here. Dylan's going to climb aboard. Decent enough work tab. It would seem on the turf, on the dirt rather, down at Belmont. Worth noting, this horse did not make the trip to Saratoga. Has been training on the training track down at Belmont Park, or down at Belmont, I should say, since late July. Both on the main track and the training track.
West Point Thoroughbred Silks on the favorite here, the 6. Mademoiselle Jackie for the Clement Barn. Had the lead in the stretch, start number 2 here at Aqueduct. Missed by a head after putting blinkers on. That one race experiment over they come off today.
You find that strange, Greg? I find it really strange. She improved 12 buyer points. Now, I know keyed up's not the right word, but she went awfully fast early, if you're to believe the first fraction, 22-2 into that first quarter, and then backed it down to almost a 26-second second quarter. I don't know how fast she was going. I do know that she was loose. I know that she dug in once she was once the horses came up and engaged her, and she dug in nicely. I don't know what to make of the blinker move, though, because in a race like this, and you don't know who's going to run in here and how the race shape is going to be. But man, off her last race, she's supposed to be 3 in front in here. I just don't know what the equipment changed.
Maybe Connection just felt she was a little too keyed up.
Maybe.
Wanted her to relax a little more. Let's head down to Mig for more.
Yeah, guys, I mean, it's a really interesting race. And again, 2-year-old filly, short run of the turn. Trips are going to play a big part. A horse that I thought absolutely had no chance and was completely eliminated first time out was the 4 Milieu, who in Saratoga, she got a bit keen after not breaking and basically was eliminated the first turn. And looking at her physically on the track, and of course then she ran back on the dirt, so it makes her form even, more kind of dirtied up, if you will. I like her a lot at a big price. I love the way she looked in the paddock. I love the way she's warming up. And I just think if you really watch that first race, you go, this filly didn't run at the margin of defeat would. And I just think that there's a lot to like for the 4 Milieu. The 5, Akela, another filly that had issues early in the race. He could take a big forward, this daughter of Kingman. The 6, Mademoiselle Jackie. I like the blinkers off, guys. My understanding is she just started getting too keen in her training, particularly after the last race. And I don't think it's in an effort to take any speed away from her, just to get her to do it properly. What do I like to say? It's not how fast you're going, it's how you're going fast. If a horse is relaxed and their ears are up and they're showing speed, they're using themselves more efficiently, they're breathing better, and they'll last longer. So I think she's kind of interesting there. And also the fact of the matter is the 3 Will Be Famous, putting blinkers on, stretching out off of a turf sprint, probably is going to show more speed. She's been a bit of her own worst enemy, the 3 Will Be Famous, leaving the gate. But if she breaks one in front and with the blinkers off, Mademoiselle Jackie gets comfortable in that good tracking spot. The 10, Letter of Gold, looks fantastic. What happens at Kentucky Downs, as far as I'm concerned, stays at Kentucky Downs. It's like over the river and through the woods. Some horses don't handle that undulating turf course, but her first race at Saratoga was too good to overlook. Just not crazy about the post.
All right, Mig, thanks. So Mademoiselle Jackie, it sounds like that is the plan, or just get her to relax, settle a little bit, but not necessarily take away her speed. She could be the one in front.
You see Trevor McCarthy right now has his feet out of the irons. He's trying to keep her nice and calm. I'm along the lines of what Richie was saying, how, she was getting a little keen early in the morning. The number 9, R. Rose All Day. Junior Alvarado was doing the same thing, just had his feet out of the stirrups, just alongside the filly, trying to keep her calm. And within herself, you see they're milling about behind the starting gate, still on the, I shouldn't even say behind the starting gate, still on the dirt before heading over to the outer turf course. These fillies are still young. They're 2 years old. They're not as seasoned as other horses. So you want to try and keep them as calm as possible. You don't want to leave your race on the behind the gate, on the dirt, in the warm-up. Everybody just trying to stay calm here. I thought this was a fascinating race. It's a great betting race because there's a lot going on here, and most of it is muddled up by the fact that there weren't a lot of good efforts put forth in most of the races these horses have run so far. So it's an interesting puzzle. These are the 2-year-old races can be frustrating to a lot of people, but there are also ways to unearth some good nuggets.
For those playing the pick 6, too, of course, it starts here. Next race starts the pick 5, but part of the sequence, that Pletcher first-timer, Rutter's Men. What have you heard about that horse?
I heard he's very fast. I know there are some conflicting reports on Classic Catch, the other Pletcher in there. but I'll be starting my pick 5 ticket with both of them. And a Bill Mott runner. I'll be off the air, but the Bill Mott runner Classic Legacy, I thought ran a sneaky good effort.
Tough race coming out of it.
It is a tough, yeah. It came out of a tough race. I thought that horse ran a sneaky good effort. Classic Legacy. He's one. If your ticket affords it, he's going to be a decent enough price. He's actually, if you're looking at doubles, he's actually the second choice in doubles. They're betting the 6 Rutter's Men off the board next race in the double.
I mean, that horse back to back, really impressive workouts. Rutter's Men is going to be debuting for Pletcher in the next race. Tough sequence, really. I thought anywhere to find singles and be able to key somebody. Maybe Rutter's Men for some in the next.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds ridiculous to say a 2-year-old first-time starter is going to be the lean in the sequence, but when you take a look through this, that Hill Prince is a beast. The maiden claimer in the 8th race, I wouldn't feel comfortable if I had half the field. I think the same could be said for that allowance race in the 9th race.
That's one of the best other than allowances turf-wise I've seen in a long time.
And then the finale, you got another pretty wide open New York bred race. So fun sequence. Fun sequence.
I would include that 4 in that last.
That always got to be a big price.
10-1 morning line. Yeah, Neuro, I think, is a big shot in there. Working
Bobby
well
Robato back-to-back days, huh? You're really looking to try to bust the ticket up.
We'll see what happens. Pick 6 begins here. 2-1 favorite, Mademoiselle Jackie, Christophe Clement. Trevor McCarthy, 2-1 on the board. That George Weaver runner, Letter of Gold, the 10. Ran so good first out at Saratoga, and then that Kentucky Downs course, we say it a lot, but you could forgive bad efforts there. It could be a tricky course, so maybe put a line through that.
We say it a lot, lives on an island. That place kind of lives on an island, right?
Yeah.
What happens at KD stays at KD.
Post time, we're set. Chris Griffin, the call. Nice Vegas reference.
All in on. All set. And they're off. Speed towards the inside, More Than a Diva, also Will Be Famous. There's Agua Dulce, and in between horses is going to be Mademoiselle Jackie. It's going to be Agua Dulce to take him into that first turn. Is trying to clear off here. Up on the outside is On the Payroll to secure second. Mademoiselle Jackie is at the rail in third. Tight hold is the gray More Than a Diva. Gets passed on the outside by R. Rose All Day for the 4th spot. Then mid-pack is Will Be Famous. Towards the back end of the field, Milieu is back there with Akela in the red cap, second to last. And the trailer, Letter of Gold. 24 flat, that opening quarter mile, and they work to the backstretch. Agua Dulce is in front, is up by a clear length. On the Payroll is stalking from second. Mademoiselle Jackie, Trevor McCarthy at the rail in third. R. Rose All Day and Junior Alvarado, they're in fourth. They're 2 lengths in front of More Than a Diva. Then comes Will Be Famous, who's still in the 6th position in front of Milieu and Jose Lescano, the 2 at the back. Akela and Letter of Gold. Less than a half mile to go. They went 48.78 for that half-mile time. Agua Dulce is still in front, is up by a full length. On the Payroll is right there in second, just waiting for the cue. Then comes Mademoiselle Jackie, who's shoved along to the inside of R. Rose All Day. From the back, Will Be Famous. Akela, More Than a Diva, is tightly at the rail there. Second to last, Milieu in the trailer. Letter of Gold, they approach a quarter mile to go. Agua Dulce and Javier Castellano, they turn for home. They drift a touch, but they're up by a length. Here comes On the Payroll, who gets the cue up on the outside. Agua Dulce is finding more for a final furlong. Mademoiselle Jackie, here comes More Than a Diva, trying to split rivals. R. Rose All Day, grandstand side, Akela and Letter of Gold from the back. Agua Dulce approaches the 16th pole, has a host of pursuers in behind. Agua Dulce is almost there, still 2 lengths clear. Agua Dulce gets the score. Akela up for second over R. Rose All Day, and Mademoiselle Jackie in 1 minute 44.56 seconds.
Pletcher at 17-1 to start off the pick 6 on this Saturday card.
Right after we run the Todd Pletcher feature on America's Day at the Races. Pretty remarkable. And I want to say that Fancy Feline broke through the starting gate and ran second after we ran the Bond feature. So this was a fantastic ride by the Hall of Famer who was in the middle of an amazing renaissance right now, Javier Castellano. This is like his 130th win of the year. Right to the front end, did not ever get any. The closest horse to him early was the fellow Pletcher runner who drew in from the also eligible list On the Payroll. Nobody else was close. You see right there, On the Payroll takes gets a little green when right alongside Agua Dulce. Agua Dulce just kept in mind Javier, keeping her mind on her business, showing her the crop, keeping her mind on her business. Big run from Michaela, who was picking through the field under Red Ortiz Jr. Hey, you don't see this too often. Pletcher at 17-1 and Brown at 4-1. This is going to be a heck of an exacta, Greg.
Second biggest price on the board from a second-time starter from one of the great barns in the history of the sport. Yeah, that is a rare opportunity. 7-5, 9-6. Only one leg in, but on our way to a pick six carryover.
Sure. The way, I mean, it sounds like it's like impending danger the way we describe the rest of this card. There's a lot. You had to go deep here, and you got to go deep the rest of the way. Best of luck if you found Agua Dulce, and best of luck the rest of the way in the pick 5.
We're going to take a timeout. Anthony, have a great rest of your Saturday.
See you tomorrow.
I assume you're sticking around to watch the rest of the card.
Yeah, I'll be here.
Okay.
Milling about.
We're going to take a timeout. Andy Sterling going to join me on the desk after this with a lot more ahead, including Grade 2 Hill Prince, Shug McGahee. He's got the inside, he's got the outside in the Hill Prince. Celestial City coming off an impressive win here at Aqueduct. We'll try and go back-to-back and get the first graded stakes win of his career coming up.
Clariere on the outside. They're coming to the finish, and it's going to be Clariere. Nest, much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths. Cody's Wish on the outside. Cody's Wish with the upset in the Fargo. Malathon grabs the lead in deep stretch, and Malathon has won the Personal Ensign Stakes.
Curling, the classic sire.
Back at America's Day of the Races on FS2 program, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Pick 6 underway. Who would think a shocker from a Hall of Fame Todd Pletcher barn, but that's what we got here to kick off the sequence. Agua Dulce, 17-1. Second biggest price on the board. Begins the pick 6 on this Saturday card. Returns $37.40. Pletcher, Javier Castellano, Bass Stables, your winning connections. Let's go downstairs to Mig.
Thank you, Greg. And yeah, I'm with Hall of Famer Javier Castellano, who rode for Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher and won at 17-1. Javier, were you a little surprised that you made the lead that easily?
I didn't know. He broke so well out of the gate, and he able to dictate the pace, realize very nice, comfortable reading. Sometimes you know how to go fast, how you make it go to the lead, and realize not to fight it too much and let him feel comfortable reading and let him gallop out, develop it himself. Exactly that's what you want to do. It seems to me it's one pace. I watched her replay the first time she ran. It's only one pace. That's the reason I use a little bit to put it close to the pay and keep carry all the way. That's exactly what I did. I was looking for. I'm very excited the way he did it.
Can you feel a horse gaining confidence underneath you when they're kind of building into that rhythm?
Absolutely, you can tell it's a body language. He can tell you the horses they don't speak, but they communicate very well. They're very smart horses, and they tell you a little bit. You have to be aware when they speak, and you have to listen very careful because that's a body language. The horse is very comfortable reading the lead, gallop along, he back and forth, relax, comfortable. He wait for the horses coming up. When the horse he feel pressure, he took off. He give you another year. You don't have to hit it. You don't have to ride. Let him carry himself, and he's gonna take it to the wire.
Javier, great job. Fun to watch you ride. In form. How do they let two Hall of Famers get away at 17-1?
Strange goings on, Migs, certainly. And, you know, anytime they're coming out of the Todd Pletcher's barn, second time out, you could expect improvement, and we certainly got that to start the pick six. Race 6, Spendthrift Farm, 2-year-old race of the day coming up. It's 7/8 of a mile. Maiden special weight, Rutter's Men, we talked about earlier with Anthony when he was on the program. 1-5 favorite in here, debuting for Todd Pletcher. With me, New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling. Good to see you. And obviously a lot of attention on this first-time starter with some big-time works for the debut.
Well, we've seen a number of Todd Pletcher first-time starters, took a lot of money, that have underperformed. I mean, I scratched into the horse from the 5 scratched. It's obviously silly for anyone to bet any first-time starter at this short a price. You know what happens. Todd Pletcher just won with an improbable horse at a big price. Now we'll see what happens. But this one's a firster, and I don't know how firsters end up short prices like this. This is crazy.
Hill Prince still to come, of course, on the card. That's going to kick off the pick 4. Race 7 later today. We talked about going to break. Shug McGahee, Celestial City, who has drawn the rail in the race, coming off a win here at Aqueduct. That was in an entry-level allowance condition. Graded stakes place in the past. Was second to Annapolis at the Saranac this summer at Saratoga.
I think the question in the Hill Prince is, will the pace be faster or slower than the pace we just saw in the maiden race? Of course, this is on the inner turf, and the inside's been an advantage, so drawing inside really helped this horse. I think Celestial City is probably the weaker of the 2 Stuart Janney Shug McGahee horses, but poor limited liability has no speed and keeps drawing tough outside posts. Celestial City is a contender in this race, no doubt. I prefer others, but honestly, the horse who gets the best trip is probably going to win this race among the 1, 2, 6, 7, 8, and 10.
Throwing a couple others in there. I thought this race was wide open.
Well, I had 6. 6 was wide enough for me. I'd be very surprised if the winner isn't among that.
I think St. Anthony has a look, and I thought Nantasket Beach, intriguing horse coming in from out of town. Obviously, he's got to show that form from Delaware here. That's a whole different ball game. But figures-wise, might be up to it. We'll see. Interesting race, and I talked about it earlier with Anthony too. That allowance race on the grass later in the card. That is one of the most competitive races I think I've seen in a while.
Which one, the 7th? The 9th?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought the 4 or 7 kind of had to win it, but
okay.
I don't know. I think the races like the Hill Prince and the 8th race, where there's sort of no form whatsoever to go on, while I like a horse in there, I mean, that's a very, very tough race, so I won't be surprised if a lot of things happen. We'll see how it goes. It's not an easy sequence, that's for sure.
If you got bounced in the pick 6, which many did, despite 2 Hall of Famers, as Mig said, teaming up there, Todd Pletcher as well, and Castellano. 17-1, we got a pick 5 here to help change your fortunes, beginning with first-time starter who is still right now 1-5 on the board. Rutter's Men. We'll have this story behind his name, how it came to be. U.S. Army Rangers storming the beaches of Normandy. We'll be back right after this.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Tabaline has really shouldered all the responsibility. What a deserved victory. Most impressive. Tabaline by 3 1/4.
Somebody's Problem is on her way to winning the Prairie Meadows Debutante. Somebody's Problem by 2.5, 3.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
We take pride in what we do.
For me, it's more of a passion than actual work. I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
Clocker.
Assistant starter. Trainer.
ESL teacher.
I love what I do.
There's so many jobs that come together every day. It's a collective effort that really makes this ball go round.
We are New York Racing! I couldn't imagine working anywhere else.
For me, riding horses in the morning is the best thing I can do.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
Like my dream come true.
This is like a big family. We are New York Horse Racing.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Have you ever wondered where racehorse names come from?
Inside information.
Seattle Slew. Secretariat.
Zenyatta.
How exactly do owners go about naming their horses? The Jockey Club Registry governs the daunting task of naming a racehorse. Andrew Chesser oversees the process of naming horses for the Jockey Club Registry.
So I'm always quite keen to see names that are a good tip to the sire and or the dam. I'm remembering the Kentucky Derby winner, Authentic, is out of a mare named Flawless. Stakes winner, Stolen Base, is out of a mare named Running Wild.
Stolen Base to win.
We've got some that are good tips to the sire. Constitution has some good stakes horses named We the People, Independence Hall. Quality Road has Bleecker Street, which I find, as a native New Yorker, quite interesting. Or even ones that combine the sire and the dam. I know the nice stakes mare Rushing Fall by More Than Ready out of Otondo. Combine the sire and the dam. I know that quite interesting too.
Like anything else, there are rules. You are limited to 18 letters. Punctuation and spaces count towards the limit. A name can also be rejected for being too close phonetically to another name.
A different spelling doesn't change the fact that it sounds exactly the same. And again, we're trying to avoid confusion.
How long is the name protected? Well, that depends on the horse's success on the track.
Names that are currently in use, whether they're active racing stock, active breeding stock, or if they've reached a sense of famousness because they've won certain stakes races. Those names can be protected for longer, or they can be permanently protected. You know, for example, if a horse is in the Racing Hall of Fame, has won an Eclipse Award, won a Triple Crown race, you know, those names become protected forever. So there's a general rule of thumb that if a horse is over the age of 10 and in the past 5 years has neither raced nor been bred, and its name is not protected for another reason, that name can be re-released.
You can still submit your name by mail or fax, but today, owners use the Jockey Club website or the naming app.
You really see an owner's creativity when they go about naming their horses or things that are really special to them. So I would just want to make sure that anyone who's involved with that horse, you know, have the opportunity for a say, and that it's a name that everybody can be agreeable to, that's impactful, has a bit of prominence to it as well.
This is a very nice racehorse.
Well, fascinating what goes into it. And here's the horse taking all the attention on the tote board. First-time starter Rutter's Men for Todd Pletcher. St. Elias Stable, who was named for U.S. Army Ranger Infantry Group that stormed the beaches of Normandy on D-Day.
Wow, that's interesting. Good stuff. I have not seen a lot of battalion runners, who I believe ran for Todd Pletcher, and I'm guessing that Vinny Viola must have been involved with, because he did breed this horse as well as St. Elias Stable, and he's the latest, fastest horse in the world, but I got to think you probably go broke betting firsters at 2 to 5, though you would think as we get closer to post, his odds will drift a little bit higher. Maybe not.
Well, would you say, too, I mean, usually when they, and this is excessive money.
This is crazy.
But when this barn, his 2-year-olds, their horses take a lot of money, they usually live up to the...
There was a time when they were unbeatable. and that time has passed. We've seen a number of them not do well over the last few years, to be honest with you. There was a time when I think Todd was something like 19 for 20 with even money or less at Saratoga. 2-year-olds over, a period of time, whatever, but it hasn't been the case. You think of Saratoga, that Unlimited Potential, who was the one they were betting, and the other half of the entry express band bailed him out. Then he came back and lost his next start, and Unlimited Potential went to Keeneland and lost his next start. Sometimes the works are really good, and they don't turn out to be that good. Now, he may have found the right field, but I know you agree with me, the 10's a little interesting here. Classic Legacy, second time out. And the workout reports have been good on the 6, but they've also been good for the Tom Morley first-time star, Yorkshire Prince. And that horse is a very generous price, as all of them are, with the 6 taking so much money.
Yorkshire Prince, a big work. It was a bullet draw to the gate. Quickest of 208.
And the workout reports are solid. Sometimes you see these works and, like the 2 appears to have good works, but in fact they're not written up as anything particularly strong. And the workout reports really are so much more important, I think, at least I think, than I think most people who bet their money believe, than looking at numbers in the paper. But I think Tom Morley's horse is okay. I didn't love the sales workout in Yorkshire Prince, actually. Curious if Maggie had any thoughts about it, but she's not on. Maybe she'll text me.
Well, let's take a look at the experience here with the 10. Classic Legacy. Echo again would win this race. An extremely tough heat to have to line up in for your first start for this Bill Mott runner. Third place finisher came back to win as well.
The Dam was a good runner for Bruce Lunsford. Of course, his art collector we're talking about is going to Claiborne Farm to stand at stud when he's done racing, which I assume will be this year. Right. I mean, you always sort of look for horses like this, right, coming out of a race like that against Echo again. And I know he ran badly in his next start, but I don't think that diminishes how impressive his debut was. And arguably, this horse was compromised by the fact that the pace wasn't that slow. So I think this is one that could easily improve second time out.
Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day coming up. It also starts the pick 5. Let's head downstairs to Mig.
Yeah, it's always exciting when we're looking at 2-year-olds, and here we are in the paddock for the Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. We're going to start with the 4, Paros, making his second start for Jimmy Jerkins. He ran first time out on the turf, was off a bit slow, kind of chased the pace. He's come back with some sharp works on the dirt, has a 59-4 on the Belmont training track. Talked to Jimmy about the son of Cairo Prince, and he said the track was a bit quick that day. But I tell you, he looks like he really tightened up a lot from his first start. And I'm seeing from a physical perspective more of a dirt horse. So I think the 4 Paros is very interesting. The 2 Todd Pletcher runners, the 2 Classic Catch, and the 6 Rudders Men, who's taking all the money. They've obviously been workmates. They both worked out of the gate twice in a row on the same day. I would assume they worked together. Now in the morning, you're not trying to beat the other horse. They're working in company. I think more sparring, right? Trying to get something out of it, mentally, physically. The 6 taking all the money, though. Just interesting note. He does have a bit of skin disease on his neck. Doesn't mean that he's not going to run well. Just sometimes it shows that a horse's resistance is down a little bit. And, something that at a short price I'm going to take note of. The 10-horse Classic Legacy. He's kind of an unfocused guy, hollering, yelling at everything, looking around at everything, very, very skittish about anything around him. He still seems to me like he needs a lot of maturing mentally to do.
All right, Mick, thanks. 2-5 favorite.
Can I give you a stat that David Aragones gave? You talk, and then we'll get to that.
You want to play this race? You want to play the pick 5?
I do.
How about you get signed up with Naira Bets? I know Andy's already signed up, so am I.
I'm going to sign up again.
So we're not going to get that $25 free play or that $200 deposit my sign-up bonus, but you all can if you're new members with that code there, Cup25. 13 days from the Breeders' Cup.
Todd Pletcher is 3 for 32 with a 57-cent ROI with 2-year-old first-time stars and 7 furlong dirt sprints at Naira over the last 5 years. I'm not saying the 6 not going to win, but a little food for thought. David Aragona just tweeted that.
There's Stormandy. First-time starter, Charlie Baker.
I just saw Charlie Baker. I should have asked if he liked this one. We'll see what happens. Charlie can be dangerous, but taking no money.
One of his 2 in the race. Pletcher with the 2 as well. Classic Catch.
Yeah, this one, the reports are not as strong as a horse for Whisper Hill.
Here's the Charlie Baker runner with a race under his belt.
You always want to give a second look to a horse with a race under their belt. I didn't really like the race he came out of, though.
Paros, who Mig was talking about, turf to dirt.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like there's a little more turf pedigree, and that's why Jimmy Jerkins ran the turf.
There's the huge favorite. 1-2 went by.
Yeah, we've already been through him. Probably win.
Scoot, Dylan Davis.
I thought this horse a little interesting. I always like first-time starters to show speed at least first time out. I think he'll run better.
Was 40-1 first time out. Yorkshire Prince, this one we talked about, big work on October 15th for the debut.
Yeah, I mean, I think this one's very dangerous. Workout reports are good, and unlike the 6, you're getting a big price.
David Donk sending out a first-timer, Fast Boat to Sky.
Yeah, there really wasn't a lot of pedigree, and maybe even a little more for turf.
Donk has Fingal's Cave at Keeneland
I saw
today.
that. I don't think she's impossible at all in that spot.
No, not
Love
at
to
all.
see her win for Dave.
8-1 on Classic Legacy. Bill Mott, second-time starter.
Yeah, this is, to me, if you're trying to beat the 6, you're using the 8 and 10. The other firster that's supposedly working well, and this horse.
Big 5 pool, 210,000 and growing. Who's manning that plane for us?
Mitch Levitas, I think, actually, just got his plane's license.
When did he get his pilot's license?
Just landed in the lake. If you're out at Ackland, you can see it. We're adding a pick 4 starting next Wednesday.
Yeah,
a third pick 4.
Pick
yeah,
4, right?
Yep. Yeah, it'll move depending on how many races we're running.
So let's get back to this other interesting first-time starter. Eric Cancel will be aboard, and Cairo Prince out of a Dixie Union mare, and a work that turned a lot of heads. October 15th, Belmont Training Track.
The dam was okay. She ran Beyer figures in the 80s. Her foals ran a little bit. I didn't love the sales workout, to be honest with you. It was 10 and a fifth, but I'm not necessarily the greatest judge of those things, and to say the least, and obviously they did. But more importantly, it's how the horse is working now, which is apparently good. So I wouldn't dismiss this horse.
6 just went by us. Got to look at him in the back. He looks sharp.
He's glowing.
He looks sharp.
He's glowing. I mean, listen, I put the 6 on top. I scratched into him because I like Skellig a lot in this race. Maybe he's lucky he's not running if the 6th second coming. Always happy to see Vinny Viola with a good runner. He's a very good guy who's a huge supporter in the game. So I like to see Vinny do well, but 1 to 2 with first-time starters. The 2 guys up here, these are not the kind of horses we're looking to bet on.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean he's not going to win.
And keep in mind, too, we talked about it the other day on the program. In a pick 5, even if he should win at 1 to 2, still could pay anything.
Yesterday's pick 5 paid $700. The parlay was a fraction of that. I think maybe not half, but somewhere close. You get a couple of $15 horses in there. It doesn't matter that one of them short.
No
don't worry about that. And if you feel strongly about this horse and want to single him, and it works for you, it works to your advantage. It's never about one race.
Opened up 1 to 5. He's been on ever since. Rudder's Men, his debut coming up for Pletcher St. Elias Stable.
To be honest, I mean, he may not win, but if he does, it's a very tough late pick 5. Maybe this horse could make it easier. Maybe he's going to make it even harder when he doesn't win, if he doesn't win. But I just hate the idea of singling a first-time starter at a super short price like this because you're so going along with the herd, too, you know?
Now, meanwhile, there's the Mott runner, second time out, outside post. See if he can improve coming out of that tough debut heat. Let's go back down to Mig.
Yeah, guys, I mean, I really just was having a hard time coming up with an alternative for the horse taking all the money, the 6 Rudder's Men. But I thought the one, Stormandy, was kind of interesting. He's got a lot of slow works, what we call off the pole, where they gallop into their work. And then his gait works really picked up the tempo. And sometimes horses just that are a little laid back, a little lackadaisical, going to the gate kind of wakes them up. So maybe this is a horse that hasn't fully tipped his hand in the mornings because, again, his works off the pole or galloping into the works, not from a standstill, were, somewhat slow and a bit lackluster. And I thought his gate works were good. And I will say, I really liked the way he looked galloping off. A really efficient, nice moving son of mastery. He was smart, professionally. He was good with the pony and at a big price. I mean, he does have a tough post. I thought he might be a little bit interesting. Listen, the 6 Rudder's Men warmed up aggressively. I already noted the skin disease, which again is not the be-all, end-all, but it definitely is a sign that a horse's, immune system is just a little bit weaker than maybe you would like. The 10 horse continued to be a bit silly. The Bill Mott runner, excuse me, I'm page and I've got wind here. Classic Legacy was silly with the pony when he first hooked up, was still loud, very vocal, kind of announcing that he was here. Actually did a lot better when Junior Alvarado left the pony and got him a good gallop into him. And it looks like he's settled in a lot more, maybe getting a bit more focus as we're heading to the starting gate.
All right, well, that's a good sign. It's sharpening up that focus. Classic Legacy here, second time out. Debuted August 20th, Saratoga. As we get set for a Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day coming up. Odds on throughout the wagering here with Rutter's Men debut coming up. Not just one big work, back-to-back drills that have been reportedly just sensational.
We'll see how he runs in the afternoon. Listen, it was a time when this barn, they worked well and the story was out. You could bet them. But you see that stat that we gave, that David Aragona gave out, it's one to think about. And a lot of times, listen, sometimes it's the race that comes up. But in this particular case, you're talking about a stat for a great trainer like Todd Pletcher, who's done such good work with firsters, to look and see that stat. Let me read it again. 3 for 32, 9%, 57-cent ROI with 2-year-old first-time starters in 7 furlong dirt races at NYRA over the last 5 years. That's a little concerning.
There's something important in there you just said, too. The 7 furlongs. Tough distance to go for a first-timer. That's another part of this scenario here.
It often means that, you know, a trainer doesn't feel the horse has blazing speed. You know what I mean? That is the kind of horse that they're as comfortable going the short distance. Now, in some cases, the 7 furlongs came up and there wasn't a 6-furlong race. I don't know whether or not that's the case. But I think with Todd, he's probably pretty specific about where he wants to run in these races. That doesn't mean he's not going to win, but it is something to think about. Because you think about, and normally with heavily bet first-time starters, they usually have speed. I know out in California, since Bob Baffert trains 98% of them,
just about always
they always
the
have
case.
speed, right?
Oh, you got a quick look at his other runner in here, too. Pletcher, and let's not forget, he just won the last race at 17-1. He's got Classic Catch, the 2. There he is again, 6-1 on the board. Son of Classic Empire, the 2-year-old champ. This one for Whisper Hill Farm. And you can, again, play this Pick 5, getting signed up with NYRA Bets. Go to nyrabets.com or download the app. That pool closing in on $350,000.
Yeah. Lost my train of thought on that one. Oh, you know, Todd Pletcher winning that last race, and that was a very hard horse to have. I watched the first race and didn't do any running, but that's 2 weeks in a row. On Sunday, he won with a 30-1 shot in the first that didn't do any running first time out in the turf. Wired the field in the first race. Same thing here. Wired the field, got away with a very tepid early pace because apparently Todd and Javier were the only people that know that horses can win in the front end. Phenomenon.
And so let's quickly look ahead to the sequence in here. Where did you lean, if anywhere?
I'm not playing. I think it's too tough because I think the 7th race is a crapshoot. Whoever gets the right rides in there is probably going to win. I like Garth Road in the 8th race, but I'm not going to single a horse like that in the pick 5 because I think the other races are kind of random and too open. I'd rather play that horse individually. The 9th race, I'll be surprised if the 1 Tulane, the 4 Dancing with the Stars, the 7 Internal Capital don't win. I prefer the 4 and 7. I thought they were the right 3, but even the last race is tough. The winner's probably coming from the 1, 3, 5, or 9. But
I like Nero quite a bit, the 4.
Okay, there you go. See, I don't like Nero at all, but you like Nero.
9's going to be tough.
Yeah, I don't love him in there. I think he's been very fortunate, but he seems to just keep doing his thing. I'm hoping Deep Cover can at least. The problem is the Deep Cover, I don't know as much Eric Cancel can do because the 9 is probably just faster. But needs to be aggressive with that horse, and that horse can be dangerous, but I'm not confident he can win without the lead, and I'm just not confident he can get it from the 9, even if he went into Ascend, because the 9's pretty quick.
I'm with a difficult sequence, and if I was going to play it, I was going to single Rutter's Men here.
Yeah, I mean,
I still thought it was too
But even
tough.
if I singled him and I decided to be ridiculous and play poorly and single my horse in the 8th, I'm going 6 by 3 by 5. I don't want to do that. I'd rather, you know, it's not the way I want to play. Doesn't seem like a great way to play. And I'm not even sure
Meaning what? Like,
I don't know. Not leaving myself a lot of room for error. That's just not. I don't even think those
you like
races.
To have a stronger opinion.
I don't feel confident in those other races.
Okay.
I mean, I feel like I could play 6 by 3 by 5, but I wouldn't. If you said to me, "Are you confident you're going to win?" I'd say no, because I think there's a lot of randomness to those races in general.
Post time coming up. Pick 5 starts here. It's been odds on throughout. Rutter's Men debut coming up for the horse named after U.S. Army Ranger Battalion that stormed the beaches of Normandy on D-Day with some big works. We talked about the 8 as well with a big bullet drill debuting. Son of Cairo Prince, and then the 10 Classic Legacy for Bill Mott. 27-1 first time out, coming out of that Echo Again race at Saratoga. And Pletcher, he's got another one in here, the 2 Classic Catch. That number's continued to come down. This horse was 8-1 a few moments ago, down to 5-1 now.
Yeah, I'll be surprised if that horse is effective, but I'm surprised a lot.
Chris Griffin, the call to get us started on our Saturday late pick 5 from Belmont at the Big A here on FS2.
Classic Legacy. All in line. All set. And they're off. Fast Boat to Sky has early speed, so does Scoot Scoot. Rudder's Men is in the early fray. Those three across the racetrack. Down towards the inside is Chess Spectacular is in the 4th spot. Now sharing that position is Peros. They're 4th and 5th. Classic Legacy back there with Yorkshire Prince, the 2 trailers, Stormandy, and at the back it's Classic Catch. On the front end, it's Rudder's Men, and Rudder's Men is clear, is up by a full length. Chasing from second is Scoot Scoot, out 3 wide. That's Fast Boat to Sky. Now alone in 4th is Peros. Losing some ground was Chess Spectacular as they approach 4 furlongs left to go. Towards the back end of the field, Yorkshire Prince and also Classic Legacy. They are 8 off the lead. Second to last, Classic Catch in the trailer, Stormandy. 22.53 for the opening quarter mile. They've got to catch Rudder's Men. It's Rudder's Men who's 2 lengths clear. To the inside here is Peros, and Peros is taken second. Fast Boat to Sky is out wider in third. Under a full drive is Scoot Scoot. Ranging up on the far outside is Chess Spectacular as they approach a quarter mile left to go. Still in hand is Rudder's Men. Rudder's Men is doing it very easily so far. Now kicks for home is 3 lengths in front, approaching the final furlong. It is all Rudder's Men just pouring it on here. Peros up on the outside with Chess Spectacular from the back. Classic Catch is running on late with Classic Legacy, but Rudder's Men is just opening up. Rudder's Men, the 2-year-old bi-battalion runner. Rudder's Men wins this one easily. Tight here for second. Classic Legacy to the inside of Classic Catch and Chess Spectacular in 1 minute, 25.64 seconds.
This one looked like it was over early, and it got even more convincing from there as the race went on.
Yes, he was clearly the best. He won like a 1-2 shot should. Still a first-time starter, but a very promising debut. I'm sure the connection's very happy. It's got to be nice for Vinny. You know, he and Mike Rapoli buy so many horses at public auction to win with a horse that's a homebred, especially with the battalion runner. You see him saying he's standing for 1,500, so obviously not a particularly sexy stallion. I'm one of 400, the Todd Pletcher stallions he's currently that he trained. So I think it's always a little extra special, probably, with a homebred like this for Vinny. So congrats to them. And both the 10 and the 2 made runs. They made a little closer towards the end. But
these connections, the phone doesn't ring for them, does it, with offers?
To sell? I mean, no. Well, Mike Rapoli's already bothering and asking Vinny if he can buy in and get a piece. You don't think Mike's like,
that's
come
about
on.
the only call.
You know, Mike's doing that. I mean, he's already called probably. I don't know. There are calls, but I think you're the good point. I don't think somebody might want to buy in. I think Vinny's going to say, hey, Mike, why didn't you say anything before the race? The battalion runner.
Exactly. 6'10", 2-3. Pletcher's other runner winds up third in here. 1-2 favorite. Gets the, look, it's not the quickest time in the world, but it's not easy to go 7/8 of a mile on your debut either.
On this track, I think that's a square enough. I saw that for a time earlier today at 7 furlongs. I'm just trying to see. I think it was the second race, but you know that horse had run an 80 Beyer the time before. So this horse.
What was the time of that?
Very similar. I think very, very similar. So I mean, you run a first-time starter at 7 furlongs, and they run a Beyer 77, 78 to low 80s. I mean, you're not expecting them to run 100 Beyers right away. It's a good way to start. The competition may not have been that strong, and obviously it'll get deeper, but I imagine Vinny's got to be thinking of at least considering a possibility of running in a race like the Remsen with him.
And maybe bigger spots as a 3-year-old.
Well, depending on how he does, but you're always thinking bigger, right?
Why not?
You have one particular race in mind.
6'10", 2-3, 1-2 favorite. Starts the late pick 5. Will be on the turf for the Grade 2 Hill Prince when we come back. Rudder's Men, impressive and dominant here in his debut under Arad Ortiz Jr. for Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher and St. Elias stable, Vinny Viola. We'll be back.
Accelerate, a 5-time Grade 1 winner with over $6 million in earnings. In 2018 alone, he won the Santa Anita Handicap, the Gold Cup, the Pacific Classic by a record-setting 12.5 lengths, the Awesome Again, and bested a world-class field in the Breeders' Cup Classic. A grandson of legendary Lanes End stallion Smart Strike, Accelerate stands to continue his grandsire's legacy at Lanes End.
Great to have you with us on this Saturday card here in South Ozone Park for America's Day at the Races, presented in part where you can play it all at NYRA Bets. Go to nyrabets.com, download the app, and play away all meet long and beyond. What a impressive debut for Rudder's men, getting the 7/8 of a mile easily against this group for Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher with a Rat Ortiz Jr. for St. Elias Stable. $3.10 for the win in our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Let's go downstairs to Mig.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. I'm here with Rat Ortiz Jr. You've been at Keeneland, you've been traveling, but came back. Make sure you're going to be leading rider here at this Belmont at Big A stand.
Hopefully we can make it. We're working hard, and my agent do a great job. We're trying to stay on both sides as much as we can, try work hard and try to be available for anybody need me out there or here, and thank God so far working really good.
Well, you've got a nice 2-year-old here in Rudder's men. He stumbled just a little bit at the break, and you had to squeeze him, but he got up in there pretty quick.
Yeah, he recovered pretty quick after stumble, first step out of there, and after that just put the hands down. He relaxed, very professional, and put the ears up and relax, wait for me, turn for home, quadruple. I look around, nobody close of him, so I just take my time and turn for home, switch Lee, asking to go, and he was there for me.
A lot of natural speed, but he did win going 7 furlongs, and you said something key, threw his ears up and kind of settled. Do you think he'll be able to get more ground?
It looks like he first time for 7-8 for a first timer. You don't see that too many over here, and it's hard to win more than 6 furlong first time out. You got to be very ready, and he was ready. He was running out of there, and he finished good. Finished running, so that's good. I think trying to do a great job. He told me he liked the horse was ready, and he was right. You know, the horse was there for me all the time.
All right, great job. Good job taking care of a baby, too, kind of give him a good experience. And, guys, Battalion Runner has only 9 foals in this foal crop. He already has 2 winners and a stakes winner.
Not a bad start. Precocious and stud there, and maybe that fee is going to rise shortly.
9 foals. That's even less than Britannico had, who was the sire of Medina Spirit, who finished first in the Kentucky Derby. We were looking up Battalion Runner. He was second in the Wood Memorial in 2017, third in the Dwyer, and I believe that 2017 was the year that Vinny Viola and Always Dreaming.
Yep, it was.
Won the
wait, was it?
2017.
Yeah, it was 17.
17.
Yeah.
I think he won in the slop that day.
Yep.
Yeah. So, third behind Practical
Decent
Joke,
year.
I want to say, in the Dwyer. I'm trying to remember who won the Wood Memorial that year. Can't remember. I'll look it up.
We're going to move into our ABR race of the week. Grade 2 Hill Prince, 1 1/8 on the turf. And this is a wide open edition. Right now, it's going back and forth, actually, all over the place. Limited liability, the 10. Shug McGahee's other horse right now, the modest 9-2 favorite. His other runner, Celestial City, at that same price.
The horse who's favored in doubles and multi-race bets is McKinnon. He's about as bad a favorite as you can possibly find. Now, maybe he'll be aggressive and no one else will be, and he'll wire the field. Otherwise, he looks too slow to win, first time Chad Brown or not. But limited liability seems like he's been a very unlucky horse. He's got some really tough posts.
And it's going to be that
Tough
potentially
one
that way
today.
again this afternoon out of the chute here from the outside. Several you can make a case for in this race.
Oh, sure, absolutely. I picked the 6 in this race, Be Better. I'm just hoping that Irad is aggressive with this one. I think he is the speed of the speed, and I think a lot of people will look at him and make a comment, which is fair to make. He's run very well twice with Lasix and very poorly twice without it. Todd Pletcher, his trainer, he's pretty good, and he knows that, and he's still going to run him here without Lasix. So I'm going to guess that he's confident that he'll run fine without it, and hope that's the case. He has a little bit of turf pedigree. He's certainly got some ability, and he could be the speed of the speed.
All right, I got a hint for you, by the way, as we go to break.
I'm ready.
2017 Wood, Rajiv.
Oh, Irish War Cry.
Yes, indeed.
Wow.
We're going to take a timeout. We're going to have the story of the horse this race is named after, Hill Prince, when we come back. What an incredible career he had. If you don't know his story, you will want to hear it. Precocious and brilliant throughout his career. It's stud as well. Stay with us.
They say breed the best of the best and hope for the best.
Vekoma broke well on the outside and is.
But you don't expect to get speed like this.
Is Vekoma the one to catch? Vekoma has a 5-length lead in this Grade 1 quarter. As Vekoma continues to battle on down at the rail, it is Vekoma who's going to win the Met Mile.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 Grade 1s, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Beyer speed figures, a 3-time Grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
The November sale has become literally a star of stars sale.
Horse for horse, it's probably incomparable with any other sale in the world.
Whether you're a consignor, you're a buyer, or you're just a fan of the sport, it's the one you want to be watching. The best mares fold to the best stallions. I think it's really one of the highlights in the industry.
All of the top broodmare prospects will be converging on a stage that you will literally have buyers from all over the world fighting it out while those horses are standing in the auction ring.
You can barely move inside the pavilion. There's so many people here, and the buzz is electric. You can't replicate that anywhere in the world, in my opinion.
To have horses in this Fasig-Tipton November sale is what all owners dream of. It means that your mare was one of the best racing on the racetrack. It's the night of the stars.
9-5, give me 10 million. 9-5, now to 9-5, 9-7, give me 3.5.
Not a cat, but a llama. Up for the lead. Not a cat from a llama is in front. Play It Loud continues to fight on bravely as they come down to the finish. Not a cat, but a llama, and Play It Loud. Not a cat, but a llama by a hard-fought head.
2013 Hill Prince winner, Not a Cat But a Llama, winning the Grade 3 at the time. Hill Prince under John Velasquez. Mike Rapoli Silks for Todd Pletcher.
No, I'm hoping to see those Silks go to the winner's circle for this race. as I picked Be Better. He needs to be better on the
We'll
turf.
find out if he can get it done yet. Turf debut coming up for Be Better.
It is not the strongest year for 3-year-old American turf horses.
I know one horse that would tend to disagree.
Oh,
with
there's
you.
one good one, Annapolis.
I want to play a game with you real quick. It's taboo, so I'll say a word. You say the next word that comes into mind. So if I say, not a cat, but a
llama.
That's actually how the horse got named. So
Oh.
they were
Oh,
truly
I've heard
playing the
that,
game.
right.
Mike Rapoli and his wife. Apparently, his wife said, you would think most people would say dog. She
Oh.
blurted out llama. That's how the name
like that.
came to be. I don't know how you get llama from cat.
Well, not without knowing there's a horse named Not a Cat but a Llama. Yeah, that's a little hard.
That forever changed the rules of taboo. I guess
I'll
everyone's
never
gonna
look
start
at a
saying
cat
llama.
the same again,
Yeah.
or a llama.
This is Elise Jacobs, who Mike Rapoli generously, she had a love affair with Not a Cat But a Llama. She loved this horse for the longest time. Mike Rapoli knew about it, and one day, casually walking, I believe, through the tunnel to the main track for the paddock, said to Elise, he's yours, by the way, when he's done racing.
Elise works at NYRA, by the way. That's
who
an
part
important.
of Horsemen's Relations Association. You'll see her a lot in the trophy presentations. And now, Not a Cat But a Llama at home with her. So very cool story. And Mike Rapoli, very generous, giving this horse to Elise, someone else that knows Not a Cat But a Llama, up close and personally, Maggie Wolfendale.
Yeah, Greg, I get to see him every day now that I am at the same farm that he is retired to with Elise. And he is the same old Not a Cat But a Llama, a little bit more subdued, I would say. He took his racing quite seriously, but he is thriving in his second career. And it's really fun at the farm. There are 3 stakes horses. My horse, 91 Assault, Louisiana bred stakes winner. Royal Albert Hall, who won a stakes here at Aqueduct, and multiple, obviously Llama's the most talented of them, but it's a really cool niche in the barn. And he was always a favorite, based mainly for the name, but it was really cool that he was a really good horse on the track too, Greg.
Yeah, he was indeed. Let's learn more about the race, the horse this race was named after. Incredibly distinguished from the get-go. Hill Prince did not take long to distinguish himself on the racetrack. Co-champion at 2, horse of the year in an incredible 3-year-old campaign, and a champion older horse as well. Even thrived at stud in his second career. Here's more on the accomplishments of the great Hill Prince. Trained by J.H. Casey Hayes, Hill Prince was bred by Hall of Fame member Christopher Chenery, who was also one of the founders of the New York Racing Association. In 1949, Hill Prince won 6 of 7 races and was named co-champion of his division. It was as a sophomore, however, where the regally bred son of Prince Kilo and Hill Dean selected his time to shine. Hill Prince collected 6 victories from 15 trips to the post, including the Wood Memorial, Preakness Stakes, Withers, Jerome Handicap, and Jockey Club Gold Cup. His win in the Gold Cup was over Hall of Famer and world champion Knorr. Honored as the 1950 Horse of the Year and champion 3-year-old male, Hill Prince competed as a 4- and 5-year-old. He was the champion older male in 1951. Hill Prince retired in 1952 with 17 wins from 30 starts and over $422,000 in the bank. As a stallion, Hill Prince sired 23 stakes winners, including the dams of Hall of Fame members Dark Mirage and Shuvi. He was inducted into the Hall of Fame in 1991. I listened to that piece. My only question is, why did it take so long?
Yeah.
This 3-year-old campaign was out of this world. Withers, Wood Memorial, Jerome, Jockey Club Gold Cup, Preakness.
Came right after Citation, and remarkable record, absolutely. I mean, you make $400,000 back then, you made it the hard way. He was some racehorse.
This year's edition, Grade 2 Hill Prince, is coming up next for us, and it is a wide open edition. This year's still our favorite on the board. 4-1 in here with a horse who's going to have to try and work out a trip from that outside post. There he is. That's our current favorite. Limited liability, the 10 for Shug McGahee. 1 of 2 for Shug in the race. Let's go back down to Maggie.
Greg, what a fascinating race we have here for this Grade 2 Hill Prince. We'll start with the horse that is trying the turf for the first time in number 6, Be Better. And Andy and I were discussing this. You know, his best races have come when he's able to run on Lasix. But also, if you do have a horse that has propensity to bleed, the turf is such a more forgiving surface for them. They're not taking kickback. They're not getting their airways interfered with. It's just easier for them. And obviously, this is a horse that does have talent. You can see it. He's beautiful. He's kind of your quintessential Uncle Mo physical, you know, big, bulky type of horse. But there's nothing about him that says turf to me physically. I could be completely off base here. Obviously, they've liked what they've seen from him working on it up at Saratoga. I am paid to give my honest opinion. That's just my honest opinion. He just does not strike me as a turf horse looking at him here in the paddock today. Let's move on to the 2 Chad Brown runners. Making his first start for the barn is number 7, McKinnon. I'm under the impression, and keep in mind, I've never seen this horse before, that he really hasn't gone on physically from 2 to 3. He's pretty small, and while he's well muscled, he's well turned out, and a mile seemed to be the better distance for him as he's going to try to go the 9 furlongs yet again here. It just feels like he's a horse that probably peaked at the tail end of his 2-year-old season. As I do like, though, the appearance of Chad's other horse in here, Unanimous Consent. He was always one that was smaller, and earlier this year I thought he didn't go on from 2 to 3. Well, he's filled out and then some. Having that break in the middle of summer, which Chad mentioned, he had a bit of an illness, so he missed some time there, but he looked as though he came up a little bit short in that Virginia Derby, and he looks solid, fit, and ready to go second off the bench. But limited liability in here, Greg. This is probably the best I've ever seen this horse look, and he's behaving. He is a horse that does tend to run a bit hot. So I want to watch him and how he behaves out on the racetrack, but he just seems more focused than what I've seen from him in previous efforts.
All right, we will get to the post parade coming up. So 4 to 1, he remains your favorite right now from that outside slot.
Yeah, the post isn't as big a problem as the lack of pace.
I want to remind you, next Thursday, you talked about it earlier in the program, new wager coming our way. Belmont at the Big A, middle pick 4. Go to NYRABets.com for daily tickets. Anthony Stabile will have them up, and great to have that addition. Here's Celestial City, the other Shug McGahee runner. He gets the inside post, Jose Lezcano.
The post does this horse a lot of favors, and it should enable him to get good position, which can only help his chances.
Grand Sonata, Todd Pletcher at 5 to 1.
I think this one is dangerous for Todd. He's run well enough at times.
Constitution Lawyer next door, 26 to 1. Blinkers come off.
I don't like him, but at 3 times the price of the 5, I'd like to take a little 5 to 2 that he beats the 5.
Definitely could get a piece of it. Huge number. Nantasket Beach comes in from Delaware.
He just off a slow maiden win. He looks like a long shot to me.
34 to 1. Abner Adorno rides. St. Anthony taking money in here, coming from the West Coast. Ran at Kentucky Downs.
I'm not sure why. I just didn't think he was good enough, but we'll see.
Thoroughgraph rides. He has some big figures. Be Better turf debut for Todd Pletcher.
I'm hoping he tries to wire the field. I mean, either the 6 or 7 is supposed to go to the front here. If some horse seizes the bull by the horns, it's going to give him a real advantage. I hope it's him.
Here's McKinnon. He moves to the Chad Brown barn. He was 3rd in last year's Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf.
As the likely favorite, I think he's a horrendous bet. But if he gets to the front, it'll improve his chances. Chad Brown's had him for about 3 weeks, it looks like. You really think that's going to turn his career around?
Here's one of his stablemates here, Unanimous Consent, Manny Franco aboard.
He's a better horse than McKinnon, but he, like the 10, figures to be pace compromised, but maybe second off a layoff will help him.
Wicked Fast at 12 to 1 for Mike Maker, who takes over training duties.
If a long shot wins this race or runs effectively, he's the one I would take.
And still modestly your favorite here. Limited Liability, the other one for Shug.
I think if this race, if there was some bad speeds, you knew we're going to set an honest pace and sort of make it a fairly run race, I think he would be the horse to beat. But I'm just afraid the dynamics of this race, along with his outside post, are going to make it really tough. I think he's a good horse, and at some point he's going to get the right trips and races and win some good races. I just don't know if today's going to be that day.
Yeah, Jose Ortiz got his work cut out for him. You want to keep your eyes on him to see how he navigates to try and save some ground early in this race. Grade 2 Hill Prince, ABR Race of the Week, when we come back on America's Day at the Races.
It was just put together like a machine, and he had a great mind. Everything about him was what you'd want.
Tis the Law pops the cork in the champagne. Tis the Law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
I've never seen him get tired.
Respect the law. Tis the Law.
His structure is just perfect. His bone is perfect.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
He's everything you would look for in a horse.
Back on America's Day at the Races, the countdown on for Andy Serling and everybody for Halloween. You give out candy to the kids, don't you?
I go out for Halloween. I'm little. You know, with a mask on, they don't know that I'm bald.
3 minutes to post in our ABR Race of the Week here coming up. Grade 2 Hill Prince, and there again, horse that's going to have to try and work out a trip and looks to be pace compromised, but still is taking plenty of money in here, limited liability.
Yeah, but I mean, you look at his races, right? I mean, last time, I want to point out his last race, Virginia Derby, where he finished third and unanimous consent finished fourth. The comment is squeezed. He wasn't squeezed. I thought Jose Ortiz gave him a great ride. He got him through between horses. He put him through. He was never squeezed. If you watch the head-on, which I did, you can see he doesn't get squeezed. It shows the back angle. He was not squeezed. He got through a relatively tight spot, but he got a very good ride from Jose. But he's constantly compromised by his lack of pace. Now, in this case, he was compromised by the fact that Compensis ran a much better race than he did. Probably shouldn't have gotten caught for second. I think he's a nice horse. I think he's run some good races, but when you have no speed at all, it just constantly puts you at the mercy of the race dynamics in this race on paper.
It is going to be slow early, yeah.
No speed.
Celestial City, he could be a lot more forward and tactical than his stablemate, and Jose Lezcano is usually acutely aware of taking advantage of that.
Well, not yesterday it wasn't, but okay. Yeah, I mean, I think naturally he's got a little bit more speed. And with his rail post, I mean, listen, if they wanted to be aggressive with him, he could be in front. And I'll be honest with you, I think it'd be the right move for two reasons. Number one, it would probably help him. But number two, it wouldn't hurt his uncoupled stablemate either if he went a little bit faster. Now, I don't think he'd have to go that fast. In all likelihood, Irad on Be Better or Flavien Prat are going to show the little bit of aggression that'll be necessary to get the lead, but he could be forward. Nantasket Beach could be forward if that rider, and sometimes the out-of-town riders didn't get the message that you have to rate every horse. And if I'm riding a long shot, I mean, one thing you need to do with long shots is take a little bit of chance and give them a little thing extra.
Was that with you? I talked about it the other day. There's McKinnon in here who, at one time, he showed sprint speed on the grass.
Yeah, no, he could be the speed, and Flavien's not afraid to be aggressive.
7-2 right now on him, debuting for the Chad Brown Bar in the 7. Let's go back down to Maggie.
I am utterly perplexed at what makes McKinnon a favorite in here. I know he's not a heavy favorite, but Not for me. As we'll take a look at Shug McGahee's other runner towards the inside, Celestial City. I've been waiting for this horse to get more ground, and he gets the 9 furlongs today. He just is built that way. He's tall, he's leggy, he looks sensational. Honestly, both of Shug's horses, although I'm not picking either of them, look great. And as you said, tactically, he has a bit more of an advantage in that inside post, a little bit more early speed. For me, the thing that holds me back with him is I don't know. I still question the overall quality of the field that he beat last time. But for me, 9-2 seems more than generous on him. Well, we were talking about the pace scenario. I said to Ray Handel in the paddock with constitutional lawyer, Ray, why have you never put this horse back on the lead again? He said, because he blows the first turn. I said, Ray, the only time this horse has ever won a race is when he was on the front end. I know he got out a bit, but why not? And Dylan walked up right at the same time and said, I agree. So we'll see if they actually do that, but why not? And this horse does not look like a 36-1 shot, Greg. He looks fantastic, really, and I think he has improved his form a bit on the turf. He looks like a turf horse. Again, I don't love him as a win candidate, but I thought they could be aggressive with this horse, who I like is getting on his toes as they approach the gate.
Yeah, I don't get how this is really, I mean, there's one other horse, a bigger price, but he's the horse that you're making that monster number.
I'll put it this way. The fact that he's 38-1 now and the 5 is 11-1 to me is comical. It's just comical. I'm not saying the 5 couldn't finish ahead of him, but at best it's a coin flip. I wish there was sort of head-to-head betting and I could take a little 5-2 from somebody that the 3 finishes better than the 5. I'd be in for 100 of that. You know, we'll see who seizes the bull by the horns. Somebody should go, and usually around here, if one person's aggressive, everybody else acquiesces.
Post time coming up. I thought St. Anthony's got some big numbers he's ran out on the West Coast. We'll see.
Yeah, I didn't see him, but yeah, he's a price, and you kind of like him. It's fine. I'm going to hope the 6 is aggressive. We'll see what happens. It's so hard to know. It's just so hard to know.
Will he be aggressive? Will McKinnon with Flavien Prat be aggressive? He's the one who's shown he could be the quickest in the field at one time in his career. Grade 2 Hill Prince. We're set. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
St. Anthony. Limited liability. All in line. All set for the Hill Prince. And they're off. Slight stumble for Celestial City to the inside. Nantasket Beach has got early speed. There's Be Better. McKinnon is in the blue silks as they get set to come out of the chute. It's Constitution Lawyer and Dylan Davis down towards the inside, and now they've got a nose in front. Nantasket Beach is tracking in second. McKinnon makes it 3 across the course as they get set to pass the wire the first time. Now Nantasket Beach takes it to McKinnon. They're 1-2. Constitution Lawyer's taken back to third. In behind them is Grand Sonata, who's 4 lengths off the leaders. Be Better is tracking in 5th. In behind that, Unanimous Consent with St. Anthony. Then the gray is Limited Liability. Celestial City, and the trailer is Wicked Fast. They work around this turn. It's Nantasket Beach who's got the lead, is up by 3/4 of a length. McKinnon is stalking right there in second. Constitution Lawyer is at the rail in third. Be Better is moving forward, is in fourth. Tightly at the rail is Grand Sonata, gets passed up on the outside from Unanimous Consent. In between horses there mid-pack is St. Anthony. Limited Liability is in the clear up on the far outside. Celestial City is second to last, and the trailer still Wicked Fast. 49.83 for that half-mile time as they get set to move into the far turn. And on the front end, it's Nantasket Beach. McKinnon is right there in second, ready to pounce as they move into the turn. Be Better is to the outside of Constitution Lawyer. They are third and fourth as it's still Nantasket Beach and McKinnon. Constitution Lawyer, then comes Be Better. Looking for room there is Grand Sonata. It is bottled up in between horses. Celestial City is making a move. They turn for home. It's McKinnon who takes it to Nantasket Beach. Celestial City is looking for room to the inside of Constitution Lawyer. Now tips towards the outside. McKinnon's got the lead. Celestial City is in pursuit. Up on the far outside is Grand Sonata who's in the clear. Celestial City is now pushed on past McKinnon. It's Celestial City who's going to win the Hill Prince. Celestial City over a tight photo there. McKinnon with an oncoming Wicked Fast from out of nowhere, and Grand Sonata in 1 minute 50.27 seconds.
Celestial City, Jose Lezcano, Shug McGahee with the win of the Grade 2 Hill Prince.
You know, you get a one post like that in this kind of situational race, and it just makes your life so much easier. And it made Jose Lezcano's. He wasn't aggressive, but he never left the rail. And the rail has been a real advantage with the rails being at 0 on the inner turf all week. So he left the rail coming to the 8th pole. So approximately 88% of the race, he was down on the inside. That's enough that you need. He was much the best here getting it done. Right trip, but he was best in this race. McKinnon actually ran well because he never did see the rail. Stalking an overmatched rival, nonetheless, finishes second. 1-2-7. Limited liability, never got the right trip. Same thing for horses like Unanimous Consent, never saw the inside. And Maggie was right about the horse I like, the 6. He didn't handle the turf at all.
7-2, he did wind up going off your slight favorite, Celestial City. And with a ground-saving ride from Jose Lezcano, picks up the first graded stakes win of his career and his 3rd win overall.
Yeah, this is a horse that's just, you know, he's run consistently well for Shug. Unfortunately, never won when I bet him, but gets it done here and gets a nice win here in the Grade 2 Hill Prince. And we'll see if they're looking to run in a race like the Hollywood Derby next for him.
1, and it looks like McKinnon holds off Grand Sonata for second. 1-7-2-9. Celestial City with the victory owned by Stuart Janney, son of Uncle Mo. 3rd win, 9 tries for him, all coming on turf. And Jose Lezcano delivers. He's had some big wins. Named National Rider of the Week a couple of weeks ago, filling in, winning on Warlike Goddess.
It's just, and I'm not trying to be critical of the horse, a nice horse, but it really shows how post position such an advantage when you have the rails down at 0, and the rail's been an advantage like it's been, and even though Trevor McCarthy's been the only one seemingly aware of it as much here, it just makes it so much easier for you. But he ran well today. He easily defeated the field.
7-2 over 4-1 over 5-1, 1-7-2-9 in the Grade 2 Hill Prince, Celestial City. Back-to-back wins, a other than win here at Aqueduct, and now a Grade 2. The step up in class. We'll be back. More to come on this Saturday edition of America's Day at the Races.
Oscar knows basketball. Oscar knows Kentucky fans are crazy. Oscar knows God is great.
Life is Good now moves down to the inside, and they're coming for the finish. It is Life is Good still in front. Life is Good is the winner.
Oscar knows life is good.
When the thoroughbred world descends upon Lexington this November, there is one place you need to be. The place where history comes alive with every championship victory.
He's authentic indeed.
The place where the future is built with the fall of a gavel. The place that exists to be the heart of this industry. The center of it all. Home to the November breeding stock sale and 2022 Breeders' Cup. Keeneland.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back at America's Day at the Races, program brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Our ABR Race of the Week, it goes to Celestial City, Grade 2 Hill Prince winner for Hall of Famer Shug McGahee. Stuart Janney with Jose Lezcano in the irons. Ground-saving trip and spurts clear when he got an opening in the stretch.
And listen, he's run well in other races. He had run well up in Saratoga when he finished third, I believe, in our Hall of Fame. He's improved for Shug, typical Shug situation, and he was unlucky with the post draw with the 10, but he was fortunate with this post draw. Sometimes the luck works both ways for you. Not often, but in this case it did, and he
Pick
gets
three
it done.
was
Nice
crazy. All because of Agua Dulce for Todd Pletcher. Odds-on favorite for Pletcher Rutter's men. Now this horse who went off favorite. But a 17-1 shot for Pletcher second time out results in a massive pick three. $281 for a dollar.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. Paid a good 50% over the parlay if you use the double price.
Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
Here with Shug McGaughey, Jose Ortiz talking about limited liability, but Shug did say to me that Jose Lezcano delivered quite a good ride from that inside post position aboard Celestial City today.
Well, he did. You know, he didn't break that good and kind of grabbed himself leaving there and got back a little farther than I thought he would, but maybe that's what he wants to do. You know, he's been some seconds and thirds, and, you know, he won a allowance race here the other day, but, you know, he really exploded today. I was really pleased with him.
It's been a gradual process stretching this horse out. Is he one that you thought earlier on was more of a miler type, or was it just finding the right races and getting to this distance finally?
I think it was just finding the right races. Maggie, I did, you know, I mean, he's my Uncle Mo out of a Malibu mare, Moon mare, and, you know, the Janney family wants to run father, and, you know, so I think we kind of maybe found his clue a little bit today.
Obviously, a couple races ago, he was second behind the very talented Annapolis. Is this a horse that you think is going to have an even brighter four-year-old campaign?
I think so. I think, you know, we're learning about him. He's starting to like what he does, and, you know, I think we learned a little bit today that maybe he wants to be back a little farther and make the first one quick run. You know, that's kind of my style anyway, but it's a little bit hard anymore, you know, with grass carrying so much, and, you know, maybe... you know, I had him out of his game plan a little bit, but today, you know, he was back, not on purpose, but, you know, he really finished well.
Well, congratulations, masterful job yet again. And this is like the one Naira Greatest Stakes you haven't won, and you ticked that box today. Congrats, Shug.
I was, you know, I was thinking about that today myself. I said, I've never won this race, and I've always liked this race. You know, 3-year-olds this time of the year on the turf's a pretty good time, and so, you know, I'm glad to get this one under my belt.
As always, the Hall of Famer still getting happy about winning certain races, and this one named too, Greg, for a very nice horse in Hill Prince.
Indeed, whose story we showed you before we ran it. I love that. I mean, they know exactly what they've won, which ones they haven't, and there's not many races out there he hasn't won.
Tell you, it'd be hard to come up offhand with the races, the bigger races that he hasn't won, turf or dirt. Never won the Hill Prince.
Can't say that
anymore. He won the
anymore.
Lawrence Realization was strung along when that was a bigger race in the fall. The Hill Prince has been bumped up since then.
So Shug McGaughey, Stuart Janney team up with Celestial City. Here are the grade 2 Hill Prince. And as I said, that the dollar pick 3, I know this is the first 2 legs of the pick 5, but in terms of the pick 6, $281 for a dollar, and still 3 legs to go that are not easy.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree. I mean, the parlay, I guess the straight parlay on it was around, I don't know, for $2. Actually, yeah, the $2, it was around $300, so it did pay very well, you're right.
Race 8, 7/8 of a mile. It's a New York bred $40,000 maiden claiming race. You'd mentioned earlier Garth Road. Start number 2 for him. He drops in class, and apparently a nice work coming in as well.
I mean, you look at the board, and you can see right now the favorites is 4-1, Saratoga Banker. You got a lot of horses coming out of the same race, that 4th race in September 22nd. To me, now listen, it was a wet, sealed track, and a number of them were first-time starters, and they could improve. Whether or not they handle the track or not, who knows? I think that's usually irrelevant. But the one who ran far and away the best is the number 8, MCRR. Now, I understand he had prior races that weren't particularly inspiring, but he had significant early trouble in there. He was engaged in a pace that collapsed, and yet he still hung on very, very well to be narrowly beaten. So of the ones that ran there, he clearly ran the best race. Doesn't mean others won't improve. Doesn't mean he's going to run back to it. But he was best there. I just thought it was a particularly weak race, and that's why horses like Garth Road, D Speedster, I think, are a little bit more appealing.
Well, MCRR. The 8 right now, 5-1. We'll have more in this field in a moment. Let's look ahead. We're only 13 days away from championship weekend. Our Breeders' Cup Spotlight. Going to look at the Breeders' Cup Mile. And you said and it's true, not a lot of good 3-year-old milers this year. There is one, though, and his name is Annapolis, who just beat older horses at Keeneland in a Grade 1 in the Turf Mile.
Yeah, I mean, I have to admit, I have really never watched this race other than seeing it once. So I got to watch it carefully and see if there are trips in there. He got a very, very good trip. It's never that surprising with Irad Ortiz when they get good trips. It's one of the reasons he wins the Eclipse Award all the time. But this horse has really improved for Todd Pletcher. And he is the class of the 3-year-old turf division, and to be able to beat these olders, and then you see like a whole package of them battling it out for second, and that sort of shows you where the division's at. He'll probably be one of the favorites, depending on the Euros, if not the favorite in the Breeders' Cup Turf Mile. I don't know. Not the kind of horse I'd like to get excited about, but I guess I could see him winning it. It has not been an inspiring year in general for the turf males. The fillies and the mares are a lot more inspiring.
Well, this was big performance, beating older company, his first try in Grade 1, no less, where the Breeders' Cup is going to be held this year. And, of course, back on the work tab as well for Pletcher. Maggie has more on that.
Yeah, we saw Annapolis on the turf course breezing yesterday for Todd Pletcher with, or alongside, I should say, on the inside of Major Dude, who is a Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf contender after winning the Pilgrim. Annapolis just so easy, though, making his younger stablemate look average, in which he's not necessarily, but they did go the half mile in 47-4, and Annapolis just so well within himself. He's such an attractive animal. He's just so impressive physically, and yeah, I do think it's an uphill road for him with regards to the Breeders' Cup Mile, which you do often and always have to deal with European invaders. Kind of intrigued by the horse coming over that we saw in British Champions Day, winning the sprint race in Kinross, as he'll stretch out around 2 turns for the first time. But look, Annapolis is a talented horse. This year isn't the be-all end-all for his career. There's still a bright future, even if things don't go necessarily accordingly in the Breeders' Cup Mile, Greg. Still just a very exciting prospect for the Pletcher barn.
Big win for him, winning a Grade 1, where the Breeders' Cup will be this year against older company. And then you have a horse coming off a long layoff. All of a sudden, Chad Brown trying to pull off a Michael Dickinson.
A few weeks ago here at Aqueduct, I was watching a race in the film theater actually with Chad Brown, and he took his phone out and said, I got to show you a workout. And it was domestic spending, working that morning at the Oklahoma. And he said, you know, I'm going to try to get him get him ready to run the Breeders' Cup Turf Mile, which would be his first race. That was the Manhattan, which was on Belmont Stakes Day, June, I guess, 10th the year before. And he said, I'm going to try to get him in the Breeders' Cup Mile. He hasn't run since what used to be the Arlington Million when he was upset
August
the year before.
14th of last year.
Yeah, he had a suspensory issue, but he's come back and he's been training fabulously. He worked against Virginia Joy last week, and Chad was extremely optimistic about the workout and excited about a chance to go in here. And there really is another spot for him to run in, so they're going to take a shot and a big one with him. And he adds a lot of excitement to the race in a division that could use some excitement.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be one of the great storylines of the weekend. This horse coming back with as good as he was. I mean, he was the leader, not of the mile division. I mean, he went longer, but he was the best horse in this division.
He was the morning line favorite, or second choice, but I think favorite for the Breeders' Cup Turf, and he had to be taken out the day before the race last year at a 1.5 miles. Now, Chad Brown doesn't want to bring him back at a 1.5 miles. He's never gone beyond a 1.25 miles, and, you know, it was debate last year even whether or not to run him in the Breeders' Cup Mile or to stretch him at a 1.5 miles, something that worked with bricks and mortar, and it was debate with him as well. But the truth to make spending is a Kingman, you wondered if he'd want to go farther, so the mile should work well for him. Listen,
First 2 starts of his career were at a mile. He won them both.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough ask. There's no doubt about it, but he's training very well, and it'll add some fun to the race, and that'll certainly make it more interesting. An exciting horse who didn't get his chance to run last year. Hopefully he'll get his chance to run this year.
And obviously, I don't know if there's anyone as good, at least in the States, as bringing horses off the bench ready to run their best than this barn.
No, Chad Brown's numbers in stretch with routers off long layoffs is just otherworldly.
Well, we're going to take a timeout. We're going to talk about a couple other contenders for the Breeders' Cup in the Distaff division when we return. Todd Pletcher, stablemates, ready to square off finally. Malathaat, last year's Kentucky Oaks winner, and Nest, who has turned into an absolute beast the second half of this year, ready to duel on championship weekend. We'll be back.
The world's premier breeding stock event, the November sale at Fasig-Tipton. Secret Oath entered this year's Grade 1 Kentucky Oaks as one of the top 3-year-old fillies in her class. There she solidified her place with a 2-length score over champion Echo Zulu and Grade 1 winner Nest for trainer D. Wayne Lucas and owner Bryland Farm. Prior to the Oaks, she was the top filly at Oak Lawn Park, winning the Martha Washington and Grade 3 Honeybee Stakes by a combined 14 3/4 lengths. Her career earnings of over $1.7 million also include placings in the Grade 1 Cotillion, Alabama, CCA Oaks, and Arkansas Derby. From the electric first crop of champion Arrowgate, Secret Oath is out of the Grade 1 Place Stakes winner Absinthe Minded. Grade 1 Kentucky Oaks winner Secret Oath, selling this November at Fasig-Tipton with Blue Water Sales agent.
One of many big names you'll see in the Fasig-Tipton November sale. World's premier breeding stock event takes place Sunday, November 6th after the Breeders' Cup. Where will you be? Back to live action here in South Ozone Park on our Saturday program here at Belmont at the Big A, 7/8 of a mile in this New York-bred $40,000 maiden claiming race. And one of several contenders, here's Saratoga Banker, who was at this level in the debut back on September 22nd. Bit of a tough trip that day, was beat 3.5 lengths, running 6th. Right now, a very modest 4-1 favorite. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Well, a horse that finished literally just behind your current lukewarm favorite, Greg, is the horse right outside of Saratoga Banker and Testadura, who I actually really liked that day, but he completely blew the break and then was very green early, climbing from the kickback. And let's not forget, it was a wet track, a sealed good track, and then kind of picked his way through traffic after being wide for the first part of the race, and then kind of ran on. It was like he was figuring things out as the race was unfolding. I truly think that an extra furlong is going to help this horse's chances, and it's the old Linda Rice second time out kind of angle in that he's more developed, he's more professional, and I just think that the extra ground is going to help him today. Now, number 6, Garth Road, he takes a drop in class after running on a muddy sealed track up at Saratoga, which basically was more or less a merry-go-round type of race, actually won by Linda Rice with Arctic Arrogance. He was green that day. Let me tell you, he's still green today. There is no change in this horse's disposition. There's no step forward. He looks good. I don't mind him physically, but I mean, he's just been acting up. He's been screaming. I'll keep an eye on how he behaves out on the racetrack, but it's just not something you like to see with a horse who already has experience. As number 11 nearly just got loose, chasing you. We were about to be chasing him. But taking a look at number 9, Diz Speedstre for Jorge Abreu, off a little bit of a layoff. I remember really liking this horse in his second start. He's just so big, so physically mature. Now, he does keep the same type of blinkers on, and physically he looks great again, but he is asleep here in the paddock. I mean, maybe it's a good thing considering most of them are acting up in here. But Greg, I just wish there was a little bit more energy on display from Diz Speedstre as he does take that drop in class.
We'll see if perks up when he gets onto the racetrack at all. Sometimes that could be the case. 10 minutes away from our 8th here. And what has been a difficult sequence so far in this pick 6 and the pick 5 for that matter. There's the one that's still favored, Saratoga Banker. Yeah, here for start number 2.
He's a terrible favorite in my opinion in this race. I'm not saying he couldn't win, but
almost anyone is here, aren't they?
Yeah, well, yeah, it's hard to bet anybody at 4-1 in this race. He really didn't do much running last time. He was a little bit wide, but it was a race that was collapsing. I think it made a lot of horses like the 4 and the 5 and the 9 and the 10, or the 10. I'm sorry, the 10 looked like they did some running that they didn't really do.
Destin Hoofman would by start number 2, Rob Atras.
He ran okay first time out, but great name.
First on dirt for Humi.
Yeah, well, hopefully he'll run better. He is a Lord Nelson.
Here's the fave, Javier Castellano.
I don't understand why he's favored in here, but I guess it's not 100% impossible.
Testa Jura, Linda Rice, second time out.
You're banking on Linda Rice improving this one second time out, broke a length slow. Her numbers aren't great, though, with 2-year-old second time out.
Garth Road, 8-1 right now. Dylan Davis for Ray Handel, second time out.
Ray Handel's very good in New York breds, dropping to maiden special weights, maiden claiming races, and this one chased a pretty good horse first time out, and I think is taking an appropriate drop.
Double-digit odds on Flashy Alex, who cuts back from 1 mile to 7/8.
It's a big rider change, a positive rider change, frankly, getting Eric Cancel in here, and was wide last time on a day you wanted to be on the rail.
MCRR was at this level, had the lead in the stretch, and just got nailed.
He ran very well last time out in the context of the race, and I believe out of the race he's coming out of, he's the one you want the most.
Gets weight as well with the apprentice. Jose Gomez only carries 114 pounds. Diz Speedster or Rad Ortiz Jr.?
He's overbet because Iraz Ryan, but he's still 8-1, but he is coming out of better races, so I picked him second. I just want droppers.
First time in for a tag now with Jorge Abreu. Fast Study, the 10 at 5-1.
Geez, I didn't really think this horse did any running at all last time.
Jose Ortiz rides, and then Chasin' You has been on turf the first 2 starts.
Yeah, the problem is that the dam has not produced any horses that ran well on turf, a little better on turf. It's kind of more of a turf pedigree than that stand. Klimp's more success has been with turf horses.
8 minutes away, race 8 here, Belmont at the Big A on our Saturday card. We'll have the race for you live when we come back. Wide open race, 4-1 favor right now, the 4 Saratoga Banker. Stay with us, we're back right after this.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Tabaline has really shouldered all the responsibility. What a deserved victory. Most impressive. Tabaline by 3 1/4.
Somebody's Problem is on her way to winning the Prairie Meadows Debutante. Somebody's Problem by 2.5, 3.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Nairo Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bats.
Talent. Standing at Gainesway.
Adelphi Racing Club, offering a truly personal racing experience. Looking to own thoroughbred racehorses and win at the highest level circuits? We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Experience the Adelphi difference. Join the club today. Contact us to get a taste of the Adelphi experience and come hang with us this Saratoga meet.
Back on America's Day of the Races on FS2. Greg Wolf, Andy Serling, Maggie Wolfendale with you. I want to remind you all playing this afternoon, get a 10% bonus on all your winning trifectas at Belmont at the Big 8 today when you bet with Naira Bats. Bonus available to new and existing players. Don't forget, you got to opt in at NairaBets.com. All right, let's get back to race 8 here. 7/8 state-bred maiden 40 race coming up as we look at MCRR, who was forward last start. Looked like he was putting in a winning effort, and then he got run down.
Well, I think it's really important to watch both the pan and head-on of him because you're going to see him come out. He's the 1A. He'll break from a few off. He's in the one in red, who's in sort of towards the front and the inside of horse right now. I think he's second or third. And you see his stalemate inside of him. And you see right there he kind of steadies. His one took a lot of trouble because he came into the one when they came into him. And you think about where he was and where he is now, and while it's not a bad spot to be in, a few lengths behind two dueling leaders, the way it transpired wasn't beneficial. Now, he came in a touch at the beginning and affected those entry mate. But watch right here, and the rider on the far outside horse made things very dangerous for others cutting over like that. And you can see he just badly cut these horses off and forced the rider of the 1A, I believe it was Jose Gomez, to steady. So now he takes after those horses. And keep in mind, and you're going to see it, this is a race that collapses at the end. And all those horses like today's 4, the 5, the 9, they all kind of got brought into the race because the race was falling apart. And you can see even in this situation that the number, today's 1, Dustin Hoofman, got a good trip. He moved to him. He couldn't even get by MCRR, who turned him back pretty gamely. And this is a horse who was contesting the pace, sat closest to the pace of anyone that finished well, and he outfinished everybody, and the others just sort of caught him because the race just fell apart in the late stages. Now, my problem with the race is it wasn't that strong a field. And when you throw in the fact that it was a wet, sealed track, more a sealed track than wet than anything else, you wonder how legit, if somebody could run better, somebody could work worse out of it. But I still believe that MCRR unequivocally ran the best race of anybody in there. Maybe somebody improves the next time out. He's had a few starts, but I thought his effort was a good one. But I'm going in a different direction because I just don't think that was a very good race. And I want horses that didn't run in the 8 race. And I think the 6 and 9 fit that bill perfectly. And I really think the 6, Garth Rhodes, very interesting second out for Ray Handel, dropping into an appropriate spot. He's a $16,000 purchase. So running him in a maiden 40 claimer isn't a negative drop. He's not going to win the maiden special. He didn't even run that badly. At least he showed speed last time. And I think he could be forward again today.
Yeah, I mean, a race like this, look for, with MCRR, he's had 5 opportunities now. This is number 6. Look for horses with upside. And Garth Rhodes, one of them, making start number 2.
That's exactly my feeling, Greg. And, you know, that's the other thing. Like, if all things being equal, and listen, maybe any of those first-time stars will run better second time out. It's always possible. But MCRR runs a lot better than those horses. And as you say, he's already had a bunch of chances, and he's just not that good. We know he is. Ray Handel, for what it's worth, 5 for 12. 10 of them hitting the board. Maiden special, maiden claim in the dirt with New York breds over the last 5 years. That was a little interesting on a horse I thought was worth a little bit of money at 8-1 today.
Nice headshot, Ray.
Yeah, we got a new headshot, I think, for Ray.
Well done.
Yeah, he's working on that.
All right, so we'll see Garth Rhodes, Ray's runner here. 8-1 on the board for start number 2 with Dylan Davis. And apparently, strong work last time out as well for this horse. Let's go back down to Maggie.
I'm gonna have to go back downstairs and ask Ray, how do you get a new headshot? Because I've been asking for one for a long time now. I can't get anything done. Ray, you gotta help me out. As I have to say, I get Garth Road, I do, but it's not like he settled down and acted any more professional out on the racetrack during the warm-ups. But I'm gonna go with Dustin Hoofman in here because, yes, he finished just behind MCRR, but MCRR had 4 more starts to his none coming into that last race. So there's every reason to believe that Dustin Hoofman is going to move forward from that. I see that with him physically. I loved his warm-up with Manny Franco. I think this horse is okay. I too, like Andy, question the overall quality in here, and taking the short prices on these horses that are coming out of there is a dicey proposition. But as you just go, Greg, how often do you see a 9-2 favorite?
On today's card, we've seen a couple.
We just had a 7-2 favorite.
It's been a tough afternoon, hasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, these are the kind of races that should have bigger strong prices, and that's why, we talked about how tricky this pick 5 was when I was talking to you and saying, playing the pick 5 and singling a horse like the 6 in this race, going 6 by 3 by 5. I was using 6 horses, none of them were really over 5 or 6 to 1. So where was I picking up any juice in those races? And that's the real reason.
If you can single in a race like this, it's this competitive, you got a big edge. If you're right.
Yeah, I just think your money's better spent in other pools, in my opinion. I think too often we forget about exactas, trifectas, superfectas at the expense of playing multi-race bets. And in this particular sequence, I would rather play exactas with this horse and bet him to win than play in the pick 5. To each their own.
Dustin Hoofman, the 1, is currently very down to 7-2. Your modest favorite in here. Start number 2 for him, coming out of that MCRR race when he got off a step slow. We'll see how he breaks here from the rail and start number 2. Chris Griffin, the call. Race 8 from Belmont at the Big A.
All in 9. All set. Chasing you. Went right out the front of the gate.
Horse breaks through the gate. As you can see, it does not get too far away, so that's the positive here. And hopefully just quickly back behind the starting gate, we can reload.
Yep, the long shot, the number 11, Chasing You.
Biggest price on the board by a mile. He's only been on turf first 2 tries of his career, so this is the dirt debut coming up. Getting a little extra feel for the track, maybe, before he gets started.
I don't think that anyone that bet him is feeling that way. But then again, he's 58 to 1. It might not be easy to find anyone that bet him.
For Natalia Lynch. So, yeah, he heads back. He'll get the quick look over while everyone else patiently waits in the starting gate.
Or some less patiently.
And not what you want to see for the rest of the field, having to stay in there much longer than usual.
It only is a bad thing if you lose. I think that's the way I feel.
Back in line, so we go again. Let's go back to Chris Griffin.
And they're off. MCRR has got early speed, quickly right out to the front. Also Saratoga Bankers in the early mix, and in between horses Garth Road. At the rail, Red Cap Dustin Hoofman, that's the leading 4. And behind them is Who Me, who's going to track in 5th. D Speedster is in the Yellow Silks, Black Cap up on the outside in 6th. Progressing down at the inside is Tested Dura. Towards the tail end of the field is Chasing You with Fast Study, and the trailer, Flashy Alex. They move up the backstretch. It's a battle on for the front end. It's Saratoga Banker with a neck in front. In the 2 path now is Garth Road. 3 wide is MCRR as they've got 4 furlongs left to travel. To the inside comes Dustin Hoofman looking for room. Towards the outside is Who Me. They are 4 lengths clear from Chasing You. D Speedster losing ground is Tested Dura. The 2 at the back, Flashy Alex, and the trailer, Fast Study, 23.51 for that opening quarter mile. They're well into the far turn now, and Saratoga Banker is still there. MCRR losing some ground with Garth Road is back to the third spot. Humi tips towards the outside. MCRR and Jose Gomez, they put a nose in front. Saratoga Banker is trying to battle back to the inside. They're shoulder to shoulder here at the top of the stretch. They are 6 lengths clear of the rest. It's MCRR. Saratoga Banker is back to second. A furlong left to go. Flashy Alex from far out of it is making up some late ground. It's MCRR, but Flashy Alex with every stride. Flashy Alex is going to run by them all. Flashy Alex, Eric Cancel, geared down, wins this one from last to first. MCRR, then D Speedster, and Humi in 1 minute 28.03 seconds.
I would think that's got to seal a pick 6 carryover. 19-1.
Well, he's a big price for a horse that was 4 to 5 wide against a Gold Rail last time, and as we pointed out before the race, was getting a significantly positive rider upgrade. Derek Cancel in here. I used him. I don't think I had a 6, 7, 8 box. The 8, of course, ran well of the other horses in the race. He was the best horse coming out of that race, no surprise, but this horse coming out of a different spot. And he was dropping 2 for Randy Persaud, and he made a huge run in here off an outside trip against a Gold Rail, the second longest shot on the board. Good to look at those track trends.
I will say, this is a big price on this horse.
This horse should never have been this price.
No way, yeah. Cutting back.
I used
actually
him.
didn't run all that bad.
I'm going to look at my bets. I know I made some plays, but I don't think so.
He had one of the biggest figures in the race, and it was earned last time out. Goes off at 19-1, and he was closing a ton of ground late in here. Under Eric Cancel, Randy Persaud owns him as well. Son of Gormley, 5th time out, breaks his maiden. So we have a 17-1 and a 19-1 so far in this pick 6. As the 7 just enters your screen, he'll go on to win easy.
But you do have a 1 to 2 shot, so it's sort of a pick 5, and I think that's important. But I agree, it's not easy.
That's
so
true.
We'll see. You know, you do have the 1 to 5 or 2 to 5, and the favorite did win the stake, but I still think you had a spread in there. No, I'm not saying it will be hit. I think it's possible it'll be hit, but it's not easy.
See what happens in our final 2 on the card. But yeah, essentially for many, with the way that Pletcher first timer was bet, it was a pick 5 for the pick 6. 7, 8, 9, 2, 19-1. Flashy Alex. Well, the prices for you when we come back. Speaking of Todd Pletcher, loaded for the Breeders' Cup. We'll talk about his star in the Classic division. Life is good in that showdown with Flightline coming up. Preview when we return on America's Day at the Races.
Here comes Malathaat. Here comes Clariere on the outside. They're coming to the finish, and it's going to be Clariere. Nest, much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths. Cody's Wish on the outside. Cody's Wish with the upset in the Fargo. Malathaat grabs the lead in deep stretch, and Malathaat has won the Personal Ensign Stakes.
Curling, the classic sire.
Good to have you with us on this Saturday card from Belmont at the Big A here in South Ozone Park. Our program brought to you in part by Hallandale at Alapa, 8th in the books. On this Saturday card, Flashy Alex closing with a rush under Eric Cancel. Had not hit the board 4 prior starts, but nothing like a drop in class. In for a tag for the first time. Look how far back he was. And as he starts to make this move.
Yeah, but they were for this, this distance, they were 128. They were moving up front. Give a lot of credit to the 8 to finish second. He survived the pace fairly well. This is a very big rider change. I mean, I know I'm critical of Eric Cancel, but he's a far better rider than the rider who's been riding this horse, who's had no success. When I say no, that means 0 riding in New York. And this is a horse that was wide against a gold rail. And if you look at the track trends, you would have seen that. So this is a horse that had a real excuse for Randy Persaud, and he shouldn't have been 19-1. I'm not saying he should have been 5-1, but he probably should have been a fraction of that price. Best horse out of the race that we talked about, ended up running second here. Another drop down, the 9 got third. Fortunately, my key, he didn't run well at all, the 6. I used the 6 with the first 3 finishers, which meant I got nothing.
He wins easy in the end. So Flashy Alex, maiden breaker, 5th time out, $40 horse here. MC-RR second, D Speedster winds up third. That 50-cent trifecta, $394.
Not bad.
And the late pick 5, for many a pick 4 with Rutter's Men, an odds-on favorite. Favorite wins the next race too, but that was a tough race, and 960 is your favorite, Celestial City, and now a $40 horse.
Right, so you're looking at about a $300 parlay for $2 so far, and even the favorite wins here 5-2 or something. You're talking about close to $800, close to about $1,000. So not going to be easy.
9th here is a mile on the turf in a first allowance condition race. Internal Capital, Chad Brown, Flavian Pratt, Klarovich, and a horse coming off a dominant win last start to break his maiden at Monmouth.
I thought it was mostly him. I preferred him of the maiden breakers. But I think you have to look at Dancing with the Stars and Tulane, both who have experience and have run well. I prefer Dancing with the Stars of those two, but I thought it was 1, 4, or 7 here. Unless Java Buzz wires the field, but...
Yeah, I mean, Java Buzz, the lone speed, and here you're going to be setting the pace. More on this field coming up in a little bit. Breeders' Cup Spotlight. Shining on the Distaff division. Let's talk Todd Pletcher and his 2 stablemates. Stars each in their own right. Malathot, of course, last year's Kentucky Oaks winner, does what needs to be done. This is the first time, really, we've seen her kind of open up on a field. She usually just does enough to win.
It helped that she was beating Army Wife and not the likes of running against the likes of Clariere and Search Results. She's a very nice horse, and you could argue she's been a little more professional this year. It's interesting. Nest, obviously, 100% cinch to be the 3-year-old champion, running against last year's 3-year-old champion. So that's kind of a cool addition. Obviously, it's cool for Todd Pletcher to have both of them in his barn. And with the additions of Search Results and Clariere in this race, this is going to be a very, very, very good matchup of some supremely talented runners.
Look at that resume. 9 wins from 13 starts, 3 seconds as well. She's been sensational. And having a win where the Breeders' Cup is going to be at Keeneland, that doesn't hurt either. As you look at who's going to line up against these Pletcher superstars.
They're really all running.
Latruska thinking more Filly Mare Sprint, if anything, at this point.
I don't think Army Wife will be in there. It's hard to believe my man Kirk Wyckoff has lost his mind that much. We'll see who else decides to play. I doubt Played Hard will be in there. Poor Secret Oath. She needs a break.
I like Pletcher in this race. So not only Malathot, he's got Nest as well, who, again, second half of this year after the Kentucky Oaks, really just became a different horse.
Yeah, I mean, she just turned it on. It was always a good horse. Got better this year. Really busted out with her Ashland win. Followed it up with an okay effort in Kentucky Oaks, but not nearly as good as Secret Oath. But Secret Oath has taken a step backwards, and she has really taken a step forward. And it really seemed to happen after the Belmont Stakes. She ran well in the Belmont, but not like as well as she's run in subsequent starts. But the competition is going to get significantly sterner. And from a gambling standpoint, it does feel like she could be under 2-1, and she probably should be the 3rd or 4th choice. So I think from a gambling standpoint, she's going to be a bad bet in there. Doesn't mean she can't win.
Nest, you believe should be 3rd or 4th choice?
I don't think she's as fast as Malathaat. I don't think she's as fast as the good Clairiere. I don't think she's as fast as the good search results. Her last 2 races just aren't good enough for her to be likely 7 or 8 to 5. She may win, but she's a horse that is very popular, and I think she'll be overbet because of it. I do.
Both have been working at Keeneland, and with more on those workouts, let's go to Maggie.
We saw the 2 distaff contenders team up in the morning for Todd Pletcher. As you'll see, Malathaat, she was down on the inside with her regular exercise rider, Amelia Green, in the irons. And we see Nora McCormick, a regular exercise rider for Nest, aboard her on the outside. Now, they covered the half mile in 48 and 3, but to my eye, it looked as though Malathaat was going much easier than her younger stablemate, Nest. And while I respect Nest, for me, it's about Malathaat, at least from what I gained from this breeze. She's so well within herself, just cruising along. And I think it's pretty obvious of her affinity for the Keeneland Strip. She's 3 for 3 there. Her spinster was, honestly, maybe not figure-wise, but at least visually one of her better efforts this year. And I think she is the one that you kind of want. She feels like the horse that's on the upward trajectory of these older horses. And I'm not taking anything away from Nest. At least, Greg, I just liked Malathaat better in this workout.
Both have been exceptional. It's going to be fun. The fact that they're both stablemates, as Andy mentioned, Malathaat, last year's 3-year-old champion. Nest likely to be this year's 3-year-old champion, filly. It's going to be a fun showdown between those two. Of course, the big showdown in the Classic everyone's looking forward to. Life is Good, that date with Flightline. How has Life is Good been doing leading up to the Classic?
Greg, we saw him work yesterday too by himself, which is typical with Amelia aboard. She has done such great work with a horse that can get awfully headstrong, and we're not going to show the work here, but watching it, he wanted to get headstrong early, and she just sat patiently, let him go the 5 furlongs in 1 minute and 4/5. But what was most notable about the work is the gallop out. He nearly went around again. I mean, he was going faster in the gallop out than what he was in the actual, pole-to-pole timed workout. And I think that speaks of what Todd Pletcher does with his horses, getting them to go these longer distances. It is a big question mark with Life is Good of whether he really wants 1.25 miles. So we see Todd, though, get horses to outperform their distance limitations quite often, and it's because he does these types of workouts with them. They just are able to dig down deep and find that extra level of fitness that some of their other counterparts might not have. But I think he has a pretty stern rival in Flightline. Obviously, he is the talk of the town as we head in to this Breeders' Cup weekend.
Look, more than a stern rival, this is my generational talent we're talking about. He's going to go up against. He's got to prove it again. But everyone, there's no illusions. They know what they're facing in that horse.
Well, I think Flightline's Met Mile, forget about the Pacific Classic, makes him the horse to beat it here. I wouldn't care if he didn't run the Pacific Classic. He's the horse to beat. But Life is Good, who I believe, and so does Morning Line maker Nick Tamero, that he'll probably be the 4th choice in this race, 3rd choice at best. But he's not the kind of rival that is helpful to Life is Good, because he's a supremely talented horse with extreme speed, and I don't think that Flightline's going to flick him off like a gnat at the 3/8 pole. I think that Flightline will beat him, but I think that Flightline is going to have to work at some point to beat him. Now, I don't believe that necessarily is going to prove to be Achilles' heel for Flightline, who is extraordinarily talented. Best horse we've seen since Ghost Zapper, without question. And who knows, he could prove to be better than that one, though Ghost Zapper was a tremendous, tremendous racehorse. But I think that if Life is Good makes Flightline work to the 8th pole, let's say, and you've got the improving Epicenter behind him and the very talented Taba behind him, it presents the possibility that he could be softened up enough for those horses to make a run at him. Now, like you, I think that Flightline's a very likely winner of the Breeders' Cup Classic, but you're talking about a horse going to be an overwhelming favorite, and this is a much sterner test than the Pacific Coast Classic, make no mistake. He's going to have to run against some better horses here. And he may, assuming Life is Good runs, and there's no reason to believe he won't, have to deal with a horse who's talented with a lot of speed.
No question.
Makes it more exciting. And by the way, Olympiad's in there too. I don't want to be disrespectful to him. He's a pretty darn good horse too.
He is.
He's not Flightline good, but I think if you think that Life is Good could soften him up, and then if you think that
Could
Flightline
set
gets
it
a
up
little
for someone
vulnerable,
else, certainly.
he could be a horse that's coming, that's all.
Well, we got the 9th next. Mile on the Turf. First allowance condition race, and Todd Pletcher with a couple. They'll break right next door to each other in here. That's Steady On. Coming off a maiden win. He's got impulsiveness as well. Irad Ortiz Jr. will ride that one. We'll have more in this field when we come back on our Saturday action from South Ozone Park.
The level of racing that he's achieved is extremely rare. Anybody who's witnessed Mitole running sees a level of ability that doesn't come along that often.
Mitole's a monster! Mitole wins the sprint! Oh, what a horse he is! Mitole, he did it again! Wins the mid-mile!
The only thing to be better than one Mitole is a few Mitoles.
The mighty Mitole, who won the Fargo by 3.5 lengths, the new stakes record.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
How do you become the gold standard in racing partnerships? One partner, one horse, one victory at a time.
Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
Congratulations to all our partners who have made West Point the gold standard for the last 3 decades.
Together from every corner of the globe in pursuit of the one reward that sets the special few apart, the title of World Champion. Don't miss racing's ultimate coronation. The Breeders' Cup World Championships at Keeneland. Tickets on sale now.
Trick or treat, we got a good pick 6. It's going to be a special treat for someone out there if you're still alive. We've had a $40 horse in the last race, 17-1 shot to start it. So if you're still alive to this point, good luck the rest of the way. We got 2 legs remaining.
Great job with those pumpkins, Greg. When I saw you working on them in your office, I never thought they'd look that good.
Awful at carving pumpkins, but I love
Well, you and I should probably have a contest to
cooking
see who's
pumpkin
worse.
seeds.
Really?
So I will do it.
I have a little pumpkin kai latte, kai tea. So I went, did you ever go to the tea place in Saratoga, downtown?
I have not.
Saratoga? Oh, this place is awesome.
Next summer.
I went there the other day.
We saw this horse going to break, so Steady On. Irad Ortiz Jr. will be aboard. This is what Todd Pletcher's done with maiden winners in their last start on grass the last 5 years.
It's not a terrible number. It's hard to win maiden turf races and come back and beat olders, but 19%, $1.51 ROI. On the other hand, this horse is 7-1. He was a lower price on the morning line. At 7-1, you want to bet him, I wouldn't knock you.
This is the maiden win. It was back on September 17th here at Aqueduct. And he was forward throughout.
But he was able to control, and I don't like the fact that the horse to the outside run second. It was sort of stalking him. Actually, he's the horse who runs fourth, I think, Royne. Not Royne, I forget his name, doesn't matter. He came back and did not run that well. Subsequent okay performance. I feel like he's facing better horses.
He won't
here.
get this trip today.
Not with the 8 in there,
No.
unless the 8 stumbles to start. How's Java Buzz not in front, and how are you not sending him? He's not winning without the lead.
10 minutes of post coming up. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
And taking a look at the horse you guys were just discussing, number 2, Steady On. He's a horse that really kind of did a 180 when it came to his demeanor prior to his second start relative to his debut. He was just so much more professional. And today it's much the same, though I will say I questioned his overall affinity for getting the distance, and he was able to do so. So he's proven that a mile is okay, but as the guys were just discussing, he looks to have some company up front. Also, though, the front wraps do go on for this third career start. As we'll move on to a New York bred, that's number 1, Tulane. In these allowance races, I always like, horses that have multiple wins, and being a New York bred allows you to do that. And he even has a starter allowance win to his resume. He is coming off a bit of a break, but he looks incredibly fit. Sometimes a horse that doesn't look as strong coming off breaks, he does today. Good energy, has that inside post position. I hope that they use it to his advantage. I think Tulane's very interesting in here, and he's shown that while I do think maybe a touch longer is better, he has shown that he can be effective at a mile. Well, the horse that could cause problems to Steady On is number 8, Java Buzz, who was meant to run here back on the 16th, but he's the horse that busted the gate open, and Jose Lascano took that kind of awkward fall to the ground. So he was a subsequent late scratch going the 6 furlongs. Well, they're going to try, get in as much turf racing as possible and try to stretch him out here. I can't say, Greg, that he is very convincing looking at him physically. He looks all sprinter to me.
Maggie, thanks. Post parade coming up. We faintly hear the call to post in the background. 9-5 favorite, Eternal Capital for Chad Brown. We start with Tulane for Grand Motion.
I mean, listen, his last race was good. The race kind of fell apart, but he ran fine. Now the question is, where has he been for the last 4 months? But can win.
We showed you Steady On's maiden win last start.
He should get a good trip sitting second behind the 8 and the inside, but I just prefer others, and you wonder if he'll be as effective without the lead.
Well, the other Pletcher horse being ignored. 6-1 morning line, 15-1.
His last race was bad, and Show, without controlling at a slow pace, he's just not that good.
Danzig with the Stars, Dylan Davis aboard.
Very logical horse who consistently runs well, and he, unlike a lot of these, he's run several races.
Jackie Davis, rider change on my boy Patty.
I love Jackie Davis, but not enough to bet this horse.
Emboite, 16-1, Mike Maker.
Listen, he just lost to the winner of the stake today, but he did it getting a perfect trip, which he's not getting this time.
He was on the lead in that race with slow fractions. Eternal Capital, 9-5 favorite, Chad Brown.
Proved a lot from his debut against the talented Copensis. I wonder why he didn't run today. I think he's very logical, but 9-5 is no bargain.
And the clear-cut speed of the field stretching out to a route of ground for the first time, Java Buzz.
He ran well last time, but had the run of the race. Different story, Linda Rice doesn't stretch him out that often. She's only 1 for 7 stretching out on turf off a win. And it's not that she's 1 for 7 because it's just a random number, that she's only done it 7 times over the last 5 years. Linda Rice wins races because she sticks to what her horses have proven to do well.
That's what that tells you more than anything else. 9-5 actually on Eternal Capital. So Flavian Pratt will take over, a horse that broke his maiden at Monmouth and did so pretty convincingly. Wasn't even money favorite. And importantly, I guess too, a big figure improvement with an equipment change.
Yeah, I mean, I think looking at the race, the figure makes sense. Timeform US had a strong race. Probably unlike a lot of Chad Brown first-time starters when needed his first start. Also ran against Compensis, who won the Virginia Derby and is not the next start, subsequent start. Sasua Summer won in a sprint, and he's a big player in a sprint race here tomorrow. And Running B came back to win for Chad Brown as well. So it may have just been a tough race and ran better. On the other hand, and I picked him, to be honest, and I knew he'd be overbet. So, or seemingly not a particularly good price. He's giving up a lot in experience to Dancing with the Stars. Now, the argument against that is, well, he's got more upside than Dancing with the Stars. He better.
Yeah. And Tulane, for that matter.
Yeah.
Here is Dancing with the Stars for Dominic Schettino, who just missed at this condition back on September 24th.
It's a good name. I did not like this name, right? It's a cool name.
Great name.
I don't know where Danzig, I guess Warfront was at Danzig. I mean, there's not much really to say that isn't there, right? He's just lost by a head to Celestial City, who was an impressive winner of the Hill Prince, good trip or not. He still was an impressive winner of the race. He finished behind Tulane, but I think he's improved during the year, and I think he does well at Saratoga. And one of it maybe is he improves as the year progresses. He's just an honest horse that, I mean, you look at him, he shows up for the most part almost every time he runs. I don't know what there is to not like.
4-1 right now. Let's go back down to Maggie.
He's my jam, Andy. I like Dancing with the Stars, especially he was really flattered by Celestial City coming back and winning the Hill Prince. And he kind of is physically what he suggests on his form. He just comes over, he looks good, he warms up well, moves well out there, and just, you know, as Richard Migliore likes to say, he's your blue-collar horse. He brings his lunch pail to work every day and just shows up and tries his best to get it done. So I'll take him in here over the short price on number 7, Internal Capital. I know he soundly beat a field last time in earning that 84 by 5 1/4 lengths, but it was a pretty hungry field, and he is meeting better here. I like him. I can't fault him at all physically, and he's a horse that I actually really like quite a bit in the face of Capensis. When they debuted, the dirt experiment didn't work, and he is your typical tap-it. Looks just like his sire. A little difficult to ride. You know, last time he wanted to be more forward, but Hector Diaz did a great job in getting him to settle. But I do think that's a feather in his cap shipping here again, in that he at least will allow his rider to be forward, which Flavien Prat usually chooses to be.
Floats up to the better side of 2-1 here now, momentarily, as we look at Chulane. Experience as well. New York bred, who is a 4-time winner on the grass.
I think the concern with him, and he can win, I'm not in any way knocking him from a talent standpoint, is where has he been for the last 4 months, right? I don't think you miss Saratoga by design. And he could have run in a non-winners of 1. Now, maybe there was a slight issue, and maybe Graham Motion said, you know what? I could go to Saratoga and run in a non-winners of 1 race, but those non-winners of 1 turf races in Saratoga are wars. The reason for people wondering why he's allowed a non-winners of 1 race is he won conditions against New York breds. He's never won the non-winners of 1 other than a maiden starter or a New York bred, a state bred race, so he fits that. And maybe he thought, I'll give it a little time. We get to October, November, the non-winners of 1 races are a little bit easier. And then he looked up. He said, "Oh, but I still ran into a Chad Brown-Klarovich horse off a big maiden win."
Maybe
but
not.
But I mean, now I don't know that's the case, and I'm sure it's hard to imagine he was perfect and he didn't run him. But I don't think that's a bad argument. That maybe Graham thought, why don't I give him a little time? I've been running, you know, and just wait. On the other hand, he'd only run twice this year. Weird to miss 4 months when you'd only run twice this year, right?
Well, yeah, obviously it has some issues.
Yeah. But I mean, maybe it's just an easier time to run them too, a little bit. I mean, sometimes you just don't want to go and fight against the wars you'll get up there.
And, you know, you talked about it earlier in a race that we saw Jose Lezcano win in our ABR race of the week, had the inside post. You automatically get that ground-saving trip, right. And he should get that under Manny Franco.
And it matters a lot. We took the rails down to 0, and I know, you know, I'm like a broken record if you've watched the show all week, but I think it's important to note. The rails went to 0 on the inner turf course this week, and they have having the inside position, not necessarily an inside speed, but you think of Trevor McCarthy and Mr. Connecticut and the fabulous ride he gave that horse, the great ride that he gave to win from the back of the pack for Christophe Clement. But saving ground, making those moves in the inside, it's such an advantage. As you say with Chulane, like Celestial City, you're naturally saving ground.
Also naturally saving ground is probably going to be Java Buzz because he's going to get to the front.
If he doesn't stumble the start, he's got to go. And Linda Rice is not a trainer that is unaware of the value of speed. I mean, I don't like Java Buzz, but when he wins this race, pays $17, you're going to say, geez, I don't know. It doesn't seem like a bad price. But he's got to stretch out and win, and I'm a little suspect of him doing that. But he did run well last time. He's a Mishawish. M-Shawish, right? Is that what it is?
M-Shawish, I believe, yeah.
What does that mean?
Jose Lezcano will be aboard.
It means Andy can't pronounce me in Arabic.
There you go.
Be a lot of those.
I have nothing for you on that. So look, another race where even if you like the favorite, you can make money here. As you said, don't ignore exactas, trifectas.
Yeah, I don't have any clever price plays here. I see the first, second, and third choices, the 3 horses. So I'm not the guy to go to in this race to find some price horse to get in there.
Had a $40 horse. We've had a 1701 shot to start off the pick 6.
I think you're probably right about that pick 6. Depending on even the favorite wins here, the 4 wins here, but I think maybe you'll see at most 3 horses, 2 horses covered. It's a tough sequence because even 7-2 on Celestial City, it's not like that was a race.
Get some coverage in that race. Yeah, I feel like. Let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call, 9th from Belmont at the Big A.
And they're off. Steady On shows early foot. It's Steady On right out to the front. Here's Java Buzz to the outside, is going to challenge this early leader now, and Java Buzz now puts a nose, now a neck, now a full length in front, is sprinting clear, will cross over into that first turn. It's Java Buzz and Jose Lescano. They're 3 lengths clear from Steady On as they stack up in behind that runner. There comes Tulane at the rail, just having to get shuffled back was Impulsiveness, got passed to the outside here from Mboite, who is now challenging and taken third. Orange Silks in between horses is Danzig with the Stars. Tulane is reined back in. They're 4th and 5th. Then comes the gray, Internal Capital. Impulsiveness after the trouble is towards the back end of the field with My Boy Patty, the trailer. They try to slow things down now. It's Java Buzz in front, went 23 flat for that opening quarter mile. Java Buzz is 2 lengths in front of Mboite, who's alone in second, just past Steady On. Right in behind that comes Danzig with the Stars is in 4th. Tulane is at the rail in 5th. From the back, My Boy Patty is progressing, is out of the last position. Impulsiveness in the trailer, Internal Capital. Java Buzz into the far turn. It's Java Buzz only up by a length now. Mboite is right there in second. Steady On is progressing at the rail, is coming after this leader now. It's Java Buzz who approaches the quarter mile point, and here is Java Buzz who sprints for home, and Steady On is in the clear. Here comes Steady On right after this leader. Java Buzz who's got more. It's Java Buzz who's still a length and a half, 2 in front. Steady On is chasing there in second, has every chance to pass this leader. There approaches the 16th pole, Java Buzz, and here comes Steady On. Steady On is pushed on by. It's Steady On who's up by 2. Todd Pletcher gets another one. Steady On, Arad Ortiz Jr., they get the score. Java Buzz second. From the back, Internal Capitals in a photo with Tulane in 1 minute, 35 flat.
Trying to go gate to wire. Java Buzz weakens late. Steady On gets by him under Arad Ortiz Jr. for Todd Pletcher.
The reality is that nobody really closed, and even though the speed didn't win, the horse sitting second behind him got the job done. And Steady On, who I didn't like in this race, so I would not have used him in any play whatsoever. Why I wouldn't have played the pick 5. He gets the right trip, and he ran well. And the truth is that Java Buzz, who was kind of uncontrollable, ran well to be second. And while Internal Capital closed and got third and ran okay, he was just too far back and too much to do in a race where it never came apart.
4th choice on the board at 5-1 with a win for Pletcher and Arad Ortiz Jr. Rapoli Stable in St. Elias.
Yeah, another win for Todd. What's that, 3 today for Todd or 4?
At least 3.
I know it's 3 while we've been up here. Don't remember if he won races earlier in the card or not, but it's been a fabulous day for him. It's been a fabulous career for Todd.
It really has.
I wouldn't want to narrow it down to just today. Cool day today. He won 3, and Matt Cantermachi won his first graded stake today.
Yeah, we're going to look back on that one in a little bit.
It's cool.
But Pletcher having a big Saturday afternoon, which we've grown accustomed to over the course of his career. 5, and doing it with, a couple of prices, too. He had the odds-on winner, of course, that first-time starter. But 17-1 shot, now 5-1 shot.
5-1? I mean, it's not, yeah, right. I mean, so he won with a first-time starter, but the other 2, they certainly ran well. I mean, this horse was 5-1. Irad, 5-1. If he's Irad at 5-1, it means he probably should have been about 7-1, right?
Exactly, yeah. But yeah, 3 total on the day. They've all come since we've been on the air here. Steady On, 4th choice on the board at 5-1. Takes this 9th. We got 1 race remaining, and we'll see if indeed there is a potential for a carryover the pick 6. We're going to recap some of that action, including that first graded stakes win of the career for Mertan Cantermachi and those Robert Amendola Silks earlier on the card, the Noble Damsel. Stay with us. We'll be back. More coming up on America's Day at the Races after a break.
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit buyers.
Maximum Security, he smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Secure your mare's future. Maximum Security.
Back on America's Day at the Races, program brought to you in part by champion sprinter Run Happy, never lost in his career while sprinting, and did it all while racing medication-free. Now standing at legendary stall number 1 at Claiborne Farms. Steady on. Finding a different way to get it done this time around, not being as quick as Java Buzz. Sits off that speedster and able to get by him for the win. $12.80 for the victory. 3-win day for Todd Pletcher. Let's head downstairs.
I know why it's been a 3-win day. It's because Byron Hughes, Todd's assistant here in New York, got pooped on.
Yeah, I guess it's the lucky charm for the day.
Did you not realize that a bird had got you?
I had no idea until you mentioned it.
Sorry, but it was a very, very fruitful day, and a kind of a mixed bag as far as prices. Obviously, 1 to 2 with the winner. Let's talk about him first. That's Rutter's Men. I mean, a kind of unknown stallion, a homebred for Vinny Viola and St. Elias Stable. Talk about his preparations heading into this effort.
Yeah, he was breezing well in the mornings for us, and he's a Florida bred, but we thought he'd be competitive against Open Company, and he proved us right, which is not all the time. And we actually trained the sire, Battalion Runner, and he's had a very small crop size, but has already had 3 winners now and 1 stakes winner. So, yeah, we're pretty high on him, and we're hopefully he progresses well from here.
Yeah, last time I checked, 4 for 8 as of today with his record with Progeny. Steady On looked as though there was going to be other speed in here with Java Buzz stretching out. Did you feel confident, even though he's lightly raced, that he'd be able to rate today and be successful?
Yeah, he's a pretty handy horse in the mornings. He's never been too aggressive. Even in his last race, he wasn't very aggressive. So we thought we could put him pretty much anywhere, but he broke well, and Irad, put him in a good spot, and Linda's horse showed a lot more speed. So he settled off of that and made a move there at the end and was the winning move.
Now, Byron, you have been the assistant to Todd here for many years now in New York. Talk a little bit about yourself for those who don't. Maybe there's a few out there who don't know who you are, but you do come from a horse racing family.
Yeah, I grew up in the industry. My dad's a trainer in Kentucky. He stays there year-round, and it's been in my blood for a couple generations now, and hopefully it'll be in further generations off of me. So.
Okay. I don't know, you're dropping a big bomb there, obviously. No, your wonderful wife, Kelsey, manages Eclipse. So, Byron, many congratulations on a really, really successful day.
Yeah, thank you. It's been a team effort, and we're excited. Hopefully it carries over to Breeders' Cup weekend.
You're strongly represented, and Byron, Greg, having a lot to do with many of those horses that are continuously stabled in New York heading into the Breeders' Cup.
Todd Pletcher just called too. He wants his voice back. If you close your eyes and picture Todd Pletcher, you pointed it out to me. He sounds just like him.
I think I'm going to give Todd an idea. When Todd is supposed to go on my friend Steve Bick's show going forward, he should just have Byron do it. Steve will never know. No one will ever know it's Byron doing it.
Easily could pull that off.
I like that.
Does a tremendous job for that Hall of Fame barn and a big part of their success. Congratulations. Steady On runs a big effort here. We didn't think he'd be able to get it done without being on the front end. Shows he can, absolutely. And this sequence here, that Rutter's Men was a single for many, became a pick 4 to the favorites paying, I believe, just over $3,300.
Yeah, I would have, I wouldn't use the first winner, but I would have used the third winner. I would not have used this first. I don't know, spread.
$3,200, I should say.
Very good job by Irad saving ground for as much of the race as he could. And it really mattered because it's been an extreme bias this week, and it's something people should take note of this week. What is it, the 20th, 21st, 22nd, and 23rd, with the rails at 0 on the inner. Look for horses that benefited from it to bet against, and look for horses that were wide against it to make money going forward. It'll work for you.
6 furlongs outer turf on this state-bred allowance optional claiming race to close out the card. We'll get to it post-parade coming up in a few moments. We're going to look back on some stakes action from earlier on in the card. Race 3. Noble Damsel, grade 3, and big moment for barn of Mertcan Cantermasi.
Yeah, I'm really happy for them. You know, they're good trainer, good operation. I shouldn't say one person, because it's really a team effort with them.
And Robert Amendola, these Silks, this is the owner that really believed in him.
Absolutely, no question about it. And of course, he had Cedar Valley Farm, and remember when the late Butch Lenzini, a very popular and very talented trainer, trained for Bob Amendola back in the 80s. They had a lot of success together. Different silks. They were black with like pink dots, I think. But just it's a nice horse, and Eric rode him perfectly. He knew that somebody else go to lead, but he sat in good position, and she got it done. It was nice. Very happy for them. It was really a nice moment because she's a good horse that they've done a terrific job with. You look at her this year, she's just improved and improved and improved. You would not, you said at the beginning of the year she's going to win a grade stakes this year, no one would have believed you. And this is a very good training job, and just really happy for these guys.
First of many to come for the Barnum Mercant Cantor Massey. First ever graded stakes win. Well done. Winning for Robert Amendola and Eric Cancel. Congratulations to all those connections and the Grade 3 Noble Damsel. Meanwhile, Grade 2 Hill Prince, we saw it just a little while ago in the program.
Shug's first graded stakes win too, I think. Right?
Yeah, he's won a couple other big ones. Actually, he had never won this race. It's like about the only race in the New York circuit he had never won.
He'll sleep comfortably tonight knowing that. I mean, that's it. Probably Shug didn't know it, but this is probably why he hasn't had a good night's sleep lately. He had not won the Hill Prince, but Shug's had a very good year and didn't break that well, but once again, hit that rail position and angled out and got it done. So, and I'm going to tell you right now, I know limited liability may have run last, actually. He had no chance with that post, that pace, this course. Limited liability is going to have his days. I'm going to tell you, next year, he's going to do well. Somewhere along the way, he's going to knock it unlucky. He's going to lucky, and he's going to do well.
Well, this day was about Celestial City, though. Shug Baghehi, Stuart Chaney, Jose Lizcano with the Grade 2 Hill Prince win. Congratulations to those connections. Third win for this 3-year-old son of Uncle Mo in our ABR Race of the Week. Meanwhile,
how did we paint that so fast? It's impressive.
At Keeneland, going in, it looked like Gunite could not lose the Perryville. And going in, Steve Asmussen had said, don't rule out the Breeders' Cup just because we're running 2 weeks before it.
Okay, Steve, have at it. He got it done. The one, whoever he is, made a little bit of a run at him in the stretch. But Gunite, this is vintage Steve Asmussen, right? A nice horse, you know, but he ran well with the Hopeful, but he sort of didn't finish it up that well. But boy, has he put it all together in the second half of this season, right?
He's won 4 of his last 5, including the Grade 2 Amsterdam. 6 for 12 lifetime now. It's just a really nice horse, and we'll wait and see. Obviously, that would be a really tough, sprint or mile, whichever, if he does go to either of those two, tough proposition.
But I'm going to tell you right now,
horse is a fighter.
They have not run the other stakes at the Raven Run today. I know the two guys up here are rooting for Dave Donk to go down to Keeneland, win a big
Fingal's
race.
Cave.
I'm 5-2 right now, the second choice.
Really?
Behind Wicked Halo.
That's surprising.
She's been terrific. I mean, she's got fast figs. What's not to like about her? It's undefeated, right?
Tough group in that race.
Wonder if Dave Donk's ever. I wonder how many horses Dave Donk has run at Keeneland.
Yeah, just seeing him show up there was.
Maybe AWOD. You know, maybe is it possible he? I don't even know if he ever ran there. Maybe at that time with some dirt horses.
Wish him the best. Always tough to win at that Keeneland meet. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back with the nightcap coming up. And there is the horse that is, I would think, going to be the favorite by post time. And who was the favorite in the pick 5? Not far now. Speed off the claim for the Notas with Arad Ortiz Jr. We'll be back.
War Dancer. The momentum continues with recent stakes winners on turf and dirt. Dancing Buck going wire to wire in the Grade 3 Belmont Turf.
Dancing Buck has opened up on the field. It is Dancing Buck by a half dozen lengths.
And 2-year-old filly War Saichi with a wire-to-wire win in the Ladyfinger Stakes.
War Saichi asserted her authority immediately out of the starting gate, and she has not relinquished the lead.
War Dancer, the #1 third crop turf sire in North America. Proud to stand in New York.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Tavolina has really shouldered all the responsibility. What a deserved victory. Most impressive. Tavolina by 3 1/4.
Somebody's problem is on her way to winning the Prairie Meadows debutante. Somebody's problem by 2.5 3.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. You probably knew that.
I did know that.
Well, I'm
Thank
talking
you
to
for
everyone else out there, too. On FS2. Good to have you with us on what's been a really fun Saturday card here. Belmont at the Big A. We've got the final race of the sequence here and the afternoon coming up. Our program, of course, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Not far now, the 9. Coming off a win, gate to wire last out. Why do you believe that he won't do it again?
I never believe in this horse. He is the speed of the speed. I'm hoping Deep Cover gets a more aggressive ride in here, and it could help him. This is a mile race, which is a little far for him when he got run down by Ghost Giant. I do prefer Ghost Giant to him, and I'm wondering if maybe it's just going to be a more fairly run race where he, even as the speed, he just isn't able to hold on. Ghost Giant, I think a lot of people will look at him and say, well, he's a router. Why would you want him going short? I don't like turnbacks. Well, you can go back and take a look. He's run plenty of races at 5.5 furlongs and 6 furlongs that are fast enough to compete with this group. So I think he's very, very interesting. Now, I hate entries, though, because you never get value because there's some that are betting Click Attack.
Yeah, who's going to be all the way on the outside. Flavien Prat will be there for Linda Rice, the other half of that entry. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Checking in with Not Far now. He's a venerable character. You know, he's got the one eye. He's very quick. But he's been running a lot as of late. And this is his 3rd start of this meet. And it's showing a bit. He's kind of dropped away a little bit across his top line. His weight's not what it was even in just his last start. I don't know. I think he also takes some pressure here from Christophe Clement's horse in Phantom Smoke. We'll see what Deep Cover does. I'm a little dubious. But while I like the look of Phantom Smoke here, I really like the look of Christophe's other horse, and that's number 8, Yarrow, who isn't fast enough on paper. I totally get it. But he's coming off a little bit of a freshening, and this is a horse that I've kind of always been a little bit critical of physically. You know, he just looked as though there were parts of him that hadn't caught up with the other parts. Well, now they have. And he was kind of heading that way during the middle part of the summer. He looks like a different animal. He looks sensational, and he is going to be hoping that they are hitting up front and getting the pace to heat up. Not that that's necessarily how races are won around here with the way the turf courses seem to be playing. But, Greg, Yarrow has never looked better in a start prior to today.
Maggie, thank you. We'll get to the post parade in a moment. 7 minutes away from race 10 to close out our Saturday action here at Belmont at the Big A. And it's the entry still favored. Yeah,
the outer turf course, 2 rails are coming down next week, so we may have an inside bias next week. We'll see what happens. But they've been playing fairly. It's a lot of times the slow paces prevent the races from being run fairly. I like the 3 Deep Cover, who I thought was under-aggressively ridden in his last start. But the problem is, even with a more aggressive ride, he may not be fast enough to outrun Not Far Now, and while he's run well enough to win at Deep Cover, he's never won a race when he hasn't been in front, and it may just be nothing he can do today.
Start off with the favored entry, and here is Jose Lezcano on Ghost Giant, who gets post 4.
I think he's very dangerous. He's been in very good form. Now, Linda Rice's numbers off the claim aren't great.
Entry mate, Click a Tat for Linda Rice, outside post Flavien Prat.
I think 6 is a little short for him, and I don't like his recent form.
Brewpub gets the rail. And Junior Alvarado at 19-1.
Yeah, he'd have to have a lot of things go right to be 3rd or 4th in the Super.
Great movie. Deep Cover 5-1.
I'm going to take a shot with this horse, but I'm afraid he may just need the lead to win. I just don't know if he can get him to 9.
Love Neuro in here, but wow, he is getting hammered.
Okay, you like him, I do not.
7-2 from a 10-1 morning line. Phantom Smoke, Christophe Clement, Dylan Davis.
Not sure why he's a big price. First time for a tag for Christophe. Didn't run well against a horse who may be the horse to beat in the stake tomorrow.
Shiraz somehow is covered in the pick 6.
Feels like somebody's betting numbers because this horse has not run a competitive race in quite a while.
Quick pick?
I mean, just as many. It's been a year plus.
The
almost
4,
a year and a half.
6, and 9 hit the pick 6. That's it. Yarrow, the 8.
He would need the race to fall apart to be effective and then run his best race ever.
Not far now. Gate to wire win last start.
He's going to probably try to play Come and Catch Me again, and he's run figures fast enough to win. I'm not his biggest fan, but I can understand why people like him.
Rad Ortiz Jr. aboard there. It's Orlando Noda off the claim. Horse who is a 3-time winner on the grass.
1 for 9 off the claim on the turf. So not many opportunities. 1 for 9 with 2 hitting the board.
New members, that's the offer. $200 deposit match sign-up bonus, plus that $25 free play with that code CUP25 at NYRABets.com to bet any track, anywhere, anytime, just in time for the Breeders' Cup coming up. So there's Phantom Smoke, Dylan Davis, Christophe Clement. 2 back, we saw this horse win at Saratoga, doing so gate to wire.
I bet Phantom Smoke here, but I think he was fortunate to win. And I think that Irad Ortiz really played Eric Cancel, who rode deep cover, because he knows that Eric is not always as aggressive as he could be. And in this race, where I don't think Phantom Smoke is necessarily fast than deep cover, Irad just sort of got Eric to take back, and it was against the best opportunity for deep cover, who could have been in front of him. And in sitting behind him, he allowed Irad and Phantom Smoke to dictate the way the race was run. And it's always tough to be in that position, and Irad knew what he was doing. He's in sort of the 1 3/4 path. So it looks kind of like to the 2 path, Eric can come through on the inside, but he's kind of controlling the race out there when deep cover could have been the one controlling. So while he's almost got room there, he's a little intimidated. Irad's, now he kind of opens it up because they didn't go that fast, and deep cover ran well here, probably ran the better race, and I say that having bet on Phantom Smoke. I thought that it was an unaggressive ride. Now, the problem is, while deep cover might be able to be faster than Phantom Smoke, who did not run well last time, today, with the prospect of Not Far Now in there, he's got another faster horse to deal with. So I'm not sure what he can do. Having said that, I still have to lose a few dollars on him at 5-1. So I'm betting deep cover, and I'm hoping for the best, and maybe Eric can get his 3rd win today, including the
He's
stake.
been on a rail. He's been off since that performance. And this horse now, see if he's aggressive again this afternoon. Let's go back down to Maggie.
Taking a look at the entry here, who is still favored at the moment. And Linda Rice is trying to sprint these 2 horses who, for the most part, have been more accomplished when going longer. But she does take Ghost Giant immediately off the claim here and turn him back. And last time, while it was a good ride from the sense that he actually got over to the rail from the far outside post, then what happens in turf racing when you try to save ground happened, and it backfired because he just was never truly clear when he needed to accelerate, and he probably wasn't quite good enough that day as shutters came flying down the middle of the racetrack. But Ghost Giant, you look, I mean, at the form at least showing, the last time he sprinted, and I'm not talking about the 7 furlong race, which does make him competitive here, and you look at the 6 furlong race, Sanctuary City, big package, those are nice horses, and I don't think he's facing any of those types here, and really physically, he is built more like a sprinter. I've always liked less ground for him overall, and he got a really nice big warm-up from Jose Lescano. So I think he's fairly intriguing in this spot here, and just kind of one of those veterans that I always am somewhat gravitating to when you're dealing with these kind of conditions. You know, 7 for 38 lifetime is nothing to sneeze at, Greg.
All right, we're getting set to close out this card here. Good one. At 6 furlongs on the outer turf, that rail out 36 feet. And here's the one you like.
I was just commenting to you, Greg, and when we were agreeing that there's no better racetrack, maybe in the country, to watch a race, especially sitting up here in Equestris at Aqueduct. That's the best sight lines of any track.
It's incredible. Yeah, it's
great.
hard to say you're going to find a better view anywhere.
It's really is fun. As far as deep cover, as I said, I'm concerned that he's not as fast as Not. If I knew Not Far Now was not going to come out of the gate strongly and he could get the lead, I'd love him in here because he has run really good races when he's able to control. His debut was good and his race streak back was huge. I'm just afraid he's not the same horse when he doesn't get the lead, and it's a problematic situation. And I think that Eric, and you can see, Eric, Greg, and I are up there in the upper corner, far corner. I think Eric will be more aggressive than he was last time. And listen, he rode very well today. And, you know, one of the reasons I'm critical of Eric is I think Eric has real talent. Sometimes I just don't think he shows it, and I wish he'd be more aggressive at times. And he's given some terrific rides. He gave a great ride to the horse that won the Futurity or Matron, I think the Matron, at a big price earlier. And his agent PJ Campo gets him on a lot of live horses like this one. And I'm hoping he'll be aggressive, but I'm just afraid even being aggressive, he can't outrun Not Far Now, and it may just be doomed no matter what he does. But I'll hope for the best. And 5 to 1, I don't mind taking a little gamble.
Yeah, Not Far Now, the 9 is going to be gunning from the outset.
Think so. You would think so.
And
He's
usually breaks
fast.
incredibly sharp.
He's naturally fast, yeah. I mean, he is. But I'm just going to close my eyes at 5 to 1, and I've lost a lot of bets before, and I'll lose a lot going forward, and I hope this one's not a losing bet.
Meanwhile, there's part of the entry. Ghost Giant, Jose Lezcano. Beat Not Far Now. 2 starts back, that was at a mile. But as you said, you feel his sprints, he can be equally effective.
Yeah, he's run very well in sprints before. So I don't have any problem with him. So who do we say are covered? The 1, 6, and 9?
4, 6, and 9 in the pick 6.
Wow.
That's it.
Oh, that's right, Neuro. He must be a big thoroughgraph play because you like him and he's taking a lot of money.
Huge work as well coming in.
Oh, okay. There you go. Excellent. Okay. Was this a good workout report?
Yes.
Oh, okay. That probably has a lot to do with it as well. Very interesting.
I never expected 7 to 2 though.
No, it's hard to see him 7 to 2 because, yeah, it's hard to see him 7 to 2. Well, see if Bobby Robato can win back-to-back for Mark Keller. 2 very good guys.
Nightcap, we are all set. Favorite still the entry, and there's part of the entry stepping in. Chris Griffin with the call, our finale on the Saturday card, Belmont at the Big A.
All in line. All set. And they're up. Not Far Now with early speed. Also in the early mix comes Phantom Smoke in between horses. They're 1-2. At the rail, there's Deep Cover in third. Ghost Giant in the orange silks up on the outside is Click-A-Tat. Towards that back group is going to be Brew Pub in between horses Yarrow. The 2 at the back are Neuro. And the trailer is Shiraz. 3 across the course now is Deep Cover. Eric Hensel, they slip to the inside, and they put a nose in front of Not Far Now. They're 1-2 as they move quickly into that far turn. Phantom Smoke, Dylan Davis is right off of them. Big gap of 5. Back to Ghost Giant, Shiraz. They're trying to rally on from the back of the pack there with Neuro, who has now taken that 7th spot to the outside of Click-A-Tat. The 2 at the back, Yarrow and Brew Pub. They're set to move to the quarter pole, and Not Far Now is back in front. It's Not Far Now. Back to the third now is Deep Cover. Phantom Smoke has had a nice journey, is coming after this leader. Not Far Now, who's finding more. Phantom Smoke. Ghost Giant is now taken third, and Ghost Giant's rolling down the center of the course. It's still Not Far Now, has not been caught yet. Phantom Smoke is lunging, and here comes Ghost Giant on the grandstand side. Ghost Giant is now put a nose in front, and Ghost Giant from well off the pace. Ghost Giant, Jose Lezcano. They'll win the finale. Phantom Smoke, then Neuro, and Yarrow is in a photo with Click-A-Tat. Final running time. 1 minute 9.42 seconds.
Yes, he can sprint. 7-year-old cutting back in distance for the first time in seemingly forever. First time since April of last year with the win.
And you know what? Eric being aggressive with a 3, it didn't work out. He wasn't going to win this race. Nothing he could do with a 9 in there. But it made it to the 9, Not Far Now, and get everything his own way. Now, he wasn't winning anyway. He backed up badly in here to finish, I think, 5th. As we said, he's run well enough going in sprints. And I think if you looked at his back PPs, you would see, even though he hadn't won sprinting, he had run just as fast in sprints. He's been in good form, and he gets the job done off the layoff. And that means we have a carryover, right?
We do. No one hits the pick 6.
Did we look? Quickly look what it is.
Do some extra handicapping tonight. By the way, the pick 5, $3,539.
Wow, did not have it. $45,635.50.
We will
Get
see
to work.
you on Sunday, 12:30 Eastern start time. on our FS2 coverage tomorrow. We hope to see you then for that pick 6 carryover number. Noble Damsel, Evie Jets, first ever graded stakes win for the barn of Mercan Cantor Mossy. Congratulations for a hardworking young man, well deserved with that performance. And in the Hill Prince, Celestial City, back-to-back wins, first graded stakes win of his career. Shug McGahee, Jose Lezcano. We will see you tomorrow.